was a really lovely bounce back after a 74 on the opening day. And currently he holds the reins as the leading amateur.
Boy, he's long too. 30 yards past Jazz, and Jazz is not the shortest either.
Billy Horschel creeping into another putt. A unique style, but he can certainly putt and play. Perfect weight.
Suffering from dizziness on the golf course yesterday, Billy Horschel. I think he's recovered from that. It looks okay today. Now, Justin Thomas from the fairway on the second. Left pin, dangerous pin, can't go left of it. That's pretty good.
Back to Richard Bland at the 7th. Third shot. Playing at the regulation weight. He used to have a 10 iron in his bag actually when I met him. It's a pitching wedge essentially, but you just don't see them very often. Stuck in my mind. Seems a little old school, you know.
Yeah, lots of different. There's A wedges, L wedges now, of course. Adam Scott's going to give Justin Thomas a bit of a read. No, it's not that line.
That one didn't scare it. Power grouping in Thomas and Scott. Rory McIlroy's up greenside at 7. Pin to date, 30 paces on.
Many ways to play this shot. Probably throw it up 20, 30 feet short, a couple of bounces and just release up to the hole. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. Virtually certain birdie there for McIlroy, 4th of the day. 1 bogey at the 5th hole. Should get to 3 under.
Haven't seen too many shots like that this week. The full swing from nearby. It's just the tempo of it, Dom.
Yeah, beautiful. He's got an underrated short game. Everyone focuses on his driving and his, you know, his irons and long irons, but he's got great touch. He's a good bunker player too.
This is a strike. Ball first. Turf. Just beautiful. See the ball spinning away.
Well, it certainly breaks a lot, this putt.
We haven't seen too many miss on the high side. A lot of people generally missing low around this golf course, is a rule of thumb. McIntyre's second at 10, up the hill.
Great gutsy performance from McIntyre yesterday, birdieing the last to make the cut on the number, and he's never missed a cut in a major championship. He's 7 for 7. I'm sure that was in the back of his mind when he stood on the 18th tee yesterday.
It's quite the debut performance as well from him at Royal Portrush 2 years ago.
Chance for Richard Bland now. Good drive, good layup, good third. Looks like it may just come a little from the right.
DeChambeau. Just in the greenside sand at the par 5.
Not having the day he wanted though, of course. 3 over par for his round, or would be 2 over now.
McIlroy just to polish this off. Well done. 3 under today. 9 behind. 8 behind, sorry.
And onward he strides. 3 birdies in the last 4 holes for Rory McIlroy here on Saturday at Royal St George's. People running to get a spot. He does have that it factor.
Yeah, he's just a fun player to watch, isn't he? Even his walk, he's got that bounce in his step, and he's just exciting. I think he's, you know, most people's favourite player to watch.
From the fairway to here at 4 past the pin. For birdie for Hovland. It'll be a tap-in par for the Norwegian to McIntyre.
Pulled it. Shame. The only Scot in the field before and after the cut. It's a sad scene for Scottish golf, but we've got winners up there and they're coming.
245 yards. That's a big par 3.
That's in the weeds. It's fescue. Is it technically a weed? Surely not. I mean, it's part of the furniture here.
I've heard them called much worse than weeds, trust me. Evil. Now McIlroy. Finally get to see him getting to his best. Just an iron to the top of the hill. Absolutely perfect, I think. It certainly is, and not much to go in from there, so another great chance for McIlroy. Just pan down to the right, you'll see the green beautifully framed. It's one of my favourite shots to look at. Absolutely gorgeous hole.
Oh, Adam Scott playing alongside Justin Thomas. Look at that setup. It's just absolutely. How do you hit a bad shot from that position? He does. They all do, but not on this. Look at this.
One of the best we've seen. The long par 3.
I saw a young German. Schmidt, this is for birdie on the first. Very strong young player. So many of these young kids coming out on tour got funny grips. He's using the claw grip, and it works. It's the norm now. Find something that suits you and uses it. Why not?
A player to watch of the future from Max Vet. In Germany, went to college at Louisville. Over in the US as part of his development. Not long now until a group of Ian Poulter and Jack Senior go out together. There's 2 really lovely groups back to back at 12:50 and 1 o'clock local time. Jonathan Thompson will play alongside Lee Westwood and Ian Poulter plays alongside Jack. What a day it'll be for the 2 juniors of the group. They're the things at the end of your career you look back on. And I played with Lee Westwood in an Open. Obviously, they're trying to outscore him at the same time. His wife now, Helen Story, over on the right.
Helen Westwood.
Did she? I don't know if she changed it or not. Presumably.
I would hope so.
Strong name though, Story. Westwood's got a little notoriety to come with it. We'll see.
There's a story behind it, isn't there?
Boom. Loved it. Gosh, it's such a gorgeous place.
You see the diversity of the shapes, where they go in, the direction the holes go in. It's just a wonderful, wonderful design. 174 years ago they played the Open here for the first time. Quite incredible.
And the winner that week took home 30 quid. How times have changed.
Yes.
This is J.H. Taylor, of course. Around about 6 feet left for Justin Thomas, who's enjoying the company of Adam Scott for the 3rd day in a row.
Lanto Griffin, the American. Also a late bloomer. Look at this. Is it? Oh, well done. I thought that was going to miss for a second. Maybe he did too, but it didn't. And he moves into red figures for the day.
After that magnificent long iron at the 3rd, this is Adam Scott for birdie. 2 pars to start, and no. Oh, that was so close. So close.
A man with such an appreciation, such an understanding of links golf, playing in his 21st. He made 15 of his 20 cuts, and not to mention that runner-up finish that was mentioned earlier. He won't do it again. The Aussies are kind to each other. Ball on the way for Antoine Rosner at 12.
That's a couple of terrific iron shots he's hit on the back 9. Saw Xander Schauffele hit it to the green side bunker on this hole yesterday. It was unbelievable.
Thomas for par. No. Up and out of it. Oh dear, 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 dear. Well, that's. I'll finish, I'll mark. That's not what you want to hear in golf. Just rush that there. You don't do it very often in your career, and it'll be a long time before he does it again. Double bogey 5 from nowhere. See, it's only got 1 foot in the ground. That's just. I've done it. I'm sure MD Watching's done it. You just feel so bad when you do it too. What have I done?
Bland, as Sam was saying, this hole just beautifully framed, the mounding all around it. 10 today, right in the back of the green. It's a big long green too, 44 yards. It was a good looking shot.
Lucky wasn't it, Dom? You could see the flag. It was straight downwind. Just wanted it to release a little bit more. This one should be landing on the top half. It's much nearer the green. Hits the ball much higher. Body aiming quite left. Driving it straight down the line at the hole. Oh, unlucky. That needed another yard. It's okay though, good chance.
Swinging it beautifully. Looks like he's playing with some confidence today. Fourth hole. It was in the last Open the hardest hole on the golf course, but the wind was in the opposite direction. Hasn't been the bear that it can be this week.
Well, the bunker's not really intimidating, is it?
Not when you carry it 300. He's got such fast arms through the ball, Adam Scott.
One of the most graceful golfers you've ever watched. Oh, and angry Justin Thomas. A lot of movement left to right in it. It's perfect.
Up and over the hill they go. A couple of dimples might have flown off that one for Justin Thomas. Problem was in the bunker at 5. This is 3rd.
It's almost a penalty shot. You hit these bunkers. There's another very fine iron shot.
I heard a great story about the 5th about Harry Bradshaw. Have you heard that one, where he was going up against Bobby Locke back in, I think it was 1949, and his second shot ended up in a beer bottle, and he played it instead of waiting for a ruling, and ended up losing in a 36-hole playoff. I mean, so much history around here.
Do you know what happened to the shot off the bottle?
I don't think it went well.
No, I don't think so.
No.
I hope it was an empty beer bottle at least. Didn't waste any.
Great second for Rosner at 12. Well, that's a great run he's on.
Oh, what a nice run he's been on.
That's like something from a movie, isn't it? Just beautiful.
Safe to say that farming's evolved over the years as well.
Quite incredible. I wonder how much power they all create. Looking for a clean world. Why not? We need it.
Speaking of bottles, they've actually removed all single-use plastics in terms of bottles from the venue, amongst other things, really. You've got taps so you can donate money wherever you go and refill your water bottles. Trying to reduce their emissions by using biodiesel on site in their generators. I mean, the list goes on. Great initiative. Didn't really scare that one, Richard Bland.
No, I was surprised McIlroy wasn't somewhere near him so that when he hit his putt he could have moved in and had a look at what it was doing, because this is exactly the same line virtually. So it's slow, slower than he thought, and a touch off the left. Mere yet so far, just the par for Rory McIlroy. And stays at 3 under par, 8 behind.
It's poetry from you there, Sam. I did actually hear a comment that they'd love, there was someone on social media that said they'd love a sleep meditation from you with your voice overnight. I can't say I disagree, but you say too many good things for us to fall asleep during it.
Oh, that's too kind, that's too kind. Not a great thought. My talking puts people to sleep, especially in bed. Oh, you missed it. Oh dear.
Well, can he recover from that rather poor effort at the first putt? That's a poor 3 putt. He was only, what, 30 feet away. Disappointing. 2 bogeys, not a birdie on the card.
Whatever the golfing equivalent of an unforced error is, we've seen a couple in the last little while. Just brings so much excitement with him. Rory McIlroy, people stream out to see him. And he's going along nicely today, 3 under par for his Saturday's round. 2014 champion.
Now Hovland drove it in the bunker, chipped it out. Good iron shot into here. This for his par. Big swing off the right, probably 8-9 inches. No, even more. Come on, come on. Oh, it just stopped turning. So it's a bogey for Victor. First one of the day. 1 birdie, 1 bogey. Back to level and -1 for the tournament.
Yes, he's playing alongside Joachim Niemann. That's 2 pretty good young players, worth a follow.
Here's 2 former world #1s alongside each other. This whole play's so much different when you're coming in with a short iron, doesn't it, Sam?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, that's a little unlucky. I wonder if he's got that putt out of his head. I know it was only a hole ago, but just you would need an incredible strong mind to just brush things like that away, and I'm sure he can. McIlroy, 9th tee, 3 wood. Great look at his swing here, right down the middle. Beautiful, drawing it down. Absolutely perfect.
Down the way it goes. Let's get back to the first.
This is game number 21. On the tee from England, Jonathan Thompson.
What a story his is, what a moment it was on 16. His fiance and coach watching on, making his debut, picked up a hole-in-one yesterday. And it's been quite the road here. 5 years of chemotherapy for leukemia. He's a big unit, but he's back at full strength now. And this will be a thrill. That line might not be.
It got great bounce to it. Came out of a big chunky bit and just went into a little bit
On the
chunky
tee from
bit.
England, Lee Westwood.
Last year's Race to Dubai champion on the European Tour, former world #1. Not to mention 25 wins on the European Tour, a couple over the pond as well.
I would love to emulate his best mate here. Darren Clark, the last winner here.
Right.
That's gone right as well. Long way right too, that's not too pleasant.
All those people from the grandstands will be jumping out. You can see them coming down the stairs to go and follow that group. Let's take a look back from yesterday's round. This was the moment.
He stood on this tee at 1 over par, right on the cut line. And he left that green. A delighted man. Oh, what a moment.
It was huge. Ended up birdieing 17 after that as well. Often you see them go the other way after hole-in-ones. It was a good round of 67 in the end to see him play the weekend.
Lin, first man out, playing a single, wasn't allowed to have a partner because of COVID, so he's been out there on his own all day with his caddy. This is a chip at 18. Oh, what a shame, what a way to finish that would have been. It was travelling though. Around the 74, sorry.
Teed off at 9:20. It's what, 12:52 now, just over 2.5 hours. He must have had a nice, just gentle stroll around the course.
There's the ball placements down on 9 of Richard Bland and Rory McIlroy. Bland the longer by 4 yards at 138. Knight playing the second hardest hole on the course today. No one has made a birdie yet. Not quite sure how you get close to that pin, probably with a putt.
It is a dangerous one, Alison, isn't it? Anything right of it is, and everything spins away to the left at it, so as Alison said, almost impossible to get it close.
Yeah, but you really don't want to miss it right, because it just falls away, and that's a nasty up and down. But that bowl to the left of the pin's a good position. Everything kind of gathers in there. Leave yourself a putt for birdie.
Safely pin high on the green.
I'll see if Rory can navigate it a little bit better. Looks like it's coming down right on top of his head. That's magnificent. That was brave, but you know, he's 8 behind. He's not going to play from the middle green with that swing. Fantastic shot from McIlroy.
And he's not going to get it all done today, but he can certainly make a dint in it. With a low one out there. It was a part of his game that was working against him in the previous 2 rounds. His short irons were plaguing him. No trouble at all there, and a chance for 3 birdies in the last 4 holes for McIlroy. Adam Scott now on the front of 4.
What the fuck this is, my goodness me. He's got to hit it so hard that's back at his feet, I'm afraid to say. That's back at his feet. This is like the third that Wentworth used to be. You could be there for a while if you don't hit it hard enough. It's not often you go further from the hole than where you were when you hit it.
There's Tommy Fleetwood. He's out in just under 15 minutes.
He's playing alongside Webb Simpson. Starting the day 9 back. But not easy. There's not easy scoring out there today. So the chasing pack, if you're a chaser, you post a low one, you never know. You never know how close you're going to get.
Adam Scott, take 2. That was hit a bit harder. Probably conversely, it'll be too hard. It's just what happens. This is going off the back of the green now, maybe. Sit. Shame, but it is very severe green.
It's nearly a shoulder-high rise down there. The camera angle flattens it out a little bit. can see there's a lot of different ways to go about it, starting with the drills. Nick Faldo earlier talking about how he called it the mechanics. A lot of people call it calibrating your putting, and then you kind of move into a feel style of putting. What was your routine, Sam?
Anything over sort of 15, 20 feet, I was aiming at a dustbin round the hole. My father always told me if you can get it inside a dustbin, the longest putt you can have is 18 inches. And it's very true. And if you look at the size of a dustbin lid, you'd think you couldn't miss getting it inside that. Well, trust me, you can. But it's a good win. It made me a very good pace putter. I was always a good pace putter. I never was aggressive on the greens. We were always just falling in. That's what I aimed to do. That was my thinking.
Well, you see, this is the first hole. We just saw the tee shots both went in the right rough, and obviously both had awful lies because they've just hacked out left back onto the fairway. Actually, I'm not even sure Thompson's on the fairway. The worst rough on the golf course is right of one. It's brutal. It's a 1.5 feet deep and thick. Never been the best part of his game. He's very good, but it's not the part you think about when you think of Lee Westwood's game that he excels at. But he is good.
So reliable. Normally reliable off the tee. One got away from him at the first. So to another all-English pairing. Game 22. Ian Poulter alongside Jack Senior.
This is game number 22. On the tee from England, Ian Poulter.
Both had excellent rounds of 67 yesterday. Poulter eyes on the Open, but also eyes on the Ryder Cup spot. Drifting right. Did I give Ian a wee disservice? He was 66 yesterday, not 67.
On the tee from England, Jack Senior.
Playing the some of the best golf of his career, making his 4th appearance, first time on the weekend. After a top 10 last week at the Aberdeen Scottish Open. Round of 67 on day one, 71 yesterday. Made the cut comfortably, though. What can he build in round 3? Just leaking right.
Oh, doesn't look great there. A lot of grass behind the board, looked like, but he's underway.
Things are well and truly underway here on Saturday of the Open. It's good to have you with us wherever you're joining from around the world. Waited a long time for his first birdie of the day. Bryson DeChambeau came at the 14th at the par 5, and that's another one there at 17. He's 2 over par for his round today. Just can't quite seem to get the measure of links golf. Making his 4th appearance. Hasn't finished inside the top 50 once yet. This is for par for Jonathan Thompson. No doubt all of the members at Rotherham will be watching in where he plays his golf. That's a birdie for Aaron Wright. Par at 1, birdie at 2. Very nice. Playing alongside Chez Reavie today, who is also, he's level for his day. Back to 1. Putting back across to it is Lee Westwood.
Well, not the best of starts for Lee Westwood. Just a little bit of a weak stroke. And the reaction tells it all.
The voice of Thomas Bjorn, the reigning winning Ryder Cup captain. Can I phrase it that way?
I guess. Hopefully not for long.
It's a title that you'd love to lose, I think, as a European.
Well, McIlroy on 9 for birdie. So nice going this morning. There you go. There's another one. Excellent.
The iron shot in deserved it. That is the first birdie at the 9th hole today, and it came from someone that everyone likes to see in red figures. Why don't we take a look back on his day so far? If you're just joining us, get you up to speed. It was a pretty decent start, even by McIlroy's standards. Dropped in the front edge for a 3 at the first.
A difficult 4th hole here at Royal St George's. This was for birdie. No problem.
So made a bogey at 5. But didn't really dampen his spirits. I mean, the crowd's down on 6. The ball just drops down between them. Pin high right. Didn't make too many mistakes with the putt either. He rolled that one in for his 3rd birdie of his round.
His shot, 3rd shot into the 7th. And it's just gorgeous golf on this front 9 from Rory McIlroy.
Such a sweet shot. Parred the 8th. And then this at 9. Just watch it tracking towards the pin. A pin that very few would go within arm's length of by choice. Going along nicely. 4 under par for his round today.
Back to the first. Pink yesterday for the girls, and light blue for the boys today from Ian Poulter.
Says the man in a pink shirt.
Right, that's at the back of the green, that's come out hot. That's it.
Purple.
Sorry. Colour police are out. That's gone long left for Poulter. Have probably, well, a generous amount of green to work with. So Sam Torrance and Don Boulay have popped out for a cup of tea. Frank Nobilo joins Thomas and myself now.
Thank you very much. We've got the Globe Cup, an Australian, a Dane and a Kiwi. It's tough to find. Now senior, just in that thick stuff.
56. 57, yeah.
You can hear all the grass wrapping around the club.
Yeah, these things happen around here. It shouldn't be too difficult. Bunker shot from there, though. As McIlroy hits into the back 9. Drive off the 10th.
Played at 1 under par total so far.
All right, 4-8.
Somehow manages to miss everyone in the crowd.
Well, that's the good part, but that lie looks nasty. Unmistakable swing. Lee Westwood. It's defied time, that move, hasn't it, Thomas?
Absolutely. It's we talked about it yesterday when we saw him. You know, the way he's committed himself to the game again is quite remarkable at 48. There you go, down swing there. Lee has this bent left arm, so he has to dip his right shoulder in, but he chases it through nicely with his right shoulder, and that keeps the momentum going, keeps his body going. Best drive of the golf ball of my era.
It's lofty praise, Thomas.
Apparently from the water's edge you can see the coast of France on a clear day. There are the channel crossings and the ferries down closer to Dover, a little bit south of where we are. It's incredible as an Australian to think that you can drive into other parts of Europe underneath it all.
Yeah, I remember first coming over in the early 80s, having to get the ferries across. I think it was a Ford Capri, white Capri, the thing barely held together, but you'd put it on a ferry, you'd go across, you'd fill it with another couple of players. I mean, it was fun, it really was. Traveling Europe, different country every week. I don't think that part has changed.
No, it's a little bit the same still, a little bit different for some of them. There's more traveling Europe by plane these days for some of them, but now there's still that kind of wave going around the world around Europe in your car, especially on a challenge tour.
The group of Webb Simpson and Tommy Fleetwood ready to play.
This is game number 23. On the tee from the USA, Webb Simpson.
.66 in the opening round, 72 yesterday. Similar path for his playing partner. Major champion Simpson. A while back now, a handful of years.
I just got a feeling that this tee shot, you know, the tee box aims right. And you see so many tee shots down the right hand side here, and I just think they walk on that tee and you aim down the tee box, it's aiming a little bit right.
You have to challenge that left side, almost send it down the left
On the
rough.
tee from England, Tommy Fleetwood.
I think he earned a lot of fans 2 years ago at Royal Portrush, playing that final group alongside the eventual champion golfer of the year and Shane Lowry. Started the last day 4 shots back, ended up being a 6-shot deficit. But a runner-up finish at the Open, not bad to have on the resume. Starts the day at 2 under par. Seems happy with that one. Number 35. Which is well above his weight though, Tommy Fleetwood, don't you think, Thomas?
Yeah, I just think he's come into his own, and he went into a period of time where he was playing so well, slowed off a little bit after the Ryder Cup. He's getting slowly back to his best.
Speaking of the Ryder Cup, name Poulter always pops up, just over the back of the first. Oh, could it? Gonna wear trousers like that. Deserved a strut. Oh, looks so good from about a foot out. To 10.
Well, you can see the flag there. It's all about the lie, this one. Finds a bunker there, I think. There's two just short of the right, short right of the 10th there. I think he's won one of them. Just steep down on this one, but that grass is so thick. Even the strongest players, and Rory's certainly one of that, just can't quite get the distance on it.
From the greenside bunker to here for Jack Senior. Just a little down the hill, but that was never on the line he wanted.
If he has a son, is that a junior senior? Or a senior junior?
Put a number on the end of it just to make it extra hard and special. Wow, look at this coming for Rory McIlroy.
It will help him that he's on an upslope there, so he can get the ball up quick. Shouldn't actually be that difficult. There you go. Nice shot. Good check on it.
Sensational. I know he's a good bunker player now, Thomas, but I'm uphill, nearly blind. I mean, if he hits just a little thin, it could go clean over. I mean, that is like an inch and a half. Spot on.
Comes out like powder too, doesn't it?
We're back to the second fairway where we find Jigger Thompson. A bit of Ernie Els-like golf swing there. A big fellow with a smooth golf swing. Result is very much like Ernie Els as well.
Back to the 2012 US Open champion. Like so many that have come before him, in a spot above that right of one. I think it was the first ever lost golf ball in Tiger Woods' career on the right of one back. Was it 2011 or 2003?
It was 2003. Not necessary to bring that up, Thomas. So close. I know you played well PGA Championship as well.
Yeah, got close a couple of times. What do you make of this guy? I said earlier in the week, he's actually one of my favorite players to watch play golf at, and I can't really put a finger on why.
Yeah, what a shot.
This is Caddy Paul Tesori. It's crediting just a punch shot. I think because he battles. He's an anomaly in today's times. He doesn't have that massive length, doesn't have that 300-yard carry. It's a constant fight. He was an anchored putter guy, had to change, learnt to putt well again. He constantly adapts in a game, really, that he shouldn't fit into. I think that's what's likable about him.
Well, that answers all my questions. Tommy Fleetwood on the first. He couldn't be in a better position for this flag. They should be dancing around the hole. That's disappointing, that.
That'll be in the sand. Yeah, I'm thinking about it myself. Maybe it's the mix of athleticism, but also with the course management, the intellect of a guy like Webb Simpson. Both are apparent.
It's been a bit of trouble for Rory up this 10th hole, but this is for par then. And that's better. I've seen him miss a few of those this week. That was a lovely stroke. The head stayed down. He knows that that was not where you want to go. Happy with the 4.
Can Thompson pop this one in? The answer's yes. It's a lovely bounce back. And then it's no doubt maybe a little nervous. Playing alongside one of his heroes today. From one Englishman to another. Matt Fitzpatrick, birdie putted 8.
It's been a bit of a disappointing Open Championship so far for Matt Fitzpatrick. A nice roll there. He finished second last week, lost in a playoff. Coming in here feeling good about himself. This is not where he wants to be on Sundays in major championships.
Now at the home hole, Taylor Gooch has birdied 16, 17, and a chance to finish with 3 in a row. There you go. Second group off, playing alongside DeChambeau. It's a round of 67 for Taylor Gooch.
And a classic scorecard, isn't it? You go 13 holes of pars. And then all the colours of the rainbow in the last 5.
Bryson DeChambeau finishes off here. Certainly not been the championship he was looking for. The plan he had coming in here hasn't worked, and he'll go back to the drawing board, we know that.
No, his playing partner, Taylor Gooch, bested him by 5 shots today. It is a round of 72, 2 over par for DeChambeau. He'll go back to the drawing board, see what he can learn from today's round. No doubt in the debrief with his new caddy, Brian Ziegler. We'll see what he does tomorrow, always with interest. There's Rory McIlroy. Look at him just sneaking his way inside the top 20.
The par 3 11th. Tee's back here today. This will be played a bit longer.
Too much.
It's difficult to tell. I think it dropped in the bunker. By the sounds of the crowds anyway. You know that sound, Frank?
Yeah, too often. The groan. But also the feeling on the first tee, that never gets old, isn't it? I think that's the one thing I know that I miss is you stand on there and there's always that sense of uncertainty. You don't know what the day is going to bring.
It's called hope, Frank.
Don't you love that?
Matt Wallace about to tee off alongside Johannes Veerman at 120.
This is game number 24. On the tee from the USA, Johannes Veerman.
Been playing some lovely golf. Veerman contended and was in the final group at the Dubai Duty Free Irish Open 2 weeks ago. Another top 10 last week at the Aberdeen Scottish Open. Rounds of 70 and 68 for 2 under par. He started working with a couple of the guys at the Robert Rock Academy at the US Open. So a little bit of a coaching change.
Little shout out to Robert Rock, good instructor.
On the tee from England, Matt Wallace.
The 31-year-old from Hillingdon has called London home for quite a while. And another one of those European guys that's just trying to kind of play on the both tours, splitting his time over on the PGA Tour as well, Matt Wallace. High expectations of himself, but so much talent. Had a top 3 in Texas, Valero Texas Open, and the top 6 at the Wells Fargo. But it's not an easy thing to do, is it? When you're trying to learn new golf courses, it feels like your rookie year all over again.
No, it's one of the hard things about going to America is that you're playing golf courses that guys have played a lot, and you're just trying to learn new things all the time. So have a look at Fleetwood up at the green. It was a poor second shot. That's an excellent bunker shot, though.
Yeah, Tommy's made that adjustment just to finish on Robert Rock too. Excellent player. But doubles up as a coach as well. I miss him playing. Miss the look, the hatless look. Bob McIntyre at 14.
To 2 under he goes. Along nicely today is McIntyre.
Simpson for par. That's 2 days in a row he's done that. Ended in the rough, laid up on the green, in with the putt. It feels like a birdie that sometimes.
That's why you like him.
Lee Westwood over just to the right of 3. Absolutely exquisite.
Yeah, he's made such improvements in his short game over the last 5 or 6 years. It really was probably the only real negative in his game. Much improved. Fleetwood to finish off on the first. Just a solid putt here is needed. There you go, right in the middle.
He was pretty measured in a couple of his press conferences at the end of the day. Said he's seeing flashes of things, but trying to stitch it all together.
Well, you certainly much rather have Rory's lie here than Richard Bland's. It's easy to roll that out up and just let it roll. Richard Bland's got much more problem. He has to get it over the lip. You see the ball in there in the bunker. He has to get it up very quickly, so he has to try and fly it all the way there. When you have a long bunker shot, it's much easier to be on a flat lie. A bit more sand. When the ball lands, it just releases up to the hole.
Justin Thomas here at 6. Putting along the top of the ridge. Even he goes. And it's a long way behind Oosthuizen. Still going to have to wait till he tees off in that final group with Colin Morikawa.
It is a long wait. That's a good play to pass the time. A couple of Dover sole out there, perhaps.
It's got a bird nest in the line. That's right. Mum's going to have to cut it, start again. So you should have listened.
It's hard casting into the wind.
Lento Griffin. Amazing how long he keeps that head down. Ball went in before he even looked at it.
Second birdie of the day.
I think it covers that bunker.
I mean, the front's 29.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does that. And if it trundle off to the right, we know it's fine, isn't it? Okay.
Yeah.
Got what you need?
Yeah.
Matt Wallace having a conversation there with his caddy Gareth Lord. Never give him Gareth. He won 2 weeks in a row and he left. Don't know what happened. Actually, he went to Henrik Stenson, so I know what happened.
That'll do it. Been together for since the start of the year, I think, end of last year, Matt Wallace, and Lordy, as he's known on tour by many. Took a bit of strength to get through that. Walks around with his backpack on. He's got all of his devices during his practice rounds. Looks like he's going to school. Bierman spent his professional career traveling all throughout Asia. Did so with his partner on the bag at the time. Now they actually own a gym together, I believe. He was training people in his off time. In 2020, Hannes Veerman, known as Coach J. That's to the heart of the green at the first.
My wife's been trying to train me and we don't own a gym. Rory after that. Stellar bunker shot 11. It's for 2 saves in a row.
Well, you watch him a lot, Frank, in America. You've got to say that this is the part of his game that just sometimes he just can't really get the hang of the shorter putts.
Every now and again he goes from superhuman to normal. He's not used to that. Now Poulter at 2.
This to stay -2. 6 holes all playing over par. In fact, only 1 hole on the front 9 is in red figures. No guesses that it's the 7th. The par 5. Fleetwood now at 2.
Electing to go with an iron. They are short of those bunkers down the left. There's 2 options here, really. You either go for that one. But you've got to hit it well just to make it onto the fairway. Have a blind second shot now, or you go full out to try and carry those bunkers at about 272 down the left-hand side.
McIlroy to 12. The short par 4, dogleg right.
Sit. Sit. Sit.
He won't be able to see that ball. He goes over 2 big knuckles in that fairway, but that's okay.
That boat in front better get a wriggle on. Excitement building for this group. Benan and Sergio Garcia. Hmm? 41-year-old now has houses in Cron, Switzerland, Orlando, all around the place, not to mention Spain.
This is game number 25. On the tee, from Spain, Sergio Garcia.
He's part of the tapestry of modern golf, making his 24th start here this week. Had a couple of runner-up finishes back in 2007 and in 2014. Starts today at -3.
On the tee, from Korea, Byung-Hun An.
The South Korean President's Cup player, 29 years of age. He is playing in his 8th Open Championship. Many remember him from this part of the world, from winning at Wentworth back in 2015 at the BMW PGA Championship. He has leaked out to the right. It's almost regulation. I think if we looked at the stats, that's the regulation way that this hole has been played, much to the dismay of many that have teed it up at the first.
We head up to the green. Matt Wallace. This is a long one across that sloping green from front to back. That'll do nicely.
From the first cut of rough, Webb Simpson at 2, pin over on the left.
Sit. God, sit hard. Sit.
It's amazing the feel the player has. Just that ball and grass, you just get just enough grass between the ball and the face. You know it's come out hot. To the opening hole.
Also putting back towards it is Veerman. The man from Sugarland, Texas. That was very nearly a sweet start.
Well, this is the 12th hole here at Royal St George's. And these two have both chosen to hit it out over those humps and down, and they only got short distance, as you can see. And some players lay up short right and choose to have a longer shot in, but not put the bunkers into play off the tee. Rory's just running up there to have a good look at where the flag is.
Such a long green, Thomas, isn't it? 46 yards deep. There's only 6 or 7 yards behind this flag today.
Yeah, exactly that. Perfect.
If there ever was a perfect wind for a wedge shot, it's this one. Just a little bit into you off the right. It's so easy to control the ball when you have that, when you're a right-handed player and you have that wind off the right. It's so easy just to send it out there a little bit on the wind and just let it drop down. You control the flight, one bound, stop.
Bert Wiesberger for 2 in a row to finish his round. Birdied the first, birdie's the last. A nice little bookend. Middle par round of 70 today. Just vying, if you will, for the attention of Captain Harrington in the hopes of booking his ticket to Whistling Straits for the Ryder Cup in September. The big names, the leaders, get underway in around about 2 hours or so. We can't wait. Smith, 4 under par for the Queenslander, now based over in Florida. There is Rory McIlroy, now in a share for 25th after that drop shot at 11, but a chance to get it straight back coming 12. Good round for Taylor Gooch. Of course, just seems to be playing a little bit harder today, comparatively to the other mornings at least.
Yeah, I think you're right there, Ali, but I think that has a lot to do with the pin positions today. They seem fairly tough all the way around the golf course. Cut close to the edges, asking a lot more questions of your second shots or your approach shots into the greens.
It's also playing about 100 yards in total distance, longer than the previous 2 days. Not that that makes too much difference, but like you say, that joined with those pins, perhaps. Different combination.
Now the first fairway, Garcia. Nobody has more Ryder Cup points than Garcia. His last Ryder Cup overtook Nick Faldo, now has 25.5 points. Would like to add to that, Hazeltine.
I like how you wait for Nick to leave the box before you throw that one out. You don't do that with Thomas.
Well, he's bigger than me. Actually, Thomas is as well. But
yeah, trust me, that was a very emotional moment in Paris when he did win that point against Ricky Fowler. This is a good start for Sergio.
Yeah, and congratulations, Thomas, on that great win. I know you're a proud captain that week.
Thank you very much. Just saw his caddy there, Glenn Murray. That was been his. He was a caddy. You know, I must have caddied for him about 5 or 6 times, and they've just gotten back together. They seem to have one of those love-hate relationships.
I know that. Now Fleetwood at 2. Just about to say good par because of the iron off the tee. Be interesting even today, just to compare Thursday, like in the morning when the golf course looks so green, how quickly it has browned out.
Yeah, there's certainly a change of colour going on at the moment.
So I like the strategy off the tee, but it's the putter that let him down.
They're starting to arrive. Colin Morikawa.
Thank you very much, sir.
Incredible round yesterday. 64 on Friday, and he's actually done it against a little bit of a draw bias. I think it's about 2.27 shots, the difference between the early late and the late early waves.
Yeah, that breeze when it dropped, I know you and I were working in the morning. We really thought Morikawa's score of 9 under could possibly be 3 in front at the end of the day, but the breeze dropped. It just goes to show you, we know it's a links course, but how quickly this changed. And that's exactly why McIlroy needs to make birdies, a few more, get to, if it's possible, get to somewhere around 6 under. That legitimately should give him a chance tomorrow. It's a tall task right now.
It's for birdie at 12 for McIlroy. Looked a better putt. We saw it a couple of times in the last few weeks. It's just where, you know, when he started missing short ones at Mount Juliet on day one, he just looked so out of sorts. There's flashes of it again in his missed putt last week at the Aberdeen Scottish Open. And he just looks like a slightly different guy, albeit, you know, the miss at 11. It was a bit strange, but he is 3 under par.
He's a better front runner than he is a chaser. Just, you know, when he gets the strut, the bounce, lets the shoulders go. Now the opening hole, Ben Arndt.
Cozies that one down there, does Ben Arndt. The next group's on the tee.
This is game number 26. On the tee, from the USA, Joel Darman.
Top 10 at the 2020 PGA Championship. Joel Damon. Nice little solid rounds, really. 69, 68. In the opening 2 rounds. It's only going one spot. It's fine.
On the tee, from England, Justin Rose.
Major champion Justin Rose, another that put his name in the ring. Really, was it at Birkdale when he first announced himself as an amateur on the world stage?
1988 was the year Mark O'Meara won.
He's done a lot on that stage since then. Became world number 1.
I think a lot of people believe that he was going to be the guy that was going to be the Englishman to win the Open Championship. Hasn't been one since Nick Faldo in 1992. You'd have to say they're due one.
Yeah, English golf very strong at the moment. A lot of them. Spain's hope, Garcia.
Absolutely pure. In for birdie at 1. Garcia moves within 7. And getting to that part of the draw. And they can really creep their way up the leaderboard today.
Fleetwood for poor bogey on the second. This is his tee shot on the par 3 third. That's how you do it after a bad hole. Give yourself an opportunity on the next.
Danny Willett out in just under 30 minutes. You can see Sean Foley in the back there on the left in the red trousers watching on.
Yeah, I came over on the charter, Ali, with Sean Foley. We were chatting up a storm, and he was talking about his players. He's very impressed the way in which Danny's sort of bought in to what he's tried to do. Some of it has worked around his back. Much talked about back issues, but today's the day.
Oh, we're spoilt for choice. Where to look, that's the group we're talking about. Willett alongside Brian Harman. Cameron Smith has the company of Corey Connors. They're both at -4, as are Tony Finau and Ryan Fox. Big hitting group there. Cameron Tringali is playing with John Rahm in game 32. Who's just relinquished his #1 spot in the world last week. They're at 5 under par. It's another glorious day here at Royal St George's. Course is pretty as a picture. We've got the weather to match. Got 3 along here. Royal Cinque Ports to the south, Princes to the north. Both have hosted open titles themselves a long time ago now. 1932 for Princes. 1920 was the last for Cinque Ports. Ball on the way for Sergio Garcia at the second. That's going to find the left rough. That could be a pretty tricky little angle. They found it.
Well, it was an excellent shot in here for Tommy Fleetwood. Just off that right camper. There you go. That's how you pick one up after you made bogey on the second, then you make birdie on the third.
He's had one of each so far. Second shot for Joel Damon. Just out of the first cut of rough to that front right pin. And a great example there of just how the ball can be repelled from the green in a number of cases here at Royal St George's.
As you know, you've certainly got hurt in this. I'm certainly thinking we've got 10 to 12 of hurt here, mate. I mean, obviously that's, you know, just coming out relatively normal, but I still think we've got a place for some hurt here, definitely.
If it starts tumbling to the right, I don't think it will play as hurt.
Okay.
With a little bit of jump on it.
Sure. 63's our hole.
I think I've got to take the 8-iron and try and let it jump.
See your target, please, not starting right.
It's all about reading the lie, trying to choose, is it going to jump, is it not going to jump, is it going to go on the wind, am I able to hold it up into the wind? There's so many decisions you have to make when you're in the rough, unlike when you're on the fairway. Excellent from Justin Rose, really excellent ball shot right into the heart of the green.
Jason Kokrak in the front left bunker at 14. Difficult bunker shot with the wind helping here. Lie dependent. Not much green to work with. Oh, beautifully played. Great touch there.
Ray Tanzanga always has a knack of coming in for the best shots.
And that was a good one as well, wasn't it? Kevin Streelman, just a wedge in hand. Beautifully played. Wow, back-to-back shots. Okay, I'm out of here. Seen some good stuff. There's been a lot of good stuff already today, and wow, what is going to come in the afternoon as well.
Tough pin position here on the 9th hole. Victor Hovland is trying to find the bottom of the hole for birdie, and he succeeds in doing that. Excellent putt from the young Norwegian.
What do you like about his game, Thomas?
Pretty much everything, but I think his attitude is the one thing that, you know, he's so excited about playing golf at the highest level. I just think his attitude is going to take him so far. He will learn new things, he'll improve his game, but attitude is it's so great to watch.
McIlroy in the left rough here at 13. He's given us some thrills today, and then at times some head scratchers. Certainly making a push to get up there to try and have a chance tomorrow. A couple of hot rounds, but to get it in the fairway.
Yeah, but it's a clever miss. If you're going to go anywhere on 13 for missing the green, you want to be left of the green so you can attack that pin position. Anything right would have been in big trouble.
Coming into this week, I should say, Louis Oosthuizen, he'd never led the Open anywhere else except for St Andrews. He did it back in 2010, I should say, when he won, obviously. He's on top here at Royal St George's.
Ellison, I'm not quizzing you here. I'm asking in an inquisitive manner. How many, if any, have led all 4 rounds, start to finish? Do you know? If not, I'll check it out later. I thought you might know off the top of your head.
I think it's just 2, Tiger Woods and Rory McIlroy. Rory was the last to do it in 2014, right. As I flipped through my notes.
Thomas
I haven't
knew
got
that.
there yet.
Apparently Thomas knew that.
Yeah, 2005 for Woods. McIlroy, just 7 years ago. So we get ready to see the group of Dean Burmester and Daniel Berger tee off at 1.
This is game number 27. On the tee, from South Africa, Dean Burmester.
A winner this year, the South African, a big hitting South African, Dean Burmester. When the punter agrees with him, he can play his way right into the mix.
With that stick right there, he can break a lot of courses down.
Did so in Tenerife.
On the tee, from the USA, Daniel Berger.
Nice to see Daniel Berger back. He's had a little bit of health issues. Back to playing some good stuff this week.
And this year, winner of the AT&T Pebble Beach Pro-Am. A 28-year-old from Florida.
And come from a sporting family. His father, of course, was a top 10 tennis player in the ATP Tennis Tour, and has been a great coach and part of the USTA junior program, Davis Cup program. Jay Berger.
There's some nice golf and tennis matchings, if you will. Thinking about the Corder sisters.
Yeah, their brother Sebastian's playing great right now, really moving up the rankings. We go to the 1 green and Justin Rose from long distance. Greens look like they have a little bit more rollout right now, Thomas.
Yeah, there's just a little bit of color change. There's just a few brown patches appearing here and there, but in this kind of weather, it should be like that. Straightforward pitch here for Rory McIlroy. Into the bank, up and over, and that should have been checking. And that's another sign of what we talk about. They're just firming out a little bit. You don't get the same check you had the first 2 days. Put a bit more test to the players.
And no fault of anybody setting up the golf course or anything like that. It's all Mother Nature. We had a lot of rain last week and early in the week. Nothing they can do about that. the two winners of all time, never been defeated, Mother Nature and Father Time. Joel Damon. A little bit of a miss there.
We go all the way up to the 18th fairway, where we find Ricky Fowler finishing his round. He's +5. At the best of days, Ricky. But that will make him feel a little bit better. Lovely shot.
Rory McIlroy for par at 13 after having driven in the left rough. It's a little downhill left to right slider here. Hole's cut in a little swale. Just under red the break. Had it to 4 under par for the championship, and now falls to 2 under and trending in the wrong direction.
Brooks Koepka. He almost looked like he was driving for a second there, but then I remembered that it's the other side of the road. Says he loves his driver. It's quite the little feud he and DeChambeau have. DeChambeau done for the day. Brooks just arriving. This for par for Garcia. That is a hard lip out.
Yeah, just a little bit too aggressive there for Garcia. Headed straight through the break. The lone Scotsman in the field over McIntyre. That's a nice roll. Very talented young man.
And one of the great stories of the week is this man, Jack Sr. His third shot at the 4th hole. The right side of the green to miss it on, and wow, there you go. Of course, Jack Sr. played very well. Was in the final group on Saturday at the Scottish Open last week. Didn't play well, came back with a great final round, made a 4-footer on the final green to get the last spot in this week's Open Championship, and going on to play very well as we go to watch Garcia for bogey after that hard lip out. Oh dear. That's not the type of thing that he wants to see, nor does Captain Padraig Harrington. Of course, he's being watched, you would have to think, by not only Captain Harrington, but everyone else in the world of golf. Will he be chosen? How will he play if he is chosen?
No one knows better than Thomas Bjorn the fact that you want your players to kind of play their way onto your team and make the choices easier for you.
Yeah, certainly, but you know, he's certainly one that stands up when he is chosen. He showed that last time, so we'll see what decision Padraig makes when he gets to it. So we watched Daniel Berg on the first, out of the thick rough, and that seems to be the place you can go if you get a half decent lie to the back left of the green. You have that long putt coming back over the humps and hollows.
A little backboard in that corner. The rise in the back left edge slows it all down.
It should be a lot easier from here for Dean Burmester, but he's found the middle of a divot. So just gotta come down a bit steeper, try and get a clean strike on it, a bit like hitting it out of a fairway bunker.
That's a good result right there. You can see it curved quite a bit in the air. Kind of came down from the outside, more descending blow to catch the ball first before there's any sand involved. Rory McIlroy on the 14th. He's going with an iron, laying it up short of the Suez Canal.
We're left!
That's some nasty rough over there. And ooh, I think his grip got slippery.
He found it. Presumably they will as well.
Well, an Irishman of the past and an Irishman of the present, Paul McGinley and Shane Lowry having a chat there on the practice range.
Matt Wallace for birdie at the third. Just to get to 2 under par. Oh yeah. Very talented Englishman. Fantastic swing. Technically very good. Tried to play his way onto your Ryder Cup team. Didn't quite make it. Maybe a little too young at the time, but after that point, he's kind of leveled off a little bit. I really expected him to kick on and win more. As we look at Fowler at 18, that birdie putt slides by. But he came out on tour, and Matt Wallace was really strong and winning. And I don't know if he got technical or what, Thomas, but he just kind of has fallen off a bit.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit to do with changing your life, going to America and playing different golf tournaments and just finding his way still.
It was a birdie bogey start. Finish, I should say, in fact, for Ricky Fowler, 75 for the American today. These players are all making their way to the course. Morikawa, Brooks Koepka, he's here as well. There's his name in a share of 12th place alongside Paul Casey, Mackenzie Hughes, Cameron Tringali and John Rahm. There's some big names chasing. And you see Shane Lowry at -4. He's just waiting down at the first hole for his name to be announced. Start his Saturday's play. It was a great round of 65 for Lowry yesterday after an opening 71. It's interesting when he was walking over, there was only 3 minutes left. I was thinking back to Bill Rogers, very nearly missed his Thursday tee time. Went on to win at Royal St George's back in the 80s. But he's there, he's ready. Let's go.
This is game number 28. From the Republic of Ireland, the defending champion, Shane Lowry.
The defending champion golfer of the year. It's the last week he's going to hold that title.
Just hold us still. Thank you.
Well, he could possibly win this week and carry on.
I stand corrected. You always find those
Possibly.
little footnotes, don't you, Jay
Possibly.
Townsend?
Well, yeah, he's still in there. Let's put it that way at 4 under par starting the weekend. You don't want to start off hitting it in the rough, but better left rough than right rough.
On the tee, from the USA, Brandt Snedeker.
Rounds of 68-68. Making his 11th appearance in the Open. A 9-time winner on the PGA Tour.
Pointing right, lost it on the wind and has to hope for a good lie. A lot of times, especially a player like Snedeker, who's not a power player, likely won't be able to reach the green.
Talking about almost missing your tee time. In 2003, I was playing in the last group with Davis Love, and Tiger Woods and Vijay Singh were playing together. And we were standing on the putting green, all of us, and neither one, or both of those two wanted to be last on the tee for the biggest cheer. And they left it so long that the starter at the time, Ivor Robson, had to go, Tiger Woods and Vijay Singh to the tee, please. They left it literally 30, 40 seconds before their tee time.
Wow.
Talk about trying getting one over the other all the time.
That's it, looking for the evasion. The ovation, I should say. We'll get there in the end.
McIlroy out of the left rough at 14, laid up off the tee with an iron and barely carried the Suez Canal. The penalty hazard that crosses the fairway forces most of the players to lay up. Of course, Bryson DeChambeau this year was the first to drive it over. What a drive that was. It was pretty cool to see. Burmester at the first.
Birdie putt down the hill.
Didn't go in, but it was a good effort. That's going to give you confidence. You have the right pace. You read it very well. If you can't make it, you want to hit a good putt. Just comes close.
Matt Fitzpatrick on 12. This is to get into red numbers. And this is what he's normally very good at. There you go. An excellent putter, Matt. Not quite the championship he was looking for so far.
1 under par for his round today.
McIlroy's third. Down breeze, front left hole location. Tough one to get close to from this distance. Throwing it way up in the air, hoping the vertical descent helps stop it quickly. Oh, that's compounding one error with another right there. He's just barely rolled down. He has to hope that the momentum rolling down rolls away from the face. Otherwise, it could be a serious problem in getting it out. And that, Thomas, is really an unforgivable miss from a player of his ability.
Yeah, I just think that that's, again, this week, that's one of the things where he's been lacking a bit. His wedges have not been strong enough. He's not hit them into the right places when he's been in a little bit of trouble and bother. And it's just leaving himself short-sided. But it's a sign of how aggressive he plays. You know, he doesn't believe in hitting away from the flag too much. He goes straight at it, and the weeks it works, he is excellent. He's so much better than everyone else, and some weeks it just doesn't.
Shane Lowry in the left rough, Brandt Snedeker in the right rough. Snedeker with potentially a very poor lie there. You can see just trying to pitch it back in the fairway. I'm unsure of where it ended up, but from his reaction, certainly not what he wanted. Did he get it out of the right rough? We'll find out in a few moments.
Long rope over the back. Yeah. Just hit this on the one.
Yeah.
Just hit.
Pick your shot.
Finishing on the left side, the one inch, that's right in there. Okay.
Okay.
Been a lovely partnership, Bo and Shane.
Yeah, you gotta love the conversation between these two. It's not always about golf, though. Where are we going for a pint tonight? That's just another yard and it would have been perfect. And now we're faced with a fairly easy bunker shot. You just got to lift it out of there and roll it down the green, but you still have to do it.
McIlroy's ball did roll away from the lip, but not much green to work with. And what green he has is going away from him. So has to fight gravity going down the slope, and that's just a brilliant shot. That is so good. You at home can't imagine. You have to land that on the knife's edge to get it right there, that close to the hole.
Arriving in style. Can only be one man. Our overnight leader by 2. Louis Oosthuizen. He said when he won in 2010 at St Andrews, the first time that he thought he could win, the first time he allowed himself to think about it, it wasn't until he'd hit his drive at 17. Even with the large margin he had, he was so incredibly disciplined. Said he made one mental error yesterday that came on 16, but apart from that, he's been pretty happy with how everything's gone on the golf course and between the ears. This is for par for Rory McIlroy. Good par in the end.
Yeah, it's been a few hard-working holes on this back nine for Rory McIlroy. It was a wonderful front nine with 5 birdies and 1 bogey. It's a bit more of a struggle right now.
Danny Willett shakes the hand of Matt Corker. He'll be playing next alongside Brian Harman.
Robert McIntyre's come to the last. He did birdie the 17th to get to 3 under par. And this one is a long one up and over. Oh, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Coming down from where his fellow Scotsman won the Open Championship in 1984. Why not hold it?
And a great round of golf.
Choosing to go with a putter. Just get that pace right. That's nice for all the people that are sitting up in those grandstands and waiting for the last few groups. It's a long day for them up there. Something to smile about.
A nice day in the McIntyre camp. 65 for the Scot today, gets him to -4. Lovely touch there from Shane Lowry. We've grown to expect it over the years. So there's the green in the top right. And the first tee in the centre of screen. It's going to be Danny Willett to play away first, making his 9th start in the Open. He's finished in a share of 6th place twice, once in 2015. The other just 2 years ago at Royal Portrush.
This is game number 29. On the tee, from England, Danny Willett.
Seven-time winner in Europe. A one-time winner on the PGA Tour, but it wasn't a bad one. It was the 2016 Masters. 33 years of age. The man also from Rotherham.
St. George's is renowned to be a hard course. Danny Willett, he has a pedigree of playing well on hard courses, and that's a good start to his 3rd round.
On the tee, from the USA, Brian Harman.
.65 in the opening round, 71 yesterday for the American that calls St. Simon's Island in Georgia home. World number 46. Hoping to improve on his best ever finish in the Open. It was in 2014. He hasn't had the best record. He made 1 cut in 5 starts. It's a tie for 26 7 years ago. And like so many before him, he might find the first half from where he is. It's a pleasure to have you with us for the round 3 coverage of the 149th Open. Again, Mother Nature has turned it on for us on Saturday. We're enjoying ourselves. Louis Oosthuizen getting things underway in a couple of hours' time. South African Dylan Fratelli. He's been solid, rounds of 66, 67. He'll be playing alongside Jordan Spieth out at 3:45. So we tick over just around 2:15 local time. That was Robert McIntyre in with his 65 in the group. -4. Danny Willett, he's off. 67s for Antoine Rosner, the two-time European Tour champion. And then Taylor Gooch. On a day where scoring's just been a little bit more challenging. We've talked about it as the morning's gone along. Some tucked pins. Robert McIntyre, he took advantage though. 6 birdies in the Scots round today. Let's go to 15 with Rory McIlroy.
One of the toughest holes all week. Wind coming off the left. 501 yards. The Marmalade bunkers are just waiting up the right side. And Rory just narrowly misses. All good now. Would have been a few nervous moments when that one was getting ready to light on the ground. Great views there from our overhead camera. Rod Gunther in the plane overhead, bringing you the pictures all week. Look at the defending champion, Shane Lowry, teeing off with an iron at the second.
That's been his preferred choice on so many holes this week. Iron off the tee where others have gone with driver. Brant Snedeker choosing the other one. 270 to carry the bunkers down the left. I'm not sure if he's got that in this wind. Well, then you can choose to go right of it. Excellent tee shot from Brant Snedeker.
Let's look where the hole's located, and we just slide back to see the ball positions of the Harman Willett group. Of course, Willett's in a perfect position, left center of the fairway. Brian Harman, 162 yards, but this is lie dependent. If it's a poor lie, this is just a chop out layup. Not the worst rough in the course, but it's in the conversation. And as expected, that's just a chop out to the side. Otherwise, if you try and take on too much there, you're bringing double or triple bogey right into play.
He's been playing well this year, Brian Harman. 3rd place at the Players. And was he just outside the semi-finals at the Dell Match Play earlier this season?
Not one of these. Yeah, I'm just picking it to pick a shot to come down there.
Trying to land it just over that bunker there. This front part of the screen slopes from front to back. I should take a jump forward. That's a bit of a pull from Danny, which is middle of the green. Not quite what he was looking for, but on the first hole, get it on the green, 2 putts, get out of there and get your round started.
McIlroy coming out of the first cut of rough at 15, 193 yards. Hole's cutting the right edge of the green. It says 25 on, but it's not 25 on over the fringe on this line. There's very little there, and he pays the price for not playing out a little bit further left, giving himself a little bit of margin for error. On links golf courses, you need margin for error. Otherwise, you're going to pay the price as we go to Fleetwood at the 6th. 164 yards today. The wind coming off the left. That left hole location is going to be a tough one. And Fleetwood plays away from it. Can't really fault him for that. Look at the bunker right behind the hole there at 6, and it's down a downslope. So it would be easy to get tangled up in that left bunker. Fleetwood wisely playing smart.
Yeah, I like that number.
Let's go back down to 1 with Brian Harman.
Yeah, this is pretty straightforward for Brian Harman.
This uphill gonna just kill this, you think?
You know, I just think you got to play for it. You know, give it a little bit more hurt. I wouldn't be adjusting a whole lot, getting freaked out over the.
Make sure that I get this over
the line. You know, I mean, your front number you know, +2 is gonna feed down to the hole. Okay. Remember? So I wouldn't be, you know, giving it too much.
Okay.
Make sense?
Quite nice this for a left-hander. Hit it low, let it ride on the wind, draw it in there. Just threw it a little bit too far. Decent shot though.
Harman hopes for 4 at the opening hole. Down below the surface is McIlroy at 15.
Has to put up a huge bank here and then not much green to work with. You have to give it a good whack to get it up the hill. Putting on fairway length grass, of course, before he reaches the green. And pretty good effort right there, and that is not an easy shot.
Shane Lowry on the second. You see just the top of the flag there against the number 8 on that grand TV tower behind. I thought he was excellent yesterday, Shane Lowry. Really picked up his game. And that's a wonderful iron shot. Taking anything left out, that's where you don't want to go. There's a big slope off the green there.
Justin Rose for his birdie chance at the par 3 third.
245 yards, you can see. Just hoping to get a 3 when you stand on the tee, but he does one better than that. So Rose starts with 2 pars, picks up a birdie at the 3rd hole, so he's 4 under par. And well, what can Justin Rose do today?
There are the men that he's chasing over on the right. The flags have been flying high all week.
This is game number 30. On the tee from Canada, Corey Connors.
A 29-year-old Canadian from Listowel in Ontario. He's impressed a lot with his ball striking. The world number 38.
Wind off the left, never easy. First tee shot of the day, always a little bit nervous. You know there's that bad rough up the right side. Doesn't bother Connors, just rips it down the middle.
On the tee from Australia, Cameron Smith.
Runner-up at the 2020 Masters, a top 10 again. He's at -4. After rounds of 69 and 67, the 27-year-old. 3-time winner on the PGA Tour. 2 of those were team titles.
Yeah, beautiful swing, well balanced. He holds a bit of a dubious record as well. First man to shoot 4 rounds in the 60s at Augusta National and not win the Masters Trophy.
Up on the green, Danny Willett. Very much an outside chance for birdie. So not his best second shot. It's a little bit aggressive on this one. That's good pace, good effort.
Ball on the way for Shane Lowry at the second. A lot of people missing that on the low side today. Still the par start.
Well, we saw Brian Harman chop it out in the middle of the fairway. This is where his ball ended up for his 3rd. There you go. that's always a nice start when you hit a few iffy shots. You can just roll the pot in for the par.
Danny Willett made his par at the first. His 4 par for McIlroy at 15. He's hitting a rough patch. The putt up the hill deserved better. 3 drop shots in the last 5 holes for McIlroy. Things were going so well.
Yeah, out in 31, a player of his ability has to be thinking, okay, I can take this low, I can play myself in, but he's now putted himself out. Kokrak for birdie at 17. That gets to 7 under par for the American, or excuse me, 4 under par for the American, 7 shots back. Scorecard littered with birdies.
And right on the 8th. Got to be the hardest working man in golf, this one. But only pots like that, it's all worth it.
And a really nice young man as well. If we look at Justin Rose in the rough at 4, looks to be pretty juicy down there. Some thick green stuff. Luckily he was on the upslope, which will help him launch it up in the air. Going to climb the bank. No, came about 7 feet short from getting over the edge, all the way back to the front. That on the angle, that'll be a wicked putt to come. As Thomas makes a face like, okay, you've had that putt before, haven't you? You know you don't like it.
Well, you certainly don't like it. They all practice it so much in the practice rounds because they know they're going to have 1 or 2 of those in the tournament from that hollow on the 4th.
Louis Oosthuizen, he's enjoying his time at the top of the leaderboard. It's the ninth consecutive major.
That's like a good one of these.
He's been inside the top 3.
Yeah, happy.
Unbelievable to think about it.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, and coming down on. Good? Yep. Okay.
Just narrowly missed a sand-filled bunker, or divot right there. Bunker, almost looked like a bunker down there. So this is one you have to really be careful. Maybe put it back in your stance just a little bit to make sure you hit it on a descending blow ball first. Wind off the left.
It's one of the better ones we've seen in here for a while. Excellent shot from Cameron Smith. I like this guy. I think he's got a great future ahead of him. He gets his nose in there. And
I think his haircut would look good on you.
well, any hair would look good on me. There aren't much there.
Might lend you some, if you ask nicely. Good lad, Cameron Smith. Corey Connors, 146 left.
A little bit easier angle from the right center of the fairway for Connors. And a well-played shot.
Playing in his 2nd Open Championship, missed the cut the first time round, but here on Saturday in 2021.
McIlroy at 16, 165 yards today, dangerous hole location. It's on a little bit of a downhill side slope. Everything feeds down into a back left bunker. That's the one I was talking about right there. Another aggressive play for Rory, and I'm not sure that was the right play. He has to know that hole's cut on a downslope.
Lee Westwood on the 8th. Elevated fairway here down to the green.
Be right. Be right.
If you can't see it, Lee, it was right. Don't do it, don't do it.
Close, but not quite.
Victor Hovland for birdie at the 12th. Such a talented young player. We're going to be seeing him for a long time to come. Proven winner on both sides of the Atlantic now.
From the bunker, McIlroy.
Really good play there. I think he's a little bit surprised it released out as much as it did going uphill and slightly into the wind. That's why he has a quizzical look on his face as we go to 3T and Lowry.
What kind of shot would you hit in here, Thomas?
You know, Shane Lowry is probably one of the best to watch there as we watch this one just go by. An excellent golf shot, because he just puts it back in his stance and just a little bit of soft hands to close the face down, knock down shot, try and land it on the front of the green, chase it up there, nothing else to do. Even to contemplate flying it all the way up there is a crazy move. So he was about the best one to watch doing it.
This wouldn't be bad to watch. A birdie chance at 1 for Corey Connors. It is the second hardest hole on the golf course today. Bit of a rude awakening off the first.
Here is the putt that we were talking about a few moments ago for Rose. A big up and over. Then a big swing from left to right from this point right here. You just pick a point, try and hit it, and hope the point you picked is correct. And I don't think you'd want to do that one over. That is a very good effort.
He won't be taking a mulligan there.
16 screen. Excellent putt from McIlroy. Just missed a couple here on the back nine. That was a very, very nice stroke. Good up and down there.
Gets away with the mistake off the tee.
Cam Smith for birdie at the first, and he has low numbers in him. He starts holding putts early in the round. Look out, he can shoot 63 or 4 with the best of them. And as on call, Cam Smith, nice birdie at the first. Gives you confidence, makes you feel, okay, I can do this.
Justin Rose. For his par at 4. Oh.
We did the hard work. I mean, that was a brilliant putt he hit from well below the level where the hole is located. Probably had to putt up a bank at least 4, maybe 5 feet high before it took the slope down. And then to miss the short one after the great first putt is just terrible.
You're going to have to keep your wits about you. That's what we've established early on today. The front nine that was playing the easier of the two in previous days. Well, it's kind of just flipped around a little bit. The back nine, about 2 shots weaker, if you will, easier on the backside. So the complexion of Royal St George's changing on Saturday. Reflected on the leaderboard as well. 2 under par though for Kevin Streelman, Aaron Wright through 13 and 8 holes today respectively. An unfortunate miss at 4 for Justin Rose. He goes back to 3 under par. Rory McIlroy at 17. Currently playing the second easiest hole on the course. We love a red number coming in. That was launched That is down there. Could be interesting for the next. Pin over on that front right section. There is a huge rise on that green. These people got their spots here. One of 32,000 allowed through the gates today. If you want to sign up at the Open for the ballot, you can register now for the 150th Open and try and get yourself a golden ticket there at St Andrews next year. Bad light for Danny Willett down the left side of 2. That looked like it hurt. It's taken its victims, this rough. Will Zalatoris withdrew after going after one on day 1 and hurt his back. Fitzpatrick. Oh, that had every chance. Has a little bit of a surprising record. I think a lot of people would think that Fitzpatrick's game would suit the Open nicely. And his best finish has been a tie for 20th place that came at Royal Portrush 2 years ago, especially after that a tie for second last week. Many expectations were placed on his shoulders, the Englishman. To 18, Jason Kokrak. Sam Torrance back in the commentary box. And Frank Nobilo joins us as well.
Thanks, Alison.
You can see the first tee and 18 green not too far away from each other.
Just behind the first tee there, you can see the wind still off the left. This does make the opening tee shot harder, but it is very nice out there. Tranquil, beautiful conditions. And it's being shown by the scoring.
There's a great group coming out next. Finau, Fox. Will be longer off the tee.
This is game number 31. On the tee, from the USA, Tony Finau.
The world number 17. 2 consecutive top 10s in the Open in his last 2 starts. Carnoustie and Royal Portrush. He's playing some good golf again. Rounds of 70 and 66 for the American.
Yeah, buddy.
And his friend liked it.
On the tee, from New Zealand, Ryan Fox.
The 34-year-old from Auckland. He's going to be over for a while now. It's a good time to start with a bang.
Reminds me of home. Alison, hope he plays well. Now, Finau is long. I know this one's going a little left, but Ryan Fox just might outpower him off the tee.
Playing in his 5th Open Championship, Ryan Fox. Finished just outside the top 15 last time round. Up on the northern coast of Ireland.
Shane Lowry, defending champion at the 3rd. Fantastic tee shot here. 245 yards. Good swing off the left. No, it's missed right. Leave it short. Very good 3. You would take it on the tee.
Second hardest hole on the golf course. Tough start, really. The opening hole, 3rd hardest. Second hole, not that much easier. And of course, that par 3, 3rd, difficult. Now checking with Brian Harmon, left-handed American at the 2nd.
Pitching back towards it.
Oh, he birdied the first 3 in the first day. It's a birdie at the 2nd today.
If you don't mind.
Wouldn't have gone in for a right-hander, Sam. Lefties have all the luck. I mean, that's a genius. Look at this. Pull back a little in the stance. Allowed the green to do its work. Every now and again it works out.
I think it was missing the green though if it didn't hit the pin. Up with McIlroy and a great front nine. 4 under, but 3 bogeys and 5 holes on the way back.
Good drive down here though on 17.
Stinned it. You're right, it was a good drive, Alison. It wasn't much of a second shot. Just stinned it. I don't know what he was trying to do there. I mean, it's right on the front, straight downwind. You can't really pitch it on the green. You have to try and run it up.
That commitment is key. It's something that Louis Oosthuizen hasn't been lacking, and especially on the greens. He's been much happier with his putting in 2021, and we know that when he is, this often happens. It is the 9th straight round that he has been inside the top 3 in a major, something that goes all the way back to the 2nd round of the PGA Championship this year. And we see Brian Harman 1 under through 2, courtesy of fancy little chip at the 2nd. Round of 65 for McIntyre, 66 for Jason Kokrak.
Long enough to use a wood for Harman. Playing straight back into it. It's the right shape.
That was gorgeous, Frank, wasn't it? Great flight.
In our dreams, in our dreams. Beautiful shot.
They were in our memories, but they now moved to dreams.
Yeah. I reckon we're pitching it in here, give us a little bit of lee room, and if it goes 20 feet, 30 feet long, I mean, that's good. I don't think we mess with pitching front number, but 35 is okay.
Yeah, so it's just a wedge, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to jump too hard from there.
Okay.
Well, a little bit. Just
Right.
got to be on the 1, right?
Perfect, mate.
A difficult angle from here. Not sure how he's going to get this on the green. He's got those 3 bunkers to get through. Maybe it's good enough lie to carry it all the way and stop it. We shall see. Nope. That was a strange one there from Grant Fox. Brian Fox, sorry. Grant's his famous father.
Built the same though.
I think Dad's a bit quicker.
Yeah,
Yeah, first cut's fine here for Tony Finau. Cannot afford to be short, even though you're trying to land it on the front. The first shot that's dug in coming downhill. Great strike.
Tommy Fleetwood, 4 or 5 feet for birdie on 7, the par 5. And Tommy, it's the 3 under.
Webb Simpson made his. Tommy matched very nicely. Down the hill for birdie for McIlroy at 17. Great example of how you can be close to the green but maybe a little bit out of position for the pin, Frank.
Yeah, I agree with Sam. I mean, you're that close. It's a bit like the 18th hole at St Andrews. Sometimes you're just forced to run it along the ground. You could have even actually putted it from there. Might have been a little ambitious, but this is the last major championship of the year. Sad to see when January comes next year. It's going to be 8 years since his last major.
Dazzlers, Cam Smith. He does it often around the greens.
Very accomplished young man.
Has his own scholarship actually back in Australia. He's very quick, you know, still in his mid to late 20s and very quick to give back to the next generation. We'll see a couple of names come through his scholarship program. Louis Dobler, I think, one of those that should be on everyone's radar, amongst others.
Now for Fox, at least he's pitching back into the breeze, so there's a couple more options because of that. If it was down breeze, this would be very problematic.
Okay. You agree? I do. See the shot.
Pop it into the bank, let it jump up.
Yeah, as you said, Frank, it was very difficult. Either way, trying to get it into the bank would have been difficult too, coming out that rough. If you have no guarantee of connection, you really almost had to play. Maybe could have played a bit more like a bunker shot, higher and softer, but it's very easy from inside this warm commentary box.
Well, they just put the aircon on, Sam. I saw the great tee shot, beautiful little left-handed draw. This hole really playing closer to 260 yards because of the breeze it's playing into.
Making some adjustments out there. Not many needed though for Harman. Kept his putter in the bag at the previous hole. Good pace on that one there at 3. Walks away with his par. Plenty of flags flying around. You know, one of them is that of Spain. It's time to get Jon Rahm off here in game 32 alongside Cameron Tringali.
This is game number 32. On the tee from Spain, Jon Rahm.
Returns to the Open for the first time as a major champion himself.
Starts 6 back. Trying to be the first since Jordan Spieth to win back-to-back majors to start their major careers.
Such a good swing.
Great round of 64 yesterday.
On the tee from the USA, Cameron Tringali.
69-66 for the Californian, now based over in Florida. 33 years of age, yet to win on the PGA Tour. He's runner-up 3 times. He's been showing some good form this year. World number 76. Teeing off in front of the claret jug.
Tee, McIlroy, iron. Just a 2-iron. See the wind strong off the right. That's a beauty.
It's a tale of 2 nines for Rory McIlroy today. 4 under par on the front, 3 over par, without a birdie on the back.
Just nudge this down the hill.
He's high the front of the first green. Fee now for his 3. Just a little bit of a misread there.
Justin Thomas. Just a very short one earlier on. Bit off the right this time. Excellent. Excellent.
Been much steadier today, Justin Thomas.
Fox. Tee shot left. Second shot right. Guess it looked like 5 most of the way. Just a wonderful day to play golf. Just a little bit of breeze, blue skies.
This is as good as it gets, I think. Just around about a club or so of wind out there. The 2011 edition was one of the wettest, I think, in history. But we've been blessed so far this week. Royal St George's. It's Oosthuizen up by 2 over Morikawa. Up by 3 over Jordan Spieth. And what a trio it is on top. It is an absolutely mouth-watering leaderboard for us. Good move today from Kevin Streelman. The Dukey, -3. He's bumped himself up inside the top 20 here. Those 67s from Taylor Gooch and Antoine Rosner. Sitting proud, really. Just a little bit of chop out there, not quite glassy. Let's go to 18 with Rory McIlroy, his second.
No, he didn't like it. Gone left, almost straight off it. And it's been a very disappointing back 9 for Rory. He's been quite buoyed with his 4 under on the front 9, but let himself down on the back 9.
Now, Koepka had chances in the last 2 major championships. Putter really let him down at the PGA when he was trying to chase Mickelson. And was looking for sort of that catch-up round on Sunday. See if he could get to the clubhouse before Jon Rahm. That didn't happen. Keeps putting himself in those positions. Back to the first.
Perfect tee shot for Tringali. Nice angle in. Perfect lie. Plenty of spin on this. Oh, great camera work there. That's an excellent shot. Wind definitely looks stronger there at the first green, but the good thing about today, all the leaders are playing late. There's no advantage in the draw, really.
139 iron. Get you a good line and hit your shot. It's perfect.
Just what you want to hear.
He got stuck and he just got high and right very quick.
That's a poor one from John Rambo.
So he'll try and make his 4. This looks interesting for Jane Buchanan.
It's brought him to his knees.
This is links golf at its best.
Oh, what a shot, seriously.
So good from the young man from Thailand. Birdied the first. He's had 2 bogeys since then, but that was a little splash of creativity, of brilliance. Let's go to 4 with Brian Harman.
Just gets on the top level. Will it stay there? That's just okay. Here he comes, the man that loves his driver. So why wouldn't he? He's one of the best drivers in the world.
Runner-up at Kiwa Island in the PGA Championship. Head-to-head battle with Phil Mickelson. Mickelson came out on top that time. Few have trumped Brooks Koepka in majors in the last 5 years.
Fino, that club looked like a toothpick in his hands. Just a short iron. That's fine. Respected the hole that was cut on the left.
Koepka's about 40 odd shots better than anyone else in that span of majors, isn't he? That's just extraordinary.
Sam, how are the press treating Rory over here these days?
Great, you know, I mean, he's a good man. He does a lot of great stuff for golf. He's entertaining. And you'd have to say struggling. But he's well respected and loved.
Always gives an honest answer. I mean, they were all asking the question. I guess I already sort of posed the question, how January will be next year. Obviously, should he not win 8 years? But he really is working hard.
And I think with Pete Cowan, the combination will be sorted and bedded in. It's sorted, I think. It just needs to be bedded in now.
It's only 2.5 months ago that he picked up his win. During those changes, Quail Hollow contended as well at the US Open. Finished in Sheriff 7th there. And there's a lot of good signs. A round of 69 in the end today. 3 over on the back 9. And Rory McIlroy.
Great response for Koepka.
31 years of age. So many people forget that he cut his teeth playing in Europe on the Challenge Tour at the very start of his career. Maybe why he's got such a good record here at the Open. Still missing the win though.
On the tee from Canada, Mackenzie Hughes.
They've had the same scores, but they've done it the other way round. Mackenzie Hughes, 66-69. The opposite for Brooks Koepka. There's the 30-year-old Canadian. He's a one-time winner on the PGA Tour. It was 5 years ago. He's making his tournament debut. The world number 64, the 2-year period between the two Opens, we've had so many players kind of emerge in that next generation. You know, you think of the likes of Victor Hovland, who is playing in his first ever Open Championship, and he seems like a household name purely just because of the 24 months we've had between the two presentations of the Claret Jug.
Nicely done. Should guarantee his 4. World #1 up for grabs between Dustin Johnson and Rahm come the end of the week. Now Harman at 4.
And just ran onto that uncomfortable distance. He's a very, very solid putter though.
To be fair, there's not much that is comfortable about the 4th green at all. Birdie putt for Cameron Tringali at the opening hole. Like hen's teeth there.
Fino on the second, this for birdie. Oh, didn't hit it. Oh, didn't hit it.
Only one hole on the front nine, playing under its par. It's bared its teeth here in the third round. This for par for Jon Rahm. And that is a part of his game that's been plaguing him. He missed, what was it, 4 putts inside around about 6 or 7 feet last week. Just didn't really have the opportunity to show off how good his ball striking was to get there. Birdie putt for Danny Willett.
Just the 5th birdie at the 4th today. So Danny gets back to even par for his round, but more importantly, 4 under for the championship.
So we're just ticking over to 3 p.m. local time. The good news is that in around about 55 minutes, those 2 on top, Louis Oosthuizen and Colin Morikawa, will get their 3rd round started here at Royal St George's. Saw the name of Marcel Siem there on the first page. He's out in just over 16 minutes. He's a joy to watch, the German, who won on the Challenge Tour in France last week. He contended the week before. That's how he got his spot here. He picked the only spot that was available. He'll be alongside Andy Sullivan, Van Tonder and Grillo. And then Dustin Johnson, an All-American pairing with Scotty Scheffler at -7. Dylan Fratelli out with Jordan Spieth today. And then our final group, game 39, Colin Morikawa and Louis Oosthuizen, 2 of the sweetest swingers in golf.
Well, Koepka second at the first, got a favourable bounce off his drive, kicked a little bit right, kept him out of the thick stuff. And he took advantage of it. Not quite. Lovely shot, just coming out the rough, no spin. Comfortable 2-putt from there, back down into the wind.
From the first cut, over on the right, Mackenzie Hughes.
Sounded like he clipped it well. Obviously a great championship for the Canadians, being part of the Commonwealth. Very much on their radar. Sadly, they haven't played their National Open the last 2 years due to COVID.
So Harman at 4. This is a putt back for his par. Couple under to oh no, he hated it. As soon as he hit it, he knew he'd missed. Take your time. So bogey at 4 for Harman. Goes back to 4 under.
Good day for golf. Not bad out on the yacht either. Such a stunning coastline down in the southeast, the White Cliffs of Dover as well.
You think they'd put the sail up, wouldn't you? Save a little on gas. You know, it's enough breeze out there.
Maybe they rented it.
Yeah, good point. I think they're enjoying themselves there. A few liquid refreshments. Sunblock.
Yes. Okay. Coming down, pretty much straight on it. Yep. Happy.
2003 watching on.
Cam Smith, young Australian, beautiful player, been very successful. Seems to be up there every week he plays. Doesn't mess about, got a good game, very solid game. And he has all the assets. Very important to get this on the second level. It's almost impossible putt from the front of the screen. The line looks good. Oh, That's excellent. Good shot from Smith.
What of Shane Lowry? For his birdie at 5, the bisected par 4. Shorten the jaws, still looking for his first birdie of the day. This whole group is. Snedeker is 3 over par. Lowry 1 over the card. Brooks Koepka putting back towards it for birdie here at the opening hole.
There's a nice little channel if you look closely. Sort of keep the ball within that channel.
I think there's more than I've ever seen. You know, the little valleys on the green, some bowls as well. The construction of these, I'm not sure I've seen its likes before.
Yeah, they asked Koepka after 9 holes what he thought of the golf course. He wasn't exactly complimentary, but then when he played the back 9, he has the ability to go, well, we've all got to play it.
He says he's won on golf courses that he didn't like before. He's won in a lot of places, Koepka. Tringali at the second. Pin high right.
Sam, you missed the butterflies on the first tee Saturday.
Yes.
Fair enough. Let's get this group underway.
This is game number 34. On the tee from South Africa, Justin Harding.
A 2-time winner on the European Tour. A man that resides in Cape Town in South Africa, 35 years of age. He's playing in the Open for the 3rd time. There were 6 years between his first 2, back in 2013 and 2019. Made the weekend at Royal Portrush. That's down the right.
On the tee from England, Paul Casey.
I knew that wasn't going to be quiet. The 43-year-old, world number 21. Playing in his 18th Open.
Sorry, Frank, I was a wee bit abrupt my answer there about the butterflies, but I didn't want to talk over the announcer because I've done it before and it's not good. Yes, I miss it, of course I do. But it meant so much, that's what, because it meant so much. You're always nervous in the first tee. Kind of went after the opening tee shot, even if it was a bad one. You're on your way, you're off and running.
And that very, very first green and the very, very first putt on the Saturday, like Mackenzie Hughes has here. To 4.
Cameron Smith. Up on the tabletop. At the 4th. For birdie. Oh, he knows it.
Yeah, Sam, I've been doing TV for a little while, almost completely forgotten about golf, and I was doing a little piece about starting on the first tee, sitting in the grandstand all by myself. And, you know, how you'd go from the range to the putting green. And unbeknown to me, they spliced in Ivor Robson, as he would, calling me on the first tee. So I got to see it when I was announcing for the very first time, and it brought back all those memories and what you miss.
Tringali on the second, long birdie putt. Too bad.
Justin Rose, really good birdie opportunity here at the 7th. Need to take advantage of the only par 5 on the front nine. He's done that. Gets him back into red figures for the day. This is a cool character. I've missed him. Marcel Semi's been splitting his time between the Challenge Tour and trying to make the most of every start he can on the European Tour. An enigmatic man from Germany.
He's a character, Alison, isn't he? He was really, we wanted him to hole putts just to see the response. It's so great to see him, as you say, winning last week in the Challenge Tour and almost winning the week before that, getting back to top form, getting in here and playing like he always knew he could play. Great to see. He's got his music going on as well in his ears.
He kind of plays golf like he's always got music on.
Yeah, it might be stereophonic.
John Rahm for birdie at the 2nd.
He's left it short as well. You know, he really didn't want to leave that short after missing such a short putt in the first. He wants that shot back as soon as possible. It was a woeful miss. As Alison said, he did miss 5-6 putts inside 6-7 feet at the Scottish last week, but 3 of them were within 3 feet.
Still finished inside the top 10, but it was really kind of what it could have been for the world number 2.
Yeah.
What's happening here with Paul Casey? Having a good look at it.
I'm trying to identify his ball first and foremost. Which doesn't bode well, should it? How deeply embedded in the grass.
Justin Harding launching on.
I think he wants Harding to play. A bit of a decision if he goes out laterally.
Plenty of height on it. There's the line and the distance. Excellent shot from Justin Harding. Very difficult to get it close when you come out of the rough. Okay. We'll see Casey's decision to come. He's not named Popeye for nothing. His arms like Popeye, and he can't get it out of there.
Brian Harman trying to save his par at 5. That's going to be 2 consecutive drop shots. And moving back to 3 under par. Let's go to 3 with Cameron Tringali. All 245 yards of it. The pin, see, just flapping in line with the TV tower, and that is not heading towards it. That is a long way right.
Oh my God.
Back to the first. This one doesn't look exactly as sweet as well. They widen the fairways up.
Yeah, you're sort of trying to get yourself 40 shot off that 32, 35. Yeah, exactly.
This year to create more options off the tee. Seeing more players punished. Trying to be too aggressive.
Oh. Let's talk about snag.
Come on.
– 15 minutes ago, he wasn't thinking this was going to happen on the opening hole. A horrid start for Paul Casey.
Yet to find the short grass at all. Xander Schauffele for his par to finish. Round of 72, just the one birdie today. 10 to 2 over par for the event. Strelman to move within 6. There we go, and tells us all that we need to know. He is bogey free today, 4 under par. Let's go to Koepka now. At 2, pin over on the left. Okay, that's long left. That took a nice aerial shot of the pin as it flew by. Barely a seat in the house. Gosh, what a great way to spend your Saturday afternoon, parking yourself up there watching the best players in the world come through some of the best holes in the world here at Royal St George's. For better or for worse, that was for better for Justin Thomas. Gets him to 2 under par. It's been good ever since that double bogey at 3. 3 birdies since then. There'll be some nice alliteration in this group. Out there today, Marcel Siem playing alongside Andy Sullivan. Talk about personality plus. If that floats your boat, here they go.
This is game number 35. On the tee from Germany, Marcel Siem.
Four times he's been a winner on the European Tour. The first was back in 2004. The last was in 2014. Many people happy to see the 41-year-old back on our screens.
First tee shot so important. Thread one down the middle, settle the nerves. Sounds like he's done just that.
The voice of Tony Johnston back in the box as we tee off Andy Sullivan.
On the tee from England, Andy Sullivan.
Such a popular figure out in Europe, anywhere he goes really. The man from Nuneaton in England, 34 years of age. A winner on the UK swing last year. He's rebuilt his golf game. He's trying to enjoy it. He can enjoy the weekend here at the Open. All 67s for this group. Just drifts down. Paul Casey having his troubles at the opening hole. This is his 4th shot.
He will be doing very well to get out of this with a double bogey. Well, the second shot was hit and hope. Third shot hit and hope. Neither of them worked out. That was hit and hope, and it's worked out beautifully. He might get a bogey out of it.
Oh, that'd be a good 5. This is through the green at the second for Koepka.
Took a couple of bounces. I think he was expecting it to hug the ground and for the fringe to slow it. It actually took a few hops and off it went. Gone.
All the way down the hill for Justin Harding.
It's a really good try. He wheeled that long putter beautifully.
For birdie at 4 for Tony Finau. This would be a nice little bounce back after the bogey at 3. Very well done.
The imposingly powerful figure of John Rahm. It is a birdie putt, but he'll take 2 putts from there and smile. Maybe he won't. No, he won't. Why would you? You can hold it from 60 feet. What a putt that is. Hard to judge line, hard to judge pace. Oh, that is a serious boost.
This for par coming back for Koepka at the second hole. He was up and out of that pretty quickly. Well, maybe a little bit of a clubbing error of sorts with the second. It absolutely emailed the green. And he's paid the price. So par at 1, bogey at 2 for the now world number 8, who has 3 top 10s in this event in the last 4 attempts. Seems to do that a couple of times in the majors. There's a state of play. As you can see, Justin Harding from South Africa already up and away. Nice day's work for the American in Kevin Streelman, from Robert McIntyre and from Jason Kokrak. They're inside the top 20 here at the Open.
Some good scores out there today. So despite the extremely difficult pin positions on a number of holes, it just shows the rest of the pack that you get it going, hit it in the right places, it can be done.
Yeah, I think a lot of times it's, you know, people talk about moving day on Saturday at golf tournaments. That normally goes back to the old days when you always talked about having easier pin positions and easier golf course on Saturday. That's not the case today. The pins are very, very tough. So I think it's more about trying to just play the golf course today than trying to, oh, I'm just going to go out and shoot 62,
I agree, mate. It's not something you're going to then tickle out of that lie, is it? No. I like that, mate. Just normal. Keep your levels. Finish it left of the flag, mate. It'll all go from there towards it. Not to be too far left. No, no.
Yeah, I've never been a huge fan of that expression, Thomas, moving day. Every shot's equally important. I think moving day is payday, Sunday. Strike sounded pretty good. In fact, it's very good. Well done. So hard to get it any closer than that without taking risks out of the rough.
Be a nice day for Marcel Seamless, playing with Andy Sullivan. They know each other from tour, they've been around each other for a long time, and I think that's important for Marcel for the day. Just get out there with somebody he knows what it's going to be like to be on the golf course. He should enjoy this day no matter what. With a good tee shot. Looking just left of the flag, left of the TV tower there. He's got his old bagman Guy Tilston on the bag, and that is the best shot probably we've seen in here for a long, long time. Excellent start from Marcel Sim.
You just never know, Thomas. That win last week has just galvanized him, hasn't it, into action. He's going to get back onto the European main tour. He's got nothing to lose. What a story that would be.
John Rahm on the 4th. So started down the left-hand side, cutting back in between those bunkers. Just never came.
How does that go straight?
That's exactly where he was yesterday, when he hit one of those remarkable John Rahm shots. We all thought he was just going to chip it out, and he hit it to about 6 feet.
45 yards, headed out to the right, out towards that lone blackthorn tree you see out there. The only tree on the golf course, that one top left of your screen.
Long hitting Dean Burmester on 7. This is for eagle. It's nice when you can hit it a long way. Got a pop better than that though. That wasn't his best. Did go on to tap this one in for birdie.
Unfortunately, this is a bogey putt for Padraig Harrington at 18. We'd all love to see it go in. Right to left breaker. Oh, horrible way to finish the day with a double. Just leaves a sour taste for hours.
Yeah, a few exciting months ahead for Padraig with the Ryder Cup coming up in Whistling Straits. Looking for a bit more today, but a lot on his mind at the moment.
Aaron Rye. Very little green to work with. Oh, you are kidding me. Difficulty level there was 9.5 out of 10. You'd think getting it down in 2 would be a miracle. He holds it. Beautiful.
And down on the first tee, we've got Dan Buntonda and Emiliano Grillo.
This is game number 36. On the tee from South Africa, Daniel van Tonder.
Commonly known as Dani, out in South Africa. Another great story. First Open ever. Get lucky. It's always wishful thinking a little bit, Thomas, isn't it, in that stuff? Get lucky.
Just all about hope from there.
On the tee from Argentina, Emiliano Grillo.
Well, we talk about golf swings. Here's one. Beautiful. Campers off there.
Up to the first screen, and Andy Sullivan for an opening birdie.
Nice to have you here, Dom. This is awkward for Brooks Koepka. You need a good lie here so you can just pop it straight up in the air. Just about as good as you could do from there. The mistake was in the tee shot.
John Rahm out of the thickish rough, but we don't quite know how it's lying.
Soft. Oh. I'm in the thick stuff.
Yes, you are, John. Back in the thick stuff.
saw the approach shot. Seam for an opening birdie. How early will he go for the fist pump if he holds this one? I do wonder if there's a little bit of tightness out there in these early stages for Marcel Seam. It is a huge weekend for him. Well, a long way to go, but that is not the start that Brooks Koepka had hoped for. Day 3 of the 149th Open at Royal St George's. Marcel Seam has just taken the short walk over to the second tee. It's par 4.
I think you're right, Tom. That lag short on the first is definitely down to nerves or anticipation, overexcitement, whichever one. But he'll settle. He'll settle down. Just get another tee shot away like the first. Not trying to kill it either, he's just swinging within himself. Looked like a really good action. Oh yes. Beautiful.
For those of you who don't know Marcel's situation, he is playing on the second tier of European golf at the moment. He won a tournament the week before the Open to get his spot here with his daughter on the bag. So he's got a chance to get his playing rights back. And now Dustin Johnson saunters onto the first tee. He's like a Wild West cowboy, isn't he, the way he moves.
Went under. You've seen how pretty much half the field down in this right-hand rough off the first. Asking it to go right. That's okay. It's extremely difficult as that green slopes from the front to the back. It's difficult to get any stop on that green from the rough.
Yeah, he's a really strong guy, Danny Van Tonder, so if anyone can get out of the rough, he can. That's how Emiliano Grillo's ball is lying.
Sounds like he's got a bit of a flyer. He's just going to tumble just over the green. I'll ask a few questions.
Yeah. Do you putt? Do you chip? Aerial route, chip and run. Rahm was right. He did find the thick stuff. Oh. Oh.
Now, was that deliberate?
See, you two know nothing. Excellent use of the links contours there, Mr. Johnston.
I still think he got a flyer. Justin Harding. Right to left, can he? Can he? Yes, he can. Fantastic putt for the South African. To 7 under.
We all remember how well he played on his Masters debut, just outside the top 10. Doesn't seem to be fazed by this situation. Keep an eye on Justin Harding. Let's go to Kevin Streelman, finishing up at 18. And can he finish with a 3? Got to be, but an excellent day for him. A bogey-free 66.
always nice on a Saturday. I'll get you in the right part of the draw for tomorrow. John Rahm for par. Yeah, what a save that is. Bit of trouble off the tee. Got a bit of a jump for the second shot. Good chip. Lovely pop.
No, you were right there, Thomas. It was a smart chip. He could hit it as hard as he liked, couldn't he? If it came out hot, it was going to be good. If it came out dead, it was still going to be good. Smart. Cameron Smith. At the sixth. What a gorgeous shot at the par 3-6.
He's got that to move to 6 under par. Back to the second. Andy Sullivan coming out of the rough. Dangerous shot.
Yeah, all you're doing here is just look down, straight down the middle of the green. You're not looking at the flag. Just try and hit it on that number 8. Land it on the front edge. Let it do whatever it does.
Asking it for it to land softly, and it does.
There you go. Very, very nice.
Back down to the first tee. Just 3 pairings, 6 players yet to get underway. 25-4 in the afternoon here in England.
This is game number 37. On the tee from the USA, Dustin Johnson.
Excellent round yesterday, 65 to get right back in this tournament.
Just going a bit down the left-hand side here. That's going to hang on nicely. Good start from Dustin Johnson.
On the tee from the USA, Scotty Scheffler.
67-66 for Scheffler on his Open debut. He has taken to it like a duck to water.
Feel it on a day like this. It's your Open debut. You're playing with the world #1 and playing in the greatest championship in the world. And it's late in the day. You've been hanging around for a long time. This is certainly a day to remember for Scotty Scheffler.
And he's popped it past Johnson on that opening hole.
Over the back, having nothing to do with the putter, and opting to carry it quite a long way down. He made an excellent job of it too. Try to take some of the undulations out of the equation, humps and hollows. Carried it over most of them.
50. John Rahm. Just an iron off the tee here. We're just looking at that white crane. That's all he's trying to do. That one there. Right there. Perfect. Getting up on that little plateau, and he can see the green from there, and that is the only place from this fairway you can see the green.
Danny Van Tonder also over the back of the first green, got a bit of a flyer out of the thick rough.
Of finger snapping, begging it to get down.
It's only his second ever major championship. Danny Van Tonder made his major debut at the PGA Championship a couple of months ago. And here he is in contention at the Open. Koepka down the right-hand side of number 4. Playing from the rough again.
Yeah, so he's going to try and knock this one down a little bit and try and land it in that hollow. Skip it up over the big mound in this green. Yeah, just didn't land it short enough. He actually landed a bit too far into the hill, and then it stops.
And that is not an easy putt, is it, Thomas? Massive slope. You can't really tell on that camera angle, but it's probably 6 or 7 feet of slope in that.
Yeah, at least. Marcel Simmons hit a nice shot in here. Missed a short putt on the first. And a nice look, that one. Just a little bit too pacey.
Yeah, but that was a bit more purposeful, that one, wasn't it? And I'm sure he will settle down as we move further into our coverage of day 3 of the 149th Open from Royal St George's. 12 months later than scheduled, but it has been an absolute cracker so far. We have 3 major champions at the top. Well, don't forget, there's lots of wonderful information and all sorts of things that you can access via the website at theopen.com. We've got our 3-hole coverage, we've got our marquee groups, and plenty more besides. So, looking down on the first fairway, and this is Dustin Johnson's second.
Oh, he knew it. He knew it was sneaking off, catching the side slope. That's a tricky little chip, but he's got options. Probably 6 different clubs in the bag he could use from there.
Straight across.
It's on the left side of it,
Yeah.
I mean, he's looking right edge of that number 1.
Yeah, I was going to start on the 1.
Perfect.
He's only a yard closer to the hole. Scotty Scheffler. He learned a little bit from that shot of Dustin Johnson's. Learned that the wind might push a little bit more than you think. Just cut it off that number 1. He's looking for a flyer. It's come up short. Misses the bunker, but it's not by no means an easy chip, that one down the green.
To Andy Sullivan playing with Marcel Siem. And oh, he's a good putter, Andy Sullivan. Funnily enough, it hasn't been his friend, or wasn't. Went a little bit cold for a while, but he looks to be back to his best. To Rahm at 5.
Tiny little plateau on the left of this fairway called Campbell's Table, which is the ideal place to hit the tee shot. Only place you can see the green. And he's found that, and he's played a ripper for a second too.
I wonder what sort of number he's got in mind out there today to give himself a chance on Sunday. I guess it depends on what you think the winning score is going to be, with 16, 17 under par, maybe something like that.
Well, I think he'll just be out there thinking, okay, well, I know I have to go really low one of these rounds. So I'm just going to push hard. If it's today or if it's tomorrow, I'm just going to push hard from the go and then see where we get to.
Jordan Spieth and Dylan Fratelli will be off shortly. They know each other from their college days, actually. Went to the same university in Texas, albeit Dylan was a couple of years ahead of Jordan Spieth. It all seems very relaxed.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Externally.
No, Brendan made it.
We've had some wonderful stories in the game of golf this year, haven't we? Richard Bland, Phil Mickelson, both winning. And I think one of the best lines to follow has been the re-emergence of Jordan Spieth.
Scheffler opting for the putter. And quite rightly, it's nicely judged.
You have to remember, it's only his second season out on the PGA Tour. He was Rookie of the Year last season. Here's that putt you were talking about.
Yeah, so it's up and over. You've got to go a good bit left. You're just trying to get to the top of the hill, and then once it gets there, almost stops. You're just going to release down to the hole. This might be a little bit pacey. No, excellent from Brooks Koepka. Very, very nice. Nicely judged.
It's almost like if you can imagine standing on a beach and a huge wave is about to break over you. You've got to putt up it. Here's Fleetwood with a chance at 12.
Ah, the English cheer for the English player.
Yeah, he knows he needs a few now on these last few holes to get himself in with a chance for tomorrow.
Back to the first hole, where Jordan Spieth and Dylan Fratelli are about to get underway. 3 and 4 shots behind, respectively.
This is game number 38. On the tee from the USA, Jordan Spieth.
He may have a few extra supplies in the bag today. He said he ran out of energy and just lost his focus a little bit around about the 13th hole yesterday. Thought it was food related.
No jitters there. Very easy. Beautiful swing.
On the tee from South Africa, Dylan Fratelli.
He was the 11th reserve on Monday and got into the tournament when South Africa's Louis de Jager had to pull out because he tested positive for COVID. I think it's safe to say he's making the most of his opportunity.
Yeah, he's got a lot of self-belief. Dylan Fratelli. Good grief. That was a pretty poor effort.
I didn't know he was playing as well.
His long-lost Italian relative.
Well, he did have that battle in his mind a little bit if he was going to play for Italy or South Africa at one stage.
He did. He did. Yeah.
I had that conversation with him.
Oh.
Well, Dustin Johnson has no nerves, that man. To go for that shot on the first hole, every other player in the world would have bumped that into the hill and jumped it up there. Not the world number one.
Rahm at 5 for birdie.
Right to left. Not a bad effort.
Here's Brooks Koepka. He's back on the tee at 5.
Every time I watch Brooks Koepka, Tony, I wouldn't want to beat a golf ball, that's for sure.
No, it gets a proper seeing to, doesn't it? And laying it back. It's in good shape.
Up to the par 5 7th. Cameron Smith's 3rd.
I always love it when you watch these shots out of the rough, and the crowd's always, when it comes out, get up, and the player knows it's got all that topspin. Well, it's certainly going to get there.
So Dustin Johnson to tidy up for par at the opening hole. What a wonderful up and down that is. That's a tough spot. He's got a lot of power, but he's got a beautiful touch as well.
And that took some skill and some confidence to play that on the first hole.
So he and Scheffler both making their pars at the first. They stay at 7 under. Spieth underway with Fratelli, and we only have our leader Louis Oosthuizen and Colin Morikawa to go. Cam Smith has tapped in, as you can see from that, for his birdie at 7. That's Dakota Johnson at the second.
Going with the big boy here.
Dear. A lot of...
That's an unusual one for him.
And it
down the left.
As soon as he hit it, Thomas, he looked like he knew he'd made a mistake, didn't he?
Yeah, it's an unusual one. He normally, I tend to see that kind of like where he doesn't quite commit to it and then it goes to the right.
Spieth in the fairway. Dylan Fratelli is over in the left rough. We couldn't quite see how it's lying, but I know a man who can tell us, because Anthony Wall is following this 2-ball.
Yeah, thanks, Dominic. Beautiful afternoon for a low score, but things are a little bit tucked. So interesting. Dylan Fratelli is sitting pretty well, actually. He's only a yard or so in the rough, so not an issue. I can't see him getting anywhere near the pin. Maybe 20 feet past will be his goal.
You got a little adrenaline?
Yeah. It's got to get what?
44.
Unusual, got the same number, 155 yards.
It's not an upslope, so that helps. I think it's a good club. I think that completed a
Club wind just a fraction
left
into. And with the heat out here, it's probably playing its number. Fairway's a premium, hitting on the down slope. Trying to pull this up and get it close. You'll be looking inside 15 feet, maybe just left of it.
Could be there, it's just too far left.
I know you were impressed with him yesterday, Anthony. You followed Jordan Spieth round.
Yeah, he played really well. Now hoping that he doesn't get a jumper for Telly. Really good lie, considering that this must be hot, pitching on the downslope.
That's all right. When you're going to get a jumper and it's still on the green.
There he is, Louis Oosthuizen, the championship leader.
They appreciate a good man. They know what he's all about. Just as nice a gentleman and person as you'll ever come across.
Colin Morikawa. Remember, it's his first Open. In ordinary times, having won the PGA Championship last year, he would have made his debut at Royal St George's 12 months ago. But of course, because of COVID, the tournament was postponed until this year.
Jon Rahm has gone to the 6th hole. Lovely little par 3, this one. Look at all the people around there. Great place to hang out. And you can see some lovely golf shot, and there's one from Jon Rahm. Another opportunity for birdie.
Gave himself so many chances yesterday. It was a wonderful round of golf. It could easily have been 3-4 shots better than it was. Here's Grillo for birdie at the second. Hello. So he's off and running. Par at the first, birdie at the second.
Cup on the fifth. This is unfortunately for par. So it'll be a drops job for Brooks.
That is one horrible start for him, isn't it, Thomas?
Yeah, it's a strange one for him.
Mm.
He had a bad start yesterday, but he battled back well. He'll have to do the same.
So for the final time today, we wander back to the first tee, where the champion golfer of the year in 2010, Louis Oosthuizen, awaits, playing alongside last year's PGA champion in Morikawa. Never ever looks anything other than completely calm, Louis Oosthuizen. Masterclass from that man yesterday. Really was sensational stuff in the tougher conditions as well. Take a deep breath and wait to be called.
This is game number 39. On the tee from the USA, Colin Morikawa.
No one in history has ever won on their debut at the PGA Championship and then won on their debut at the Open.
Hang on, hang on. That's okay.
On the tee from South Africa, Louis Oosthuizen.
Just massive support out here for the South African.
Yeah, he's extremely popular, Louis, amongst all the fans all over the golfing world, but I'm going to say the place he's probably the most popular is in the Players' Lounge. Amongst his fellow professionals, everybody loves to be around Louis. Just such a nice man.
Second in the PGA Championship, second in the US Open. Can he climb the mountain this weekend and finish at the top of the summit? Up to the green, Fratelli. Outside chance of a birdie, probably take two from here. Here's a good putter though.
It's a super effort.
Yeah, it's never easy to have those on the first green of on a Saturday that long.
Yikes.
Tell you what.
All right. It's in the fairway up there on the left. Good shot.
Unbelievably well. You've got to be a gorilla.
Yeah, and it's gotten fine off as well.
Yeah.
So now he's got actually a chip back if he
Beautiful.
stayed short. He would have no chip.
No.
Spieth for birdie at the first.
Well, I suppose we can just get used to watching Jordan Spieth holding 20 to 25 footers again. That is his range.
He's had so many putts, Jon Rahm has gone close. Here's one that goes in. A couple of twos always helps on a scorecard. Moves to 6 under par. He's not about to go away, Jon Rahm.
5 behind Louis Oosthuizen. So everyone is up and running. What lies ahead in this weekend of the Open?
Jordan Spieth on the second tee. He's going with the driver. 270 should carry the bunkers down the left. This one's heading right. Just got stuck. Open face. It's only just in the rough. We're hoping for a good line out.
Up to the green. Johnson.
Oh, we saw a wonderful chip on the first from Dustin Johnson. We're about to see another one. Doesn't always get credit for his short game, Dustin Johnson, but he is magnificent around the greens. Makes it look so easy.
Short isn't where you want to be.
Left himself in awkward spots at 1 and 2.
Yeah, it's pitched 35.
He's done well. Right, back to the first, the final 2 ball. Jamie Spence is going to be following Louis Oosthuizen and Colin Morikawa. Jamie.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. We're approaching the evening, but you wouldn't know. It's a lovely day. Gorgeous. I can't see a cloud in the sky. And it's a good lie down here for Oosthuizen. Not a bad angle. Can he stop it out the rough? I don't think so from 166. Slightly helping him. Probably a good 9 iron. Middle of the green good though.
Very nicely done.
That was pretty good. That was pretty good. 144 for Morikawa, and this dribbles another foot this down the bank. But he's got an absolute honey of a lie. 144.
How about like kind of almost trapping one?
Yeah, I like that.
Okay, where are we finishing?
Finishing in between the 2 guys in the green.
Yeah, I like finishing on the left one.
Left one?
Yep. Okay. We're flying 37.
See the blue top part of the...
Yes.
Start right there, yeah?
Love it. Yep. Good and committed. That's the right club.
Yeah, fine.
Just a little gap wedge for Morikawa, just trying to bring it in from the left.
Another foot, and it just sort of trickled down towards the hole.
Scotty Scheffler to save his par. Those are beautiful ones to hold early on in the day for a confidence boost, but they're the worst to miss.
Oh, Sullivan liked the looks of that one for quite some time.
To the second.
I get a little more leniency with the accuracy with the flying
Spieth.
You're trying to land this 40 then, you're saying?
Yeah.
It's jumpy. It sure feels, huh?
I just don't see it. I don't see it ever pitching past pin high, and I think that there's enough wind and slope to hold that on the green. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If I go one less and it comes out like short knuckly, I'm not convinced it gets there. I think it's this one.
Okay.
Trying
Just
to
right
split the pin in the 2 right on the hut.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Maybe a little right of that.
A little nestled for Spieth, 158. This should run pretty well up the green. There's a little patch of just a flat spot, probably 5 short. Anywhere on the front and just release it all the way up the green will be fine.
That's absolutely amazing to hit it where you wanted to, judge the bounce and roll out with the wind and the rough, the lie. Pure genius.
Grillo. Double bogey putt.
It's a tough start, isn't it? Oh. Morikawa out of the sand at the first.
Good lie for Morikawa. He's to spin it up. Oh, what a shot. Not easy, that.
Lovely thump into the sand, wasn't it?
Very hard to get any spin out of this links sand, very fine sand. It's always a little compacted.
Justin Harding with a birdie putt at the 5th. Had that nice birdie at number 2 and all pars since, and that should lead to another par for the South African. Already a winner on the European Tour this year, 2-time winner in total.
Jay Townsend alongside Tony Johnston and myself, Dom Holly, are in the commentary box. We've got Anthony Wall and Jamie Spence out following the last 2 pairings. We've got beautiful weather, little bit of breeze, nice and warm out there. What more could you want?
And it's full of South Africans around here cheering on their man. Full of them. All next to me here. They're going to get beat in the rugby, but we won't talk about that. Bit of left to right for Louis early. Just throws it to the right a little bit. He might come back. This is a really horrible putt here.
Very good try. He's completely transformed his putting. Curious Tays in his whole posture, his pre-shot routine, his setup routine. And once he's got his hands comfortably on the putter, he just pulls the trigger. Doesn't mess about. No time to get nervous or think too much.
Dustin Johnson, tee shot at the 3rd, lost it right yesterday under the lone tree.
Go on, get in there!
Right hole location suits his little cut shot very nice. He kisses it off the bank. Wonderful shot. Such a difficult hole. Until Port Rush came on the Rota in 2019. This was the only hole in all the open courses that didn't have a bunker. No longer on its own.
Back over to 1. Morikawa with 6, maybe 8 feet for par. Has had the benefit of seeing Louis Oosthuizen's putt.
And we saw Oosthuizen have a little left to right. Louis overplayed the break, missed it on the high side. Big putt here from Morikawa. That is amazing. Tony, you saw him last week. What a transformation from one week to the next.
Last week wasn't him. He had his twin brother out there playing for him. And it was absolutely shocking. Tee to green was fantastic, but the putting exhibition was abysmal, to be kind. And we suggested that maybe he gets to another set of greens. You know, just try. You only got to find something different in your stroke. And it's been fantastic this week.
Fratelli at the 2nd from the back fringe. Up and over a mound, downhill. These greens are not flat. And if you think the greens have some humps and hollows, wait till you get a feel for the fairways. Not many flat spots here at Royal St. George's.
It is definitely changing the course. We can see it almost hour by hour. It is firming up. Here's Paul Casey with a chance at the 5th.
Wow, big swinging putt. You can tell he has the feel for the break, the feel for the speed of the greens. When you start holding putts of that length that break 2.5 feet, you know you've got the eye for the speed and the breaks.
And Spieth for a 3 at the second to move alongside Morikawa, 2 off the lead.
Wow, what a birdie that is.
Yeah, watching him practice putting is like watching a fish practice swimming. This guy knows how to do it. He's got his confidence back.
Yes, I'm not sure he was thinking birdie as his ball was taking off in flight at the second. Cam Smith going nicely, the Aussie. 3 under through 8 holes. Here's Dustin Johnson.
And if you make a 2 here, it's like stealing one, but he's got a good opportunity. And that looked good for a long time from his perspective. Just broke off at the very end as it lost pace. But anyone that stands on the 3rd tee, if you offer them a 3 and just go to the next hole, don't bother playing it, they will take it and run and say thank you as they're departing.
Second tee. Morikawa first away.
Driver for Morikawa. He's got to take the corner on. Got to take on these 2 bunkers on the corner of this dogleg, right to left. 275 to carry onto the fairway from there, slightly into the breeze.
Oh.
His left. It's in the bunker, I'm afraid, as you saw.
That's a pretty deep bunker, Jamie. I don't think he can get it to the green. You would know better than I.
If you do well to get it on the fairway. That's how deep it is. That was a miss hit. Louis got the same club? Yeah, he has. Driver for Oosthuizen. A decent hit gets over that, no problem. With this club, you've got to be careful down the right. Thick rough down there.
He said yesterday part of his game plan was to take the course on with a driver. And it was a driving exhibition of note. His driving in the final round of the Open Championship when he won at St Andrews was one of the best I have ever seen in my lifetime.
Well, Jamie followed him yesterday and talked about how great Oosthuizen drove. It'll be interesting to see how it goes on today with Jamie watching again as we go to Rahm. 4th shot to the 7th for the world number 2. Gets a chance to save his par.
Back pin at 3, nestled amongst the dunes. This is a nasty one. Great par 3. Not much to aim at. 245 today for Spieth. Looking to run this one up the tier, I would imagine.
Oh, yeah. Go on. Get in there. Go on. Go. Sit. Superb. Let it bounce.
He says he's not absolutely happy with his mechanics, that it's a work in progress. But it looked pretty darn good yesterday. That was just a couple of yards out.
A couple of yards out from being really good, but it's still good on the green, putter in hand.
100%.
I was out all day with Spieth yesterday. Totally agree, Tony. He's just got such creativity. He embraces rolling the ball, and imagination in spades makes such a difference playing a links course. Now for Telly, he shapes the ball. He's happy with the ball running also. Could be a little sleeper this week. Obviously playing well. He's got lucky the first 2 with 2 good lies.
And if you look at that launch angle, Kelly's game is made for the win. Low launch angle, he can be very straight and get a lot of run on the fairways, and he can do that all day long.
Not sure if you guys mentioned it, but they both played at the University of Texas in Austin, and so they're comfortable playing in the wind. Par putt for Rahm, and that was an early walk. And that is a chance missed and a chance given away.
6 at a par 5. There's only 2 of them on the Royal St George's layout. He would have been expecting to take advantage. Here's Paul Casey at the 6th, the par 3.
The maiden hole. 6 holes of beautiful short par 3 by today's standards, 164 yards today, and a really subtly difficult hole location on top of a subtle little ridge, and just beyond the flag there's a downslope, feeds down to that back bunker.
Johnson at the 4th.
That needs to hang on, headed towards the left rough. And we'll hope for a good lie. Looks to be a pretty good lie, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue.
I'm not feeling too much wind.
Thought he might have a crack at this, actually. He was just sitting down a bit, so he's just coming out sideways. Smart play. There's just no point taking the risk at the moment. But it was on.
Yeah, those 2 bunkers there would have been a big red X, wouldn't there, in a player's handbook as they were going around this course. You do not want to be there.
Yeah, that was a smart play for Morikawa. He must have been tempted there. Only 130 yards, 30 for Louis as well. Oof, this pin is tucked left. There's no room left to the pin here for Oosthuizen. Breeze slightly in off the left. There's not much out here now. Watch the rhythm, everybody.
Just stunning. What would you like for Christmas? Louis Oosthuizen swing, thank you, and nothing else. Keep the rest.
Straight at it, wasn't it? Good tee shot from Casey at 6. Can he take advantage and move to 6 under?
Casey, another birdie putt. Oh. So close.
All the way up to Justin Thomas, finishing up at 18.
A lot of people fancied his chances this week. Got the right game for links golf. But it hasn't quite fallen for him.
Knowing we have a little depth behind it, it'll probably spin back a little bit off that hill, you know? I mean, northeast is just directly India.
Straight in?
Yeah. Yeah, just showing it. Take off the right, 1230.
Does that feel like a 25?
That's a little more than that.
A little more, right?
Yeah.
There's wind. There's wind.
There's wind there,
Okay.
18, 20, 27, something like that.
Okay.
So we're finishing.
On the camera, guys? Just start right
See
out.
your shot. Yep.
Yeah, okay, he's playing about mid-120s here. I think Oosthuizen's already put him under the severest of pressure here, Morikawa.
And Jamie, sometimes if you're out of position and you try and kind of force things a little bit, you make a mistake like that one right there. Just a distance control issue as we go to Spieth at the 3rd from the lower level. Putting up the bank, so tough to get the pace correct, and that's much further away from the hole than what that camera angle made it look.
Dustin Johnson coming out of the rough at 4.
Slight downhill lie with the ball above his feet. This is a tough one. Oh. Well, it wasn't a good break for the gentleman in the red shirt, but it was certainly a good break for Dustin Johnson. He had no chance of getting up and down from over on the left. And now he's actually okay. Not him, but Dustin Johnson.
Ouch.
Yes.
Give it a rub. Blind shot that you can't see that guy sitting there. Can be forgiven for not shouting for and Fratelli. An unusually weak putt.
Yeah, straight over the marker of Jordan Spieth, so he clearly didn't get his line right. Seam at the 6th.
All pars through the first 5 for the German. So great to see him playing well, and another good shot. The fact that he went out with 5 straight pars just show you that he's not overcome by the situation after kind of really falling away from the top echelons of the game. He certainly seems to be back. Par putt for Spieth, every bit of 3.5, 4 feet.
Nicely done. If he had a problem in his career, it's sort of 2 to 3 footers. As good as they get from 25 feet, but historically earlier in his career, a little iffy. Not now, though.
It's firming up out here. You can see the shine on the green where everyone's walking off, getting firmer and quicker. This is downhill for Morikawa, left to right, once it goes over the slope. This is a difficult part for the par.
Wow, that's a wide right there. I mean, clearly it wasn't a straightforward putt, but that is pretty wide for a player of his caliber.
It's only made 2 bogeys this week.
Trying to drift this one, Spieth, into the left to right breeze. Catch the side slope. Right hand side is definitely his goal to open up the second shot. Trying to give driver some hang time.
It should do nicely.
Just an excellent tee shot. As was Louis Oosthuizen's second shot into the second hole. Leaves himself a great birdie chance.
Well, he's had 2 opportunities the first 2 holes. Both of them narrowly missed. Both of them had holeable speed. So even though Oosthuizen hasn't made the putts, they haven't been disasters.
Playing with Jordan Spieth. Dylan Fratelli swishing away at number 4.
Such a difference between being at 3 yards further right in the lush stuff.
Well, this is a big putt already, isn't it, for Colin Morikawa? I know it's only the second hole. This is to drop just the 1 shot.
And he was good with these yesterday. Front 9, he hit a lot of iron shots into this range and made everything. Don't tempt fate. It's where it let him down last week. Nicely done.
Well, if nothing else, holding 2 par putts in the first 2 holes gives you a lot of confidence.
I'm afraid Danny Van Tonder double bogeyed that hole and then dropped a shot at the 3rd as well. Here's Danny Willett at the 10th hole.
Danny has a history of playing well on tough courses in big tournaments. And wow, oh. How about a little eagle 2 at the 10th for Willett? And why not smile? Gets him to 6 under. What a way to start your back 9. And as I was just saying, he knows how to play well in tough courses and in big tournaments. Masters champion, several times a Rolex Series champion.
He's also pain-free for the first time in quite a while. He had an operation, he had a hernia, he had a grumbling appendix as well. Got both those sorted out 6 or so weeks ago. Well worth another look. Here we go. Perfect read. Wow, eagle 2.
Jay, that was the call of the week right there. He plays the tough courses well. I am impressed.
I had no idea he was going to hold that, obviously, but it was good timing on his part as well.
6 under. He's only 5 off the lead now. Another major champion making an impression up there. Look at that. Dustin Johnson, two-time major winner. Morikawa, Spieth, Oosthuizen. They have all won the game's biggest championships.
245 this third hole. You think the 11th is 242. They don't give you much on the par threes here. 237 to get up on the top tier at this third hole. Slightly into the breeze off the left for Louis.
Nice chasing flight. Oh, but he's tugged it left, and that might feed back down off that slope. It might not be in the thick stuff. Hopefully.
Yeah, it just stayed in the first cut of rough, Tony. Not too bad. I can see it. It's not in the thick stuff anyway. That's the main thing. Some hole, eh? 245.
Oh.
Get your driver out, Tony.
And hit it twice.
Not the start Morikawa was after. He'll be pleased there's no bunkers on this hole. Not a single one. It doesn't need it. It's a great par three. Just a long, narrow green. But you can run it up. Be looking to pitch this sort of halfway up the front tier. A couple of bounces and roll it up there. Anywhere on that back tier. Anywhere. There's a load of South Africans out here. The South African quarter of London has evacuated to the southeast corner of Kent. They're all here.
Oh. Going the same way. Not as far though. But no easier.
Oosthuizen might have an easier shot with a little bit of rough underneath the ball. Both of them had plenty of green to work with.
Dustin Johnson's in trouble. This is for par.
He putted up to this position from short right after hitting the Marshall, and that was always wide right. Fourth claims another victim.
Balsalcine. Attempting to make his first birdie of the day. Oh, such a pity.
3 fairways missed out of 3 for Vitelli. Oh, just trying to chip this one up the left from 190. Yeah, that's pretty well done. It's a good miss, that. Absolutely fine.
Yeah, you just can't keep missing fairways though around Royal St. George's with this rough. It will catch up with you eventually. He needs to just straighten out his tee shots.
Yeah, it's changed drastically from yesterday afternoon. It's really dried out. This is exactly how everyone wants to see St. George's play. 183 for Spieth. A gorgeous iron shot here yesterday. Pitched it just on top and made birdie. Can he do it again?
Well judged. You took that bank out of play. Maybe it was in between clubs and said, okay, I'm not going to try and force the shorter one. If you don't have the right number, you want to play to the widest area that gives yourself the best chance for your next shot. If you watch the impact, Billy Casper said this shot is merely a shot to position for the next shot. And that's a lot of what links golf is about.
Rom. Birdie putted 8. Going to be just shy. It's going to frustrate him. He's an aggressive putter.
5th hole, beautiful view out towards the sea. Johnson. Very much a positional hole from the tee. Many moons ago, John Daly drove the green here, didn't he?
Yeah, a long time ago.
Albeit in practice.
Yeah, and different winds. He won't have a view of the green from there, but it's okay.
Well, that's what's facing Morikawa, Jamie.
I'd rather have Louis. Oosthuizen's. This is tricky. Great lie off this turf, this beautiful links turf. You can do what you like with it, spin it. He might be tempted to go all the way, you know, pitch it on the top, but that's going to be precise because the angle of this slope, the camber is left to right. It's going to throw it right rather. So you may be just trying to knock it into that bank and spin it to the right.
It is such a fine pitch. Man, that's a good shot.
Matthias Schmidt, the German amateur, 65 yesterday, tied the low round in Open history. Vying, of course, for the silver medal. 2 amateurs made it through to the weekend. The other one, Yu Jinlin. He stands at 5 over par, so it is definitely advantage for Schmidt, who looks like a real talent.
Oosthuizen, a little chip shot, lofted wedge in hand, good lie, just pop it up in the air.
I think he'll be a little disappointed with that, to be honest. Louis has got fabulous skills around the greens. And he might have expected to be half that distance from the hole.
Now, where's Fratelli? Looks like he's found
Had a
the
good
rough.
lie. Absolutely fine. Just trying to chip this one from right to left, let it release. Consulted the green book so he knows the line.
That's the place to be, clearly. Champagne, or the wine is flowing back there.
Right center of the fairway at 5 for Dustin Johnson. It's a blind shot. He's had to walk up the hill, pick a target. It's a risky tee shot, trying to hit it on Campbell's table up the left side with the bunkers guarding the left side of the fairway. And that one just a little bit of missed club right there, at least a club and a half long.
Papa, Oosthuizen at 3.
Really good up and down.
Spieth at 4. Oh, look at this. He's at it again. And Jordan Spieth makes his second birdie at the first 4 holes. And he closes within 1 of Oosthuizen at the top.
You know what I told you last week? I said he's a ball striking Jesse. He's a putting Jesse. It's kind of a term to say he's really good at it, and he is good at putting. Style all his own, but the mid-range putts, say 15 to 35 feet, statistically he's as good as anybody.
Yeah, there's nobody on the planet in his league, I don't think, Jay. From that range, Morikawa for a par. Stands for a long time after he's looked back at the ball, immobile, just trying to get a mental image of what he's going to do, and rolls it in. He's a different man this week. With a short stick, he really is.
Ain't that just golf though, Tony?
It is, isn't it? That's just... But you know what? As badly as he putted last week, it takes a special mentality to be able to putt that badly and to come out and then putt very well.
Fratelli, left to right swinger for par after an indifferent shot from over the green, but in the end, a good par 4 on one of the more difficult holes on the golf course. Certainly 4 gives people fits. Playing a little bit easier today, the 11th most difficult hole.
There it is, the Hugo Boss boat out at sea. Alex Thompson skippers that one. Very sedate conditions. Not really racing weather, is it? Just pootling along. 66 for Kevin Streelman and Jason Kokrak. Robert McIntyre ran in 65.
494, this fourth hole, and what a beauty it is. Hit it over that Himalaya bunker. Further right you can go than you think off this tee.
Oh. Beautiful. That area, there's a flattish area, it's called Elysian Fields. It's the paradise for heroes and gods, and it gives you a great view into the green.
And a much kinder wind, I think, into than earlier in the week when it was cross left to right. Just playing into position at 5 for Spieth. Setting down a marker already, just like he did yesterday.
Anthony, he's really aiming a long way right.
Yeah, a little bit of breeze off the right. He seems to be quite content with just nestling down the right, not too worried about taking on that left side. Yeah, exactly where he was yesterday. He's got a game plan.
Morikawa over the Himalayas bunker at 4.
As Jamie said, the closer you get or over the top of the Himalaya bunker, the tall one you see on the right is the best line. It looks like exactly where Morikawa is going, and a much needed good tee shot.
They don't get better than those two. Nice flat lie. Beautiful.
Lee Westwood, the reigning Race to Dubai champion, coming down the 18th.
Yeah, he had a really good run earlier in the year over in the States where he finished second in back-to-back weeks. One of those was the Players' Championship, which was huge, and that is a fantastic approach to the 18th for Lee Westwood. Not having a great day, 3 over par today, but still playing great golf at his age.
Some wiggles and waggles as Daniel Berger settles into this putting stroke and settles in very effectively. A bit like Jordan Spieth, he kind of drifted a little bit in terms of his career, but he's right back there now, and that's successive birdies. 4 under par is moving him closer to the top 10, just inside the top 20 at the moment. Johnson.
Well, that is the third sensational chip he hit. There were all sorts of little knolls and hollows there to negotiate. Brilliant chip.
Rahm needs to get this club going. Birdie putt at the 9th. He is more than capable of shooting 30 or 31 on a 9. We saw him shoot 29 last week. He's going to have to get that putter warmed up.
Well, this is slightly reminiscent of last week in a way, isn't it? He had patches where he was just absolutely on fire, and then he had other patches where the putter just went stone cold.
And he was, you nailed it right there. He never hit it poorly during his cold patches last week. The putter just deserted him. You know, lipping, it wasn't hitting terrible putts, but just kind of falling away, maybe the wrong speed, not misreading them really, nothing to speak of that's like, wow, that's really wrong, but just not going in.
Well, the wind turbines are still going along at a nice lick out there in the English Channel, suggesting that there's still a fair bit of breeze out there. Forecasters tell us actually that it's likely to die down this afternoon, and that will be kinder to the leaders, although of course the course is firming up.
Andy Sullivan for birdie at 7. He's lurking. 6 under, this to get to 7 within 4 of the lead. Tie for 4th. Just too much speed. It had a very good line. If that would have gone half the distance past the hole that it did, it would have been at holding speed and would have likely gone in.
Sullivan and Seam have both parred the first 6 holes.
Yeah, great look. The Himalaya bunker on the right that you want to fly over. Obviously, it's a blind landing area, and those are 2 just absolutely perfect tee shots for Oosthuizen and Morikawa.
Yeah, aren't they? Beautiful shots, but they can't see. All they can see is the top of the flag. They can't see the green. Morikawa can just see the right edge of it. So this is one of the most difficult iron shots on this golf course, to get the ball on that top level. Everything is against you. big slope leading up to the front of the green. Big one on the left as well, so you've got to be pinpoint here to keep this on the green. Breeze in off the left, but it's hardly a breeze now. Beautiful conditions out here. He's human.
Oh dear. It's not headed where he expected. He had a shot like that yesterday on the par 3 16th with a short iron. Same sort of shape, just looped out to the right.
You can't keep hitting great golf shots, Tony, can you?
No.
You're going to hit a few bad ones.
Absolutely.
Morikawa from 178. Not hit a green and reg yet. Golden opportunity here, but still not an easy shot. He's got to go left of the pin, and that huge bank on the left-hand side to contend with. You've got to fly it all the way. I can't see him running it in here.
Good, starting it at the white part, just left of the pin, and then bring it down on the little...
On the hut?
Yeah.
It's a nice normal neutral one.
Yeah, yep, love it. Not a cut. Yep, normal.
There's a beautiful
They're soft enough.
garden cut in one of the gardens behind this green, and the family are there watching the golf. He's hitting it straight at them.
Looks like a good line. So it is a green in regulation, and it's going to be an opportunity there for Morikawa to Fratelli his second into the fifth.
Blind shot again here at 5, ball slightly below his feet and an upslope. Wind for the most part coming off the right. And that is scampering away and down a bank that will have some slopes and hollows to deal with as we look at Spieth's position. 182 yards. Just a few yards closer than what Fratelli was. Spieth has more of an upslope. Pick a spot at the top of the mound. That's your target.
Line was good. Maybe just a club out.
Yeah, a little bit like Dustin Johnson, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, very much so. I think they're misjudging the wind from behind the mound there. Feeling something that isn't there, possibly. Playing for something that they feel is there, and it's not.
Would there be a marginal difference as well from certainly the first day out there? The temperature is probably, I don't know, maybe 8 or 9 degrees warm, maybe 8 degrees warmer than it was, so that, you know, you're used to playing a certain club from that sort of range.
Well, these guys are pretty good at adapting. They've got their TrackMans and they use them. They warm up as birdie putted the final hole for Westwood, and well holed. Westwood finishes with a disappointing round of 72, but he's on even par, and we'll be looking forward to the final round of the Open. Always an exciting day. But yes, I mean, a day like today, it's sunny, a little bit drier, the air, so the ball's going to fly a little bit further. But these guys are good at, you know, catching that kind of stuff. Back in our day, Tony and I, we had to do it by feel. They go by numbers. Great shot from Dustin Johnson at 6, because they warm up with their TrackMan, so they know the numbers that they warmed up with, you know, Wednesday in practice, Thursday, Friday, and now today, and then okay, it's going 3 yards further today than it did, you know, on Thursday morning when I had a similar tee time, or afternoon when I had a similar tee time. So yeah, it's all, nothing's left to chance these days.
And the weather apps help a lot too, Jay, because you can work out exactly what the temperature is going to do during the day.
This Dazen from a good lie. It's on a slight downslope though, so he can't really lob it up too much. He's going to have to try and play a spinner. Thought he might have putted that, Tony.
Yeah, I'm with you, Jamie. I think he backs himself so much with his chipping. Yeah, he's a little irritated.
Nobody's... Sorry, I'm just saying, if you miss this green anywhere, it's a difficult chip, wherever you are on this fourth hole.
And all I was going to say, Jamie, is no birdies yet for this group, but Morikawa's got a pretty good chance here.
Yeah, he certainly has. On one of the most difficult holes on the golf course, it's not the length this week, it's the awkwardness with the breeze off the left. You want it the other way on this hole to hold the green. It all cambers left to right. But Morikawa is directly below the hole, putting straight up the hill. Just a golden opportunity for him, just to even off the card. Nice spot at the back of this green, eh?
Nice thing about Morikawa with his birdie putt to come, he's holed some nice putts already, albeit for pars, so he has to feel like he has his putting eye tuned in.
Don't see much in this, Joe. I'm thinking a bit right to left. I don't know whether you've seen this putt yet. I couldn't see much from down below the hole there.
You know, I think you're right, and that's why they're a little bit confused. Sometimes when they have a straightforward putt, players and caddies look for something that isn't there, and then they overcomplicate things. If you see it straight, hit it straight. You were right, Jamie. That thing did not move at all. Played for a left to right break that wasn't there.
Fratelli, got to give this a right old thump. Through the fringe, up the ridge, down the other side. Oh, that did him a favor. That had some pace on it. He might be feeling a little aggrieved that it didn't go in, but it was definitely going another 6 feet by. I think maybe he's saying thank you very much for catching the hole.
Remember, Spieth was through the back of the green here. Anthony?
Yeah, it was a difficult chip. It was running across sort of a tabletop and probably only a couple of feet wide at that. So, rightly so, it sort of ran away to the right. He left himself a nasty one putting through his shadow.
First real mistake today from Jordan Spieth. Drop shot there at 5, so he's back to 9 under. Once again, 2 behind Louis Oosthuizen.
Dustin Johnson at the 6th. This is just gently uphill. Not a tremendous amount of break in this one, but it is uphill. I have to give it an extra hit. Give it an extra hit. He didn't hear me. I should have said that louder. Oh, he's frustrating. The 2 guys over to our left, Tony Johnstone and Thomas Bjorn, they would have been muttering hitting a putt like that. As Thomas just starts laughing and giggling. Yeah, that's true. Nice par at 5 for Fratelli.
I'm quite sure he was muttering through the beard. You just can't see it.
Just for the iron, for Oosthuizen. He did make that putt in the last, and that looks absolutely perfect. Just on top of the table. Stay there. Oh, yeah.
On that line, you know? If we have 5 iron in, we have 5 iron in, you know?
Yes, I think it's safe to say if there was a sort of more modern version of the Angry Golfer, which the European Tour produced a short while ago, I get the feeling that they might have been involved in it.
They'd be in the top 2. I'm not sure which one would take the... I think I'd give it to Tony.
That's harsh, that. Jamie, you might have an opinion on this conversation.
I don't think I'm going to comment.
Well, that would be number 3 out there commenting from the fairway.
I agree. 3 would. Oh, just a little hybrid for Morikawa.
I rolled left.
Oh! Well, is that lucky or unlucky? Because I'm not sure about the stance.
He's over there in the Casey divot, I think, or close to. He's right next to the Casey divot, not in it.
We saw both John Rahm and Paul Casey there during the first 2 days. We'll come back to that. Danny Willett, one just slips by there. He's back with Jonathan Smart on the bag. He used to caddy, or he caddied for him when he won the Masters. They had a break, but they're starting back together this week.
Well, it's a cagey start, isn't it? Jordan Spieth got those couple of birdies, but he's now dropped back to 9 under par. Louis Oosthuizen, where he started the day at 11 under. All pars so far. Danny Willett a couple under and just steadily moving up. Dustin Johnson 1 over par through the first 6. Likewise, Emiliano Grillo, or Grillo, as I think he prefers to be called nowadays. Jon Rahm just level par on the opening 9. Couple of birdies, but 2 drop shots as well. And look at the way that Kokrak and McIntyre have gone shooting up that leaderboard, courtesy of their rounds in the mid-60s. Streelman likewise. So Fratelli on the tee at the 6th.
6 pins in a row that have been tight. You have to work hard for your birdies today. Great little par 3, number 6, just on top. Just hang on, great shot for Telly. Beautifully judged.
You want it? Thanks. Sorry. You're good. 50-ish. 50 shot down. Yeah.
A 164, helping out of the left with a nice warm day. We'll be playing somewhere in the region of 145, 147 for Jordan Spieth. Great control from Fratelli. The greens are still taking a pitch, but there's a good bounce, if not 2 in them. It's one just to stay a little bit away from, but there is enough room on top to get it pin high.
Sit, sit, hit short.
Another good iron shot from Spieth. Seems to be the order of the day. A clubbing mistake at 5, where he went through the green and took 3 from the back edge. From the airplane there, the ability to follow the ball from an airplane that's moving up there, I don't know, 1,000 to 1,500 feet AGL above ground level. Great camera work by Rob Gunther up there.
188 for Oosthuizen, flag back right. You can't see the pin. Where he is. Wind off the right, and that's missing right. It's got to come back.
Same spot as yesterday.
Yeah, there's a tricky one there. There's a lot of things going on in between the ball and the hole there. There's humps and hollows and all sorts to deal with. Not a great one from Louis Oosthuizen there.
Up to Jon Rahm with a birdie putt at 10.
2 birdies and 2 bogeys so far. Did he pick up his 3rd here? No. Another near miss. It's so frustrating when you're hitting putts that come so close to going in as we look down at Morikawa.
Yeah, this isn't fun. He's got to play off the back foot. It's right on the very edge of the bunker. And trying to hold your balance. The only shot he's got is get ahead of the ball. Put the club back in your stance and sort of try and play a bit of a hook. Try and trap it behind your back foot. Can't see anything. 164 yards. He's got a 9-iron in his hands. Just walked right up next to me, having a good look on the top of the mound. It's a shame the wind hasn't turned the other way. You'd have seen a lot of players having a crack at the green here, but not with this breeze into him. It's about nearly a club. But he's got a 9-iron out for 164 because he's just shutting it right down off the back foot. It's the only chance he's got here. Thomas, this is dangerous, eh?
Yeah, it is. You see the divot there just right of the ball? That's where Jon Rahm was, and that's exactly where Paul Casey was. Casey got it on the green, Rahm just short left. So it's definitely possible. Watch your feet here, young man. You don't want to be tumbling down into a bunker. You'll be a meme for many years to come.
You saying you don't want a bunker named after you?
Not everybody gets one named after you out in this golf course.
That's all we need, you know?
Low blow.
This just takes strength and creativity and a little athleticism there as well. Falling down into the bunker. Ooh, that's out of bounds over there. That is a wide, and that he'll be doing good to make 5 from that position.
I've got this left edge at the very most for Fratelli. Absolutely pin high, perfectly judged from the tee.
First birdie today for South Africa's Dylan Fratelli. So he gets it to 8 under, and he's only 3 behind. He is a winner on the European Tour, he's a winner on the PGA Tour, but this is at a different level.
I've been sitting there for a long time. Look at him getting excited.
And this is definitely right to left for Spieth. A golden opportunity for a 2. 9 feet or so.
Never anywhere else. Third birdie today for Jordan Spieth, and a great bounce back after the drop shot at 5. So he's back to 10 under. Remember, Oosthuizen has missed the green at the 5th. Morikawa's in trouble there as well.
Well, we go up on the 8th screen to where we find Andy Sullivan. Up and over here. No, break off that knuckle there. Never comes back. It's a good putt though. A tricky one to deal with.
He and Marcel Seamer still grinding out the par. 7 straight for both of them. Here's Scheffler into 7.
Some type of driving iron he has. Normally throw them in the bag for golf courses like this, links courses where you want to chase it up, maybe keep it out of the wind. Well played.
Yeah, that for an eagle 3 for Scheffler.
Well, it's not too bad. Another 3 yards in his OB on the beach. Could have got a worse lie as well. It's not too bad. He can get it on the green, but to get it close, this flag, because it all runs away once it gets past the flag here. Got a bit of fringe grass he can chip it to.
That's an excellent shot. Really is an excellent shot. Just hold on. Don't let that club wrap over. Keep the face open. So the right hand in under to get the elevation. Lovely.
Pretty straightforward chip for Louis, back foot, just running it up this bank.
Ian Poulter coming towards the end of his 3rd round. This for par at 18. 1 over par 71 for the Englishman. And the 1 under par is in a share of 40th place. Here's Fratelli at 7.
Yeah, a little bit of breeze into for Fratelli. Nice little 2 there, get his day going. He's a little bit inconsistent off the tee. And this is a fairway you really must find. It's a giveaway birdie today, the par 5, 7th. Trying to get it over the ridge and grab an extra 20.
I think that just made it over the ridge. That was a massive tee shot. Ball speed of 184 miles an hour. That is smoking.
Yeah, that was a big one, Jay. Well, that pitched a long way. What I like about Jordan Spieth, he plays his own game. He knows he's not the longest, but he'll try and out-putt everyone. Hit some amazing iron shots in close. Methodical. Staying within himself, good to see.
Perfect. 2 perfect tee shots there. He really was struggling with his driver a year and a half, 2 years ago. Certainly a lot better now. Hits more fairways.
Well, this would be a very adventurous fall, wouldn't it, for Colin Morikawa, if he can make par.
Yeah, if you keep having par putts, you're not going to keep making them, and the fact they stress you out and they wear you down. So we go to Connors. It's for birdie to get to 6 under par and within 5 of the lead.
2 in 3 holes to start the back 9 for the Canadian. Playing with Cameron Smith, who I'm afraid has started home, having shot 3 under to the turn. Bogey, bogey, 10 and 11.
Long par 3, 11th. John Rahm, this is for par. They're just not dropping at the moment for John.
Third bogey today. Rahm back to 4 under. He's moving in the wrong direction. Not part of the plan today for the Spaniard, the US Open champion.
Looked like somebody said something to him, either right about impacting his putter, just after. He gave him a nasty stare there.
164. It's a blind par 3 where they put the pin today on that front left corner. Tough to get to.
Just a little bit of search for Louis at the moment with his iron play.
Scheffler for eagle at 7. Has to climb into a tie at 8 under alongside Fratelli. Good putt. That'll get him to 7 under and a tie for 4th alongside Harding and Morikawa.
And we're hearing that Dustin Johnson has a putt for par there. He's had some problems down that 7th. Johnson 1 over par. Scheffler, when he taps in, will get it back to level par today and 7 under.
63 balls and then 57.
Well, suddenly it's not so easy, this golf course, is it? There's a little bit of softness gone out of it. And the spin that we were seeing, I haven't seen it today. You expect a lot of blind shots at St George's, Royal St George's, but not on the par 3s. This is a blind one. Just see the top of the pin for Morikawa. He's only hit 1 green today so far in 5.
A little bit of a bailout from both of them there. Some with long, tricky putts. Here is Dustin Johnson, and this is for par on a par 5. Not something he would have won it up and over. He's got the line. And that's a disappointing bogey for Dustin Johnson.
A lot of people thinking he would be the main threat to Louis Oosthuizen out there today. He's going to drop to 2 over par for his round and 5 under for the championship. 6 behind. He's got a lot of work to do.
Bunker back there, which is fine.
Yeah, it's not a bad break in it.
If it goes just over, that's fine. Yeah, I love it. I'm with you.
265, got to carry those two front traps, Speed.
All right, good picture, go.
Really good par 5, the 7th. He's on a slight upslope, so this will just be fine for the fairway wood. 235 the front, so he's got the cover.
Well, when things are going your way, he was begging for it to stay out of the bunker. Comes off the shoulder of the bunker into the middle of the green. Good break for Spieth.
I go from one par 5 to the other. On this golf course, there are only 2. Danny Willett off the 14th tee.
No.
And that's only one place, unfortunately. That's the Princess Golf Course over there, and that fence you see is out of bounds.
Oh, that's awful, isn't it? Danny Willett was going along really nicely. There he is, in amongst the 600s, couple under through the 13th, and that is a huge mistake for the 2016 Masters champion, one of several major champions in the mix on Saturday at the Open. Barely enough wind now to get those flags fluttering. From just under 260 yards.
Runs it up very nicely right there. Very good shot from Fratelli. Both will have eagle putts, but Fratelli's is going to be much easier if we go to Morikawa.
Yeah, this is quite tricky, this. It's up and over. It's all about pace. It breaks off to the right there, as you can see, and yeah, it's just all about pace. That's a good putt. And that's a fortunate thing for Louis Oosthuizen, is he's just seen how to do it. He's seen the pace, so you would expect this to go close. Jamie?
Yeah, Thomas, same read really. Exactly the same. So he knows it's going to come from left to right. Once it gets on top, up this slope. Steady, 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 steady. Uh-oh.
Ooh, a little rush of blood to the head. He's given himself an unnecessary problem there. We're saying in tennis, don't they, about unforced errors.
Corey Connors for birdie at the 14th. And well holed. That's 3 and 4 holes for the Canadian. Gets to 6 under par and, well, 7 under par, excuse me, and he is in the conversation. Tied for 4th.
That was a tough 2 putts up here, actually. Where they put the pins today, you knock it 40 feet, you got a tough 2 putt. And this has just got a bit of break from the right for Oosthuizen for his par, just on the edge.
No problem, no damage done. I guess only meant unforced error, Jamie, in the sense that he'd just seen Morikawa putting, but you're right, it is a major championship. It's the Open Championship, and it ain't going to be easy.
Tommy Fleetwood has reached the last green, and it's not been the kind of day he was hoping for. This is for birdie. And you fear that he's left a bit too much to do for tomorrow.
They made a double bogey at the 15th, unfortunately, Fleetwood. And then parred his way in from there for a round of 70, assuming he pops that one in.
Just a wonderful reception for Jordan Spieth walking up onto the 7th green. Such a popular figure in world golf. Quite a flat putt through the middle of this 40-footer for eagle. Should be right to left overall, but you never know with Spieth. He can roll it. But it is quite a slow one, so needs to be pretty aggressive here.
Good effort. It is going to be a 4th birdie for Jordan Spieth. And it is going to take him alongside Louis Oosthuizen in a share of the lead. Finally, the South African has been caught.
Yeah, it's not a great surprise that this was the guy that was going to catch him, if anyone.
Very methodical, Fratelli. Some would say a little slow. He just takes his time. Nothing wrong with that. He's playing within the rules. Every player has their own way of doing it. You just wonder, though, as the pressure builds, will he get a little slower and then come outside of the time allowed? But what a great opportunity for an eagle 3. And the cheers will just get louder and louder. Got a great view of Spieth's putt, so every chance here for a 3.
This to climb within one of the 2 co-leaders to get to 10 under. Just broke off on the low side at the very end. Like Spieth, tap in birdie for Fratelli.
Yeah, 2 in a row for the South African, born in Johannesburg. Lives over in Austin, Texas. Went to university over there. He's got family in that part of the world. His uncle's a college professor. He's a bright man as well.
Back on the tee on 7. A few South Africans in the crowd there now. Excellent tee shot from Louis Oosthuizen.
Come on, super flat. Yeah. Can't be that low one.
John Rahm, another birdie putt, this time at 12. He must be getting frustrated. So many opportunities missed. When will they start going in? Well, that one's going in. That was never in doubt. Rahm picks up his 3rd birdie of the day. Even par on the day, 5 under, 6 behind, but he has the firepower as long as he doesn't run out of holes.
Slow takeaway swing of Colin Morikawa, and this one's going straight down the middle as well. Just not quite getting over that big mound in the fairway.
That's a little unfortunate, especially with a fairly low penetrating flight as well on it.
Yeah, the first bounce hit into that slope and killed so much of the momentum. Former U.S. Open champion Webb Simpson. Well done. One of Thomas Bjorn's favorites.
We had this discussion yesterday. It's all about the fight sometimes, and this guy certainly has it.
US Open champion, a Players champion. Played with Tommy Fleetwood today. Fleetwood, as I say, round in 70, 67 for Webb Simpson. And so he gets in at 5 under par.
A tee at 8, really playing so short down the breeze, really starting to bake on top here. Just the driving iron, the right club. Earlier in the week, they were all playing short of the 2 bunkers on the right. I think this one probably will wander by, pushing for telly. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. Quite a wide fairway and flat at that.
Watch out, radar. Almost got him.
Well, they were taking dead aim at our colleague for Sky there in the funny-looking hat. Wayne Radar Riley, as he's known.
And who can blame them?
Well, I'm not going to disagree with you.
Well, he certainly takes aim at a lot of people with his words.
Quite a character. Now aiming a little bit further right after that, maybe, Spieth. Same play, driving iron, trying to pitch on top. He said 40 or 50 yards of run on it yesterday. Guarding against that, Spieth.
Pull up! Darn it, Jordan.
Well, it's become a sport now.
Come on.
That one is not good. That's in the thick stuff.
Off they stride. Down the 8th hole. We'll drop back to 7. Morikawa's second into the par 5.
On the upslope here, it's always a bit tricky with a fairway wood. Looks like he's got a good one here. Oh yeah, excellent. What a golf shot this is. Just stunning. They call him a great iron player. Looks like he's pretty good with his fairway woods as well.
That was amazing to drive it that low, hit it that far off the upslope, as you described. I didn't think he could get it there from that lie, Thomas.
Look at that. Beautiful pictures. Big applaud to our camera guys out there.
Oosthuizen, ball slightly below his feet, 274 with a fairway medal. Needs to take something off of this.
Good shot. You're right.
Someone likes it.
Maybe one of the 5,000 or 6,000 South Africans out there following him. It is great to have the Gowries out here this week. Such a different atmosphere when they are here. A better atmosphere.
Deep into the back 9, Patrick Berger. Daniel Berger. Patrick Berger was a footballer for my great team back in the day. Sorry about that. There you go. Well, it was a good putt anyway. Patrick, Daniel, whatever your name was.
This is the tough putt that we saw Andy Sullivan not that long ago at 8 have to tickle the fringe over there on the player's left if they want to get it close to the hole. Pretty similar result to what Andy Sullivan had, so par putt to come.
Just one birdie between those two. I would have been very tempted to follow them today if I'd turned up at the course, but they are struggling. Willett makes his bogey. Remember, he hit it out of bounds off the tee at 14.
Yeah, that's a good way of dealing with it. Stand up with the second ball and make a 4. Well, this is how links golf can be at times. The difficult part here is really to get your feet into a place where you can feel comfortable. Beautiful. Well done. Just a bit of imagination. Trusting that you're in a good position and then just try and splash it out.
Dustin Johnson had a poor tee shot at the 8th. This for par. Seems to be struggling. 20-footers for pars in major championships typically doesn't turn out well.
3 over, Jay, through 8 holes. The world number 1.
Yeah. No doubt about it, this is a surprise to many.
No birdies on the card.
He had a little bit of a deer in the headlights look. First or one of very few times I've ever seen that look for him walking towards the camera there after picking the ball out of the hole. I think he's a little bit shocked as well.
All right, back to number 7 and eagle putts for both Oosthuizen and Morikawa. Jamie.
They were something else, those two, weren't they, those shots? I expected a good one from Oosthuizen, but that one for Morikawa, as Tom was saying, 294 for a severe upslope to get it. Well, he did it about 285. Brilliant shot. One of the best I've seen this week, I have to say. I wasn't sure he could get it there, and he pitched it there. Brilliant. And all the people around this green, it's just a delight. Big stand behind the green. It's absolutely stunning out here. What a day it is on the Kent coastline, the Garden of England. You can buy everything down here. Any fruit you want, any fruit and veg, hops. Feed the whole country we do down here in Kent. That's my advert for the Kent Tourist Board.
Well done.
Not bad.
Where are you from, Jamie?
Guess.
Kent?
Invicta, Kent. This is right to left for the eagle. Roll it in there.
Just ran out of pace. Good line. That's a good 4.
Yeah, first birdie today for Morikawa. Here's Spieth in the hay at 8.
And there's a good look at the grassy lie. Unlikely to be able to fly it all the way there. Chop. Hope you get a good bounce. Oh, he did get a good bounce. Look at that. If you thought the bounce at 7 away from the bunker up onto the green to give himself an eagle putt was good, that one was 10 times better. That would have been in deep rough on a downslope. Wow. Jordan Spieth getting some good bounces. We go back to the 7th.
And he should get his lead back here. But by how many? This is a bit more right to left, this one. Down this ridge on the right side of this green will turn quite a bit for Oosthuizen. This will put him 2 shots in front where he started.
Well, Fratelli, this is a bit easier than the one Jordan Spieth had. Still from the rough though. Yeah, he's catching a flyer there. It's all about the bounce now. Right, were they all walking off? Might be into the grass, that one. It could be tricky.
Oosthuizen has this 3-footer coming back for his birdie to take the outright lead. Looking for his first birdie of the day. All pars through 6.
So Oosthuizen to 12 under par. He does move ahead of Jordan Spieth.
You'd have to say he's going to win one soon. He puts himself there in every major championship at the moment. You get used to being there, and that helps.
Spieth using the slope to his advantage. Had to go up and over a hog's back. Requires great touch, and he was up to the task. That is a brilliant pitch shot.
Saw the bunker shot of Justin Harding at 11, so he's got this for his par, the South African. first drop shot today, so he's back where he started at 6 under. And another chance for Corey Connors. Oh, 3 in a row, 4 in 5 holes to start the back 9 for the Canadian.
A few people have just walked up and over there. Anthony, are you there with it? Have we looked at the line?
Yeah, it's actually okay. He's just out of the thick stuff, Thomas, and not a problem after watching Jordan Spieth though and the crowd going wild. Just adds to the pressure a little bit. Ball well above his feet. Very easy here, Thomas, just to nudge this one 5 or 6 feet past. Just catch a couple of blades of grass.
Took a little bit of a stab at it from the compromised lie, and all in all, not a terrible shot from where he was.
Well, there's hardly any wind getting into those sails now. Very much as forecast, the wind to drop later on this afternoon. Not too much in the way of breeze forecast for tomorrow either. And they're taking advantage. Although, as we say, the course is definitely firming up. So that is adding to the difficulty. Maybe those two things out, balancing each other. There's confirmation of Webb Simpson, 67, moving him into a share of 10th place with plenty of others. Shane Lowry, the reigning Open champion, level par through 16 holes.
Marcel's team has reached the 10th. 9 pars on the front 9. Now she'll start to your back 9.
Come on!
There's a bit of belief in that.
I think he's into it. Fratelli, par putt to stay at 9 under, 3 behind.
Should have a little left to right slide to it, putting through his shadow. Didn't want to do the right part, it had the left part down, snuck in the hole, good up and down.
And here's the defending champion on 16, sorry. This is for birdie. Very popular man wherever he goes in the world, Shane Lowry.
Spieth also for par at the 8th.
This would be a really good one. He was out of position, got a lucky bounce with his second shot, hit a brilliant pitch after the lucky bounce, walks off with a 4. Probably a 4 he doesn't deserve, but he has it. Remains 11 under par. Could have made anything on that hole.
Back to the tee, Oosthuizen. Would have been delighted to get that first birdie in the bank, just sort of settle things down a little bit. Scotty Scheffler up at 9.
This one coming from the right for the American to get to 8 under par, and it was always low and short. Didn't hurt him any though. Making pars, that's okay.
That's a nasty pin, that one. Only a couple of yards to the right of that flag, and you're all the way down on the right-hand side of the green. Nasty might be the wrong word. Tough is probably a better word.
Justin Harding, I beg your pardon, Jay, at the 12th.
Coming off that bogey at 11, aggressive tee shot just short of the bunker that guards the front of the green for Harding, and a nice pitch shot, well controlled.
Eighth fairway. Morikawa's just missed it on the left-hand side. It's not sitting down all right.
That makes sense.
But the angle's against him with his pin at the back left. Both got 202.
So 66, no, 64 from.
So I'm thinking Morikawa's going to go first. Yeah, it looks like he's getting ready. And a stunning green at the end of this hole.
Straight down.
Just sits so well. I know it's Thomas Bjorn's favourite hole.
Down. All those things.
We don't have to worry about anything going wrong. I think it's fine.
Yeah.
Just get a
good, solid, trappy one. It should jump a little flat to flat 60, then we're straight downwind. It flies perfect. I love it.
We're finishing this on the 2. That is correct, right on the 2. Same straight there.
Yes.
Down breeze, downhill. But he's got to keep this right, this pin here. There's some nasty stuff just left of this pin over the front bunker, so it has to play right here, Morikawa.
Will it come off the bank? It's going to feed in. Doesn't come off the fringe, but pretty darn good shot with that back hole location. It's a very small section of the green over the ridge. Not only shallow, but also narrow.
Great angle for Louis, Jay, here from the right-hand side. 202 again, down breeze, 7 iron. And he can go at it from this angle. What's the pitch? It's got 10 yards of bounce in it, though.
Yeah, they were pretty conservative off the tee. Couldn't see the putting surface from where he was, but he's going to like it when he gets up there. Beautiful shot. So controlled.
To 9, Spieth.
Get in the fescue. Stay in the light stuff. All right, he's in the light stuff.
Marshall's arm goes up. Quite a wide.
That was a wide, wasn't it? Oh, he's skipping along, skipping down the hill. He's loving it.
Just the way the head goes back before impact opens him up to hitting shots right, and then after a while you get tired of hitting shots to the right and you flip it over at the bottom and hit one left. We look at Seam at 11, putting from below the ridge. Coming off that well-celebrated birdie at number 10 after 9 straight pars. Could he? Ooh, that was right on line. Knowing the trials and tribulations that Marcel's gone through in the last few years with his golf game, you have to really admire his perseverance for hanging in there and fighting his way back. So we look at Scheffler on 10.
High, soft fade, still scuttles along there, avoids all the divots. That's spot on. .12 green. Justin Harding. Birdie opportunity. His head is normally very, very still. Looked like he just had a little bit of movement towards the hole on that one, perhaps.
Dustin Johnson needs to start finding fairways and greens and holing some putts as well.
He needs to find a way to dig out a 70 if he's going to have any chance tomorrow to make a charge. 70 would be 32, 3 under on the back 9, so his work is ahead of him.
Sullivan for what would be a rare birdie at the 11th, second hardest hole on the course.
He said all pars, 1 bogey, and still no birdie. Unfortunately, stays at 5 under.
128 yards for Jordan Spieth into the 9th, but the big thing is, how is it lying?
Heavy, Dom. Very heavy. Missed a couple of greens today, so pretty much on call for Jordan Spieth.
Ideally front edge.
See the flag, not a problem, just underneath the dune, but really not an issue. But looking well left here.
97 max.
How about the accuracy? Yep. I mean, there's a backstop.
128, I don't think it's a problem. It's just how it comes out. You can easily flip it over, and every chance of making 5. So he's got to test this left side and just try and hold the face.
Go!
That is a fantastic shot, I think. Couldn't see the lie, but anytime you get out of that stuff and get it almost pin high on the green, you just drop the club on it. Look at this. Not much of a follow through. He just drops the club on it, just chops it down. Holds that club face square to the line as long as he can. Not easy to do with that wraparound grass. Nice.
And a much simpler shot, Tony, for Telly. 118. Nice flat stance. You can go straight at this. Doesn't want to go long, that's the only issue.
No damage done.
Morikawa from the back fringe at 8. Slowish putt. Is he going to get it there? He did get it there with plenty of speed. Colin Morikawa, a much needed birdie. And that's back-to-back birdies. He's back to even par for the day. 3 behind the lead of his playing companion, Louis Oosthuizen,
who's got a pretty good look at birdie there himself.
Shane Lowry. Birdie chance at 17. Yes, well hold. Back-to-back birdies for Shane. 1 under for the day, 5 under total.
There is Oosthuizen to get to 13 under and extend his lead to 2.
Ooh, that was a great chance. Very little break uphill. There was never a worry of it getting away from by hitting it too hard. It's a par 4, but a good chance gone for Oosthuizen. Maintains his 1-shot lead over Spieth.
Yeah, pause for breath. That's how it looks at the top. It is the 2010 champion golfer of the year from the man who won the Open in 2017. Oosthuizen from Spieth. Fratelli is tucked in there, and so is Morikawa, thanks to back-to-back birdies. Lowry moving through the field. Swooping down from the aeroplane towards the tee. The par 4 9th.
A little bit defensive for Telly, but rightly so. There's no future long. This is uphill right to left pretty much the whole way. Might just flatten a little towards the end. Quite a big break here.
Just a little surprised by his lack of aggression with just a mid-wedge in hand. We go back to the tee. Morikawa.
Down the left wing. Oh, that's okay. It's good. Manages to hang on to the left edge of the fairway.
Just seems to have the knack, Jordan Spieth, to get it pin high from inside trouble. Left himself almost dead straight up the hill.
If he hit it, he had it.
Watching Spieth today, when he's hit a bad shot, it looks like he gets a good break. When he hits a shot out of trouble, it bounces the right way. Sometimes you just get a feeling as he goes out in 3 under par 32, things are going his way, and it is certainly the case with Spieth. Oosthuizen, blind tee shot here at 9. If he keeps driving the way he is, and it's been amazing, just splits the fairway hole after hole, you would have to think, Tony, he's going to wear the rest of the field out as they're struggling out of the rough or bad angles.
I agree, and you know, his iron play has been so good, so fairways and greens, he's going to make a few putts. Let's watch Scotty Scheffler from 106 yards at 10. That characteristic high finish, almost gains height through impact. And helped by being into the breeze. A little bit of check on it, good shot.
Corey Connors for birdie at the 16th. Excuse me, 15. Nice conservative shot, middle of the green. And realistically, that one had a few little bumps and hollows to go through. A pretty darn good putt right there. 2.5 feet left. Far enough, he's going to have to mark it and grind on it a little bit. Oosthuizen on the 9th fairway, 1 under for the day and a 1-shot lead, but Jordan Spieth has put together a very good front 9, I should say, of his 3rd round out in 32. Some good scores in early. Webb Simpson, Daniel Berger both on 5 under par. Robert McIntyre a 65, Kokrak 66. They're both on 4 under par. Fitzpatrick round of 67 to be in 3 under par. Taylor Gooch and Rosner both with 67s to be 2 under par. There were good scores out early. Rory McIlroy had it going. He was 4 under, but sadly dropped back to finish on 1 under for the championship.
I think the whole world is pulling for this man this week. It's just such a great story. Into 12.
No! No! Greedy bastard!
Apologies for that.
Well, greedy, he was saying, because he went for a hole location there. You can see that he knew he shouldn't have. He just was in too good of a position off the tee to not go for it. As we look at Sullivan, will he play more conservative?
Oh yes, what a beautiful shot. Great control. Great club selection too.
Sullivan 1 over for the day, yet to make a birdie. His lone bogey was at the 9th. Looks like he has a chance to pull even par for the day as we go to 14 in Rahm. Long eagle putt. Sometimes a long, unexpected one can turn things around.
Well,
not going to go in, but a good effort.
Well, it's a good effort. I said earlier in the day, Jay, when he had a 50-footer, you know, 2 putts would be nice, and he just rammed it home. Or rammed it home.
Par putt for Dustin Johnson at the 10th, continuing to struggle. Cannot miss fairways. You can escape once in a while, but you can't tempt fate that often and succeed.
9th fairway, Oosthuizen to this difficult pin on the right-hand side, 136 yards. Pin eye left will do. Just a smooth wedge.
Again, straight at the flag. The rhythm has remained just about constant throughout this championship. One of his great strengths, that fabulous rhythm.
So that good approach shot for Scotty Scheffler at 10 is to pay it off to get to 8 under. Ooh, he looked interested for a long time until it missed. He'll remain at 7 under. 10 green, really the high point of the golf course.
And driver for Charlie having a go at this. I don't think he can reach, but today's pin, as long as he's down the right, he'd be absolutely fine.
Oh, as Anthony said, down the right is prime choice. Down the left, particularly in the semi, makes things an awful lot more difficult.
And with a little bit of helping breeze here at 10. I like driver. It's such an undulating fairway. It's so easy just to miss this one. So I think it's about getting it up as close as you can and taking your chances. You never know, you might just chip in from around the green. Driver for Spieth.
Up the right side, as Anthony said he should. That's well positioned.
He was obviously listening.
Starting to look more like the Spieth of a couple of years ago, isn't he? He's got that sort of quite a strange pre-shot routine where he looks like he's almost trying to come over the top and from out to in, but when he gets over the ball, pretty tasty.
Let's drop back to the 9th and Morikawa from 115 yards.
He gets applause, but he won't be pleased with that.
Seen from down the bank at 12 after calling himself greedy for going at this difficult hole location. He'll take 4 right now and run. Or would he? What beautiful touch. Fantastic effort.
He's enjoying himself here at Royal St George's, isn't he? What a week he's having. Corey Connors is having a great day. Another chance. How many times have we said that today?
I think we're seeing a lot of chances because the golf course is there to be gotten. The fairways are wide and there's not much wind. Andy Sullivan taps in for his first birdie of the day, gets back to even par for the day, 6 under and the tie for 8th.
Sullivan 6 under. Marcel Siem has tapped in. He remains at 7 under par, but it's Oosthuizen who continues to lead.
For the birdie for Morikawa, and it's a right to left, very similar to the putt he held on the last, up the slope.
Good putt. Stress-free par.
Outward 9 of 35 and had some trouble, so it's actually a pretty good score for some of the places he hit it.
This is some pin, this, on this green. This is a birdie hole, but with this pin, Louis puffed out his cheek, said, oh, this is some pin. I agree with him. But it still didn't stop him going straight at it. But a bit of right to left for Oosthuizen, and this is a tricky 15-footer.
In she goes. What a beautiful putt. Just superb. That's exactly what he wanted on the outward 9. 2 under par. Not too many mistakes in that 9.
Well, that's what I was alluding to earlier. He just keeps driving in the fairway, keeps hitting good iron shots, giving himself putts, and his statistics putting this year are very good. And you just have to think, you know, he's just going to wear these guys out. I mean, Spieth is getting some good breaks and scoring very well, but this guy's making it look easy to shoot 2 under par.
Yeah, I think his goal is just to get ahead and just stretch the distance. He doesn't want to take any chances tomorrow. He is so determined to get another major under his belt after a bunch of seconds.
Just caught the upslope, Spieth. Off the tee, I think it's actually helped him a little bit. 104, just give him a little bit more of a fuller shot. He's got to pitch it just into the upslope here at 10. Try and take a little bit of the momentum off the ball. Coming from just the perfect angle.
Yeah, that'll do. It's tight left. It's only 4 yards off the left edge of the green, so
Corey Connors on 17, going with the fairway metal. Oh, hang on. That's going to be okay, but a front right hole location, you really need to be in the fairway downwind to be able to stop it. That false front right there. 20 feet will be a good shot if we go to Fratelli.
ball nestled down a little. Tough angle to this flag. Yeah, that's a smart shot. It really just was not worth attacking that pin.
He kind of had a bit of a built-in launch pad there, at least.
Helped a bit, for sure.
Well, that's where the leading contenders are on the course at Royal St George's. We're going to go up to 18, the defending champ. This is for par for Shane Lowry. One under par, 69 for Lowry. Five under. It's going to be tough to retain the claret jug from there, but it's been a good defence. He looked a bit shaky on the first day, but really relaxed yesterday and got into his stride.
Scheffler in a bit of trouble here at 11 with a downhill stance. Wow. What a well-played shot. Had the wind working for him, as you could see, but you still have to execute, and he did. I love the sound of there, the thud, Tony. That's the sound you want for a good bunker shot.
Absolutely. And down to pick up the peg. He gives it a little second look, but not fast. It's a beautiful move, isn't it? And about the most graceful finish in the game of golf, I think.
Well, up to the green. And there are chances here for both Spieth and Fratelli. It's the South African first away.
Yeah, and good chances. Really quite flat on top for a links. Unusual. Both played away from the upslope, pitched it all the way. Probably the right way to go. Coming back into what breeze there is. You won't get much easier than these two. Now, first up, Fratelli.
To have a makeable putt that was pretty flat, as Anthony said, and leave it 1.5 to 2 feet short is a bit of a surprise.
13, seems second.
Not a lot of wind there, but it might have stalled a little. But front flag, it's not that bad.
I've got this inside right for Spieth. Very rare you see Jordan leave any short. Doesn't seem to fear very much these days.
It's frightening, absolutely frightening how good this man is from that distance. And the pace is perfection. Time and time again.
Back within one. Oosthuizen, he was walking it in from about 6 feet out, wasn't he? Such is the confidence of Jordan Spieth from that sort of range. Back on the tee, Morikawa.
As we know, you want to be up the right side for the angle in for your second shot. Trying to cut it in on the breeze. Is it enough? Ooh, just to get it in the first cut of rough.
Rough, huh? Yeah.
Scotty Scheffler saw him come out of the bunker to this point at 11. That's a really good up and down, isn't it? It was an awkward stance there.
Yeah. Worse than that, it was awful. That's excellent par.
Corey Connors' second shot at 17 is uphill lie, wind behind. Not a strong wind, but it's behind him. Hole's cut up in the front right part of the green with a big false front. You have to make sure you get it over that. Well, he didn't. That's the penalty he paid for missing the fairway. Guarding against going over the green. Now you've got a tough one up the bank. Not much flat to work with before the hole.
It's sort of Royal St George's equivalent of the Valley of Sin almost, isn't it?
Cool, this is a tester for Andy Sullivan. How about that? Are you kidding me? You're kidding me.
You can't do that, Tony.
You can't do that. No, that's illegal.
That's just unbelievable. Landing on a downslope out a long rough.
Did you see Marcel Siem's face? Just looked at him with a beaming smile. He knows how good it was.
Not the best place to be down the left here at 10. Big tight left. Just a pitch, but you can't go out of this line. Just the 116 for Morikawa. It's only a pitch with a sand iron, but middle of the green, right of this pin.
Aggressive line from the wrong angle. Not too bad.
.242 today. The tee's gone back at 11. Back into the draft. I like that. A little bit too easy off that front left-hand tee. This will really test these two today. Looking to pitch this maybe the front third and chase it up.
Yeah. All right. What you got, like a quarter into?
And all the bunkers around the green, they're all in play. Anything just slightly turned over or just slightly faded away, they're going to disappear. Just a little bit jittery, just bouncing around. Obviously a little bit of noise behind the tee for Spieth.
Yeah, well, no, he said Louis hitting. I think he's just very aware of his surroundings. I think he was just waiting for Louis to have a go so the crowd disturbance didn't get him.
Cut! Or, come on, miss that bunker.
Well, it's on the upslope, I think, which is going to make that a heck of a lot easier.
He is on the upslope there, Tony. That's a pretty basic bunker shot there. A good bunker shot like yourself, you'd be thinking about holding that one.
You would think so, and he is good at the sand. Louis' ball settled down, and he's got a bit of lush stuff behind it. He'll be a little bit careful that it doesn't jump. Or has it done the opposite and come out dead? Two smart shots there. It's a dangerous pin.
Up to 11 again, this time for Telly.
And the thing I like about this back tee, you're coming across the green. It really does require a perfect tee shot. This is left going left. Wow, that's a wide.
That is a serious wide. Mechanical failure there, I'm afraid.
Connor's from well below the level where the hole is cut, taking the putter. Has to give this a good whack to get it up the bank. And it flattens out and actually goes a little bit downhill to the hole. You can't hold that. Oh my goodness. I thought that was going in. I'm like, you can't hold that. It's not possible. He nearly did.
We all thought that was going in. Excellent stuff from Connors. Marcel Seam from off the green at the 13th.
Keep tracking, keep tracking. That's okay.
We're seeing Marcel when he was really struggling on the European Tour, and he seems to be a completely different human being out there at the moment. He is loving it. 7 under par, 6 behind our leader, Oosthuizen. What a nice feeling for someone like Kevin Streelman to sit there, have his lunch, and just watch himself float up that leaderboard little by little.
Morikawa for birdie. He's hanging around, Morikawa. It's not his best stuff, but he's still right in this 4 behind. This is a little bit of right to left. Might straighten at the hole.
Well, not a terrible putt. He knew it was going to miss left. The greens, Jamie, just look absolutely pure from what I'm seeing.
Yeah, you can't complain, Jay. They're beautiful putting surfaces here at this gorgeous links.
Seam did make his par. So 14th tee. Just an iron.
Idiot.
Oh, don't you dare. Oh, no. No, an iron for safety and over the fence. That is horrendous.
All that hard work, all that grinding in one shot. Oosthuizen for birdie to stretch his lead. That was a good effort right there. As I look at the leaderboard, Spieth and Oosthuizen are starting to create a little bit of separation after the front 9. After Spieth, it's a 3-shot swing down to Fratelli and Morikawa on 9 under. Both Spieth and Oosthuizen, of course, have held the claret jug in the past. Spieth at Birkdale. Oosthuizen at the home of golf, St. Andrews, where we'll be next year.
Yeah, for the 150th Open. There is a ticket ballot going on, isn't there? You can, if you fancy being there.
I wouldn't mind seeing the Open there every year personally. I know that, you know, they want to move it around and that type of thing. But as we look at Scheffler, Side Hill Lie here at 12, I don't know, Open just belongs at St. Andrews. Such a great city, town, whatever you want to call it. Great vibe.
Nice. Geez, Jay, I was pre-queuing for the 109th Open Championship a long time ago. We've been around for a third of all Opens nearly.
Yeah, this is a tough gig. I think he's going to bump this through the bunkers. He's got no lie on a bit of a side slope, grainy, sandy sort of grass. He's bent down to look at the lines. I think he's going to try and chase this one up the hill. Yeah, it's a risky one.
Ooh, that showed a lot of confidence pitching it between the 2 bunkers, Anthony. It went on a bit, but not bad from where he was. Tilly actually got a little bit lucky to be where he was outside the road. Look at what a clean lie he has. So he can get the club cleanly on the back of the ball and really have his own way, playing any shot he wanted to.
And rightly said, guys, off the upslope for Jordan Spieth here. He's got some game around the greens. This is every chance of rolling this one in. And on his best.
You have to love the revetted faces and that. And I don't think Jordan Spieth is going to come away from that bunker shot thinking, wow, I really hit a good one.
No.
That was pretty ordinary by his standards.
Corey Connors has reached the 18th tee.
.400 today, bogey-free round for the Canadian, and just split the fairway. Fantastic tee shot.
Set, straight. Yeah, go. Open up the right.
Played beautifully today. John Rahm. Good tee shot into the par 3 16th. Birdie putt. Birdie missed. Oh, the putt is just teasing him today.
For a wonderful up and down for Telly. I know one man will be watching this one. Playing partner Spieth. Downhill right to left. Hole sitting quite violently from right to left, so I think a little bit more break on this than it appears. Just not hitting them.
I mean, that is... It's 2 in a row. Just dreadfully short.
Yeah, and early in the round you'd understand it, but by this stage...
When you want to chase the leaders, give it a go.
Well, you have to think maybe a little bit of nerves going on as we look at seeing playing his 4th shot after hitting his tee shot out of bounds. This was his 3rd off the tee. And you just have to hope that he can minimize the losses here at 14 and just not let the wind fall out of his sails.
Yeah, salvage a 6. That would be huge.
Can Spieth make his part at 11?
Oh, that just lacked pace. Had the perfect line. That's frustrating there. He knows. I mean, it's a tough tee shot. To hit it in the bunker is not the end of the world. You know, the hole today is measuring 242 yards, but the bunker shot really was not up to standard.
Well, Oosthuizen watching that back on the tee. Fratelli for his 4. Drop shot as well for the South African. He falls back to 8 under.
He's got a good golfing mind, Dylan Fratelli. He won't let that faze him.
It all plays into the hands of the leader. Spieth falling 2 behind, but of course he's still got to navigate this difficult par 3 11th.
And it's 58 yards longer than yesterday. Jay Townsend's got his wish. He put them off the back tee. He'd have every hole like this, he would.
Well, why not? They've got their name on their bag, Jamie. Come on.
242. Playing about 256, I would say, this par 3. Can he get it on top?
I mean, that's what I hit on. That's what I did on 5.
Oh, settle.
Yeah, that ridge kind of funnels you over by the bunker. It's not going to go in the bunker, but the shoulder of the bunker will create some extra difficulty for the next one.
Yeah, I think the miss is down the right here, actually. That bunker must have had plenty of customers today. Morikawa looks like he's got his hybrid out back there on the tee. Playing about 255, I'd say, into this slight breeze. I mean, it's just a gorgeous day. I'd like a gale around here or something. We're not going to get it.
Oh, and you say I'm mean.
So you'll be aiming right edge of the green here.
Higher flighted ball with the hybrid club. Oh, landed it perfectly, taking the slope in. Brilliant shot from Morikawa. One of the best we've seen at 11 all day.
Looking for a charge over the back nine. Last year's PGA champion Danny Willett did get it going. This is for par at 18. Made that wonderful eagle 2, holding out with his second shot at 10. He's round in a level par 70 on Saturday. And 4 under par is comfortably inside the top 20.
Tee shot is for Spieth at 12. So important to get it in the fairway. Missed some fairways, put himself in difficult positions a couple of times. And you're not going to beat Louis Oosthuizen playing out of the rough.
No.
Not going to happen.
No. If you want to catch him, you've got to find the short stuff.
Beautiful picture, but not a good result. Corey Connors, middle of the fairway at 18, 4 under par, no bogeys on his card today. Birdie puts him alongside Morikawa in a tie for third on 9 under. Hold on, don't spin left. Okay.
Scheffler on the tee at 13.
Well, it listened, skirted the bunkers, rather in the semi there in one of those deep holes.
Spieth in the rough. Can Fratelli find the fairway? The recoil.
These two have kind of gone off the board the last couple holes, and that is going to be a chip out sideways. You play with fire, trying to hit it up next to or beyond those bunkers. Looking down at Oosthuizen.
Yeah, I think he'd like to putt this, but he can't with those sprinklers. He's not close enough to them, so he's going to have to chip it. Off a tight lie, very little green up there. Yeah, he was unlucky there.
Would he have been better in the bunker, Jamie?
Probably. Well, he definitely would have putted it, Jay. 100% putted that ball, but he couldn't because of those sprinkler heads.
Yeah, the rule is you have to be within 2 club lengths of the sprinklers, as long as the sprinklers are within 2 club lengths of the edge of the green. 6 shot for Seam. Hit his 3rd from the fairway in the bunker, and just a little bit of implosion here. It's hard to watch. Marcel is so easy to pull for, such a great story.
Well, you can only imagine he was trying to get it in really tight there, can't you? Because he was in trouble anyway. He was pretty close to that green and got a bit too greedy. Connors for a closing birdie.
Not the boldest, but you know he's done all the hard work. Don't waste it with a silly 3-putt by being aggressive.
Well, Oosthuizen has quite a bit of work to do for his par here. What sort of a chance is this for Morikawa, Jamie?
Ah, it's an excellent chance. And it could be a two-shot swing here, couldn't it? Morikawa holes, Louis could miss. And suddenly it's game on for Morikawa. It still is game on. I heard you saying it's a bit slow on top of this green. They're not quite getting it there. Quite a gathering point for the moisture at the back here. But I don't see much of this. Maybe right, just inside right edge for Morikawa. It's only 10 feet. Golden opportunity.
Pity.
117 for Spieth. Real heavy lie. Did well to actually find it when he walked back up. On a bit of a downslope. I think the weak grip actually that Jordan Spieth has might actually help just hold the face a little. Really in two minds. It's a nasty one. 5 bunkers short of this green. They're all in play, let me tell you.
I'll judge it. All right.
And after a drop shot, this is important. He's got to carry it a good 85 yards or whiz it down the left.
It's come out a bit hot.
That's okay there, Tony.
Yeah, he's
That's
done.
a good play.
Oh, he's done well. I mean, that close-up of the lie looked like a mole under a green wig. It's horrendous. He has got a knack, hasn't he, Jay, of getting shots out of this deep stuff and getting good distance control generally. I mean, this is... Look at the size of the divot that's come out.
Well, as Anthony said, he missed it where he could, where he needed to. He saves him for par at 11. This is the one we know breaks pretty hard right to left.
Well, that is just his second drop shot of the championship. But he's back to 12 under, and he's giving a little bit of hope to the rest.
You got a question, a club off the tee here from Dylan Fratelli. There's absolutely nowhere to go with drive up. We end up in this position. Done as good as he could there.
It was a great shot from where he was, but nowhere near as good as he would have been if he'd been 90 yards in the fairway, if he'd laid up.
Up to 18, and par putt here for Corey Connors. And an excellent back nine. And a really good day. Look at that. 3 rounds in the 60s. Connors gets in at 8 under par. Leads in the clubhouse.
I was looking down at the monitors. We look at Rahm putt for birdie. Said, look at that. I looked up and I saw that haircut with Cam Smith's hat off. Thought that's what you were talking about. Finally, John Rahm, 3 birdies, starting at 12. 14 and now 17, 7 under par. He's inching there, but it's been such a frustrating day. He's left so many out there with the putter.
Yeah, the 3 bogeys have been costly for the US Open champion. And world number 2, John Rahm. World number 1 really struggling. Dustin Johnson is 5 over par today and back to 2 under for the championship.
And Spieth, he reached for the putter before he even got to the green. He knew exactly what he was doing. Quite a nasty, thick tear. This is a slow one.
Caught some of the hole, took some of the pace out of it. Still has a long par putt to come. And you just have to think back to the tee shots. How long can he keep hitting it in the rough off the tee and hanging around the lead?
A couple of quite tough driving holes coming up, 13 and 14.
Well, this is a long one. Yeah, that's a great putt from that distance. It really is.
I'm afraid, to the sad demise of Marcel Siem. This could be huge if he can pop this one in.
Unfortunately, it's going to be a triple bogey 8 for that errant tee shot that sent him into a spiral.
Interesting times for these two players. It's just, can Dylan Fratelli get one to the hole? This is the longest putt he's had for a good hour or so. He's a little bit downhill, mind.
Well, that's one. He was far enough away from the hole to come up a couple feet short. Isn't the end of the world there. Some of the others were a little bit of head scratchers.
Oosthuizen with the 3-wood. Straight down the hey diddle diddle.
Just for a change, Jamie. It just ran through into the first cut, but still in good shape. It wasn't missing right or left. It was just through the fairways. We go to Spieth for par. He just continues to do it, Thomas. I mean, but how long can you do it? Can you do it for 4 days? 72 holes?
Well, most can't, but this one can. He's done it before. So you can never be surprised when you're up against Jordan Spieth if he's holding putts, because that's what he does when he's in contention.
It is quite remarkable, though, isn't it? It really is. What a gift.
He just keeps tempting fate, and he keeps coming out on top. I mean, percentage-wise, you don't think it can happen, but it does. And a long wait at 14 for Andy Sullivan, watching the trials and tribulations of Marcel Siem. It's a miss birdie.
Looking out to sea, down in the far southeast corner of England here, not too far away from the little town of Sandwich, at Royal St George's. 15th time they've hosted the Open here. Goes back a long, long way. Great history at this course. And it's been an absolutely riveting Saturday so far, and there is plenty more to come.
Scheffler to finish off on 13. Solid.
Thank you. Keep still.
Back into the breeze, driver. How good was that, up and down? Great 4 from a really bad lie for Spieth. 4 bunkers all in play on this breeze. Got it going left a little the last half an hour or so. Just needs to maybe hold the face and keep turning. Maybe it's just a bit of tension, who knows?
Well judged, just short of that fairway bunker. To John Rahm at 18.
A big aim left here from John Rahm with the feet. Just his big old cut with his 3-wood out there into the fairway. Holding it up nicely. That'll do perfect. Why did you have to do that?
12th hole. Morikawa in the fairway. Oosthuizen has just trickled off into the rough.
Morikawa from a perfect lie, 107 yards. Again, you can only see the top of the pin. It's a feature of this course. You don't get to see it all around here.
I have it.
You've got to visualise it.
Pretty much quartering in right here.
Flag right at the back.
I don't think it's playing much more than 107.
The 105?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just because it's, I mean, it's a high line. If I hit it solid, I can hit an aggressive 107.
Okay.
Next up, yep. It's just right at the tower.
Yep.
Yeah,
I mean, is that right?
Side.
107.
I mean, if you're going to hit your normal little cut, if you're going to hit a dead arm one that goes with it, I'm fine with 107. But I mean, I think it's probably that 105 is probably playing like 109.
Okay, I like that.
There's definitely some hurt up there.
Okay.
Right, there you go, 107. Into the breeze. It's a good shot to get it all the way back to this pin.
To throw it all the way back there into the breeze. It's going to stop quickly. Not quite.
I'd rather have this one, Thomas, coming out the rough. He can just run it down the green from 99, aim down the right, sitting down a bit as well. It's going to help Louis, I think, on this shot.
Sit down. Yeah. Sit down. Let's go, let's go. Sit down.
Yeah, he knew it straight away. He was going to release. Scared that it was going to just trickle over the back, but that's okay.
Par 3, 16th, Justin Harding to remain, I should say, at 6 under par.
Second shot for Rahm out of the first cut of rough at 18. This is certainly lie dependent. Coming in over the bunker. Not terribly. He was about a yard away from getting into the long stuff. Plenty of green to work with, but it's not a straightforward pitch shot.
I think he was disturbed over that. He looked across straight away. Big clattering noise. To 14, Scheffler.
Positive golf swing there.
Yeah, I'm mostly down. Good targets to your shot.
Louis Oosthuizen, 1 under par today. 1 ahead of Jordan Spieth, who has rode his luck at times out there today. He has putted wonderfully. And he is right in there. 2 Open champions at the top. The defending champion, Shane Lowry, is right up there as well. As we swoop down to 13.
No, I was thinking I think with this club I can't hold it, am I right? Off the upslope?
Yeah.
I was thinking about turning it in. I think anything a little right if it's good because it kicks out.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And just be aggressive, in other words.
Yeah, you got about 10 yards altogether, 6 of green. I mean, left is still better, I think.
Really?
I think it's knobs.
56 hole?
56 hole.
56.
Correct.
That's playing.
Just under
solid one.
Yeah.
I can't hold it though.
Just under 70.
Just a pure Linksy lie for Spieth from 157. Just a hint of an upslope, so just guard against this one turning over. Wind's just freshened a fraction.
Be enough. Let's go.
I don't just think they were completely agreeing on that one. He's kind of saying I like left. I would always in that situation favour just going long. And a pin on the front, there's a bunker there. Just get there.
Morikawa This right to lefter for birdie to get to double digits under par, within 2 of the lead. On line, but short.
Just a horrendous lie for Chelly. Along the buggy path, right on the edge. This could go anywhere. Real choppy one.
That's a very good result from that position. Just off the front fringe. No harm, pretty easy third shot to come.
Oosthuizen at 12 to get back to 13 under.
I repeat, he's hitting it in the fairways, hitting it on the green. He's making the occasional birdie putt and just kind of keeping everyone at bay. Spieth only one behind at the moment, but he's in that bunker at 13. Will he be able to get it up and down and save par? But Oosthuizen doesn't look like he's going to make a bogey. I mean, they're bound to come. I mean, it's links golf. You're going to get a bad bounce or something, but he just looks so consistent, so solid.
Scotty Scheffler. He's going for the high route. Not good, good, not good, good. You never really know on links courses, do you? It's not too bad, but it's not the easiest of bunker shots either.
Third for Rahm at 18.
Got the wedge out here. He's going to try and take some of the slopes out of play by playing it up in the air. 10 feet, certainly. He would have figured he could do better than that.
To 13 for Telly.
Working hard, these two. Up and across the ridge. Just taking out the fringe, just trying to bunt it forward.
It's a strange choice there, I thought. A lot easier just to putt it.
Quite thick though, Thomas, on the upslope. So it wasn't really, you want to putt it, absolutely, but it was just a little bit slow, I think. Good chippers will take that on.
Little uphill lie here. Get the club in the back of the ball, but that one is scurried away from Spieth. Once again, stressing his game, par putts.
Yeah, just a little bit of a stab in there when you get those kind of lights where it's sitting down a bit. And it just moved on a little bit.
Oosthuizen, letting one fly. Morikawa straight down the middle of the fairway. This one is not, it's left. Bunker bound. Oh, he's just missed it.
Yeah, a little bit like Scotty Scheffler, but further into the rough. Colin Byrne on the bag. Doesn't always caddy for Oosthuizen, but Louis says he's a big help.
He must have done a few South Africans. Did he caddy for Retief
Retief
Goosen and
Goosen.
Ernie Els? He's enjoying his Open Championship, Andy Sullivan.
Yeah, that's going to be a second bogey today, though, so he's going to fall back to 5 under par. And once again, an important putt for Jordan Spieth. And once again, he manages to make it. No damage done. Stays one behind. Off they go to the 14th tee. We'll go up to 18 and Jon Rahm for a closing par.
Yeah, he could do with this. He really hasn't holed much in these last 2 days, Jon Rahm. This one is an important one, you feel like, if he's going to be in it tomorrow. Clutch, clutch, putt. If he is anything, Jon Rahm, he's good at holding them on the last, and that is a sign of a great player.
Yeah, 68 for Rahm. The dream is still alive of winning the US Open and the Open in the same year. Only 3 other men have done that. Fratelli to tidy up at 13. He stays at 8 under, 4 behind his playing, not his playing partner, 3 behind his playing partner, 4 behind the leader. We shall see eventually what sort of shape Louis Oosthuizen is in down the left-hand side of the 13th. A slender 1-shot lead for the South African from Jordan Spieth. Still 3 major champions at the top. I can tell you Dustin Johnson has just made his first birdie today. He's picked up a shot at 14. But he is at 3 under. Started 4 off the lead. He is currently 9 behind the world number 1. Jordan Spieth.
Didn't fancy this tee shot yesterday, Spieth. Took quite a long while to get over it and hit it. Helping breeze, driving iron, 332. Trying to cut this one back from left to right.
Yeah, nicely done. Guarding away from that out of bounds down the right.
Scheffler out of the bunker. This is his 3rd after just barely catching the slope and feeding down to this bunker. Uphill lie, pretty basic bunker shot. And well played. Sand has changed a lot through the week. It was very firm after the heavy rains earlier in the week, and they're getting more and more fluffy as things dry out.
2 clubs out for Morikawa. Clearly a little undecided here, Jamie. I'll come back there. Well, Dylan Fratelli waiting on that 14th tee. There's a plane overhead.
This plane sounds pretty nice. Deep and throaty. Fratelli just going with the iron, trying to squeeze one out there, run it out there, keep it away from the out of bounds down the right.
Back to 13 and Oosthuizen.
Yeah, just watching this Spitfire do loop-de-loops above us. It's amazing. Oosthuizen from a dodgy lie, 143. He's going to have to grip this tight. A throaty engine sound. Come on, Louis.
Feeds down the slope, but still in the fairway. Not a bad angle.
Mackenzie Hughes has come to the last. This is for birdie. He's 6 under. I feel like this goes in. Right in there with a chance. Yes, sir. A couple of good young Canadians coming through. And they're in there. tomorrow with a chance.
Well worth another look. Strong finish from Hughes. 3 birdies in the last 5 for that round of 68. And at 7 under par, he will have a chance.
Koepka for birdie at the final hole. Hasn't been a good day for the 4-time major champion. 2 over par, and he'll remain 2 over par for the day. 3 under for the championship.
Scheffler for a 4 and 14.
Once again, just lacked the pace for the line. He's frustrated. He hit a really good shot in there. Felt like he was hard done by it just catching that slope going down into the bunker at the last moment.
Well, so let's see. This is for birdie on 16. After that awful 8 on the 14th. There you go. Now get him going. Now get the crowds going. Oh, you gotta love him. You gotta love him. He's an excellent character. A nice little fist bump to the scorer there as well.
3rd for Oosthuizen at 13.
Taking a straight face club, pitching it into the bank, but the bank took too much of the momentum out of it, and he's going to have about 9 or 10 feet left for his par. Really the cause of one of the few fairways he's missed today.
It was a strange one from Fratelli.
Well, that was clunky, and he's in the rough with the bunker between himself and the hole and out of bounds over the green.
Bit of a fluffy lie on the left-hand semi for Spieth. Actually might help him if he can get it up the right-hand side and just get it chasing from 269. A couple of bunkers, that's the only issue. Carry those, you can bumble all the way up there.
Bit of Gary Player there, walking after it. That's pretty much where you want your shot to go when you're heading towards the out of bounds. Don't have a fool with it.
That's a 13. Birdie putt here for Morikawa.
Yeah, it's a chance, but outside one, he's got to come up over this ridge down the other side. It's left to right, up the ridge, then down the other side, just drift the other way here for Morikawa. So outside opportunity for his 3. He knows where he stands. Big leaderboard just behind them on this 13th.
Oosthuizen creeping in there. 3rd birdie today for Morikawa. What a great recovery as well. 2 over through the first 6 holes, 3 under since then. Well, he's within 2, but it could be 1.
Very well could be a 2-shot swing here. Big putt coming up for Oosthuizen.
Reading a stat this morning, he's actually #1, Louis Oosthuizen, in shot gains in putting on the PGA Tour, which is not something I would ever have thought. Just shows why he's doing so well in major championships, why he's creeping up there in every ranking possible. Not to be here. Back to 11 on the par. Have a tie for the lead, and Morikawa is only 1 behind.
2 bogeys in 3 holes for Oosthuizen. And it does look a little different up there now, doesn't it? There was a bit of separation going on between the top two and the rest. But the birdie for Morikawa has taken him to within one of our co-leaders, Jordan Spieth and Louis Oosthuizen. And you just know, don't you, that the likes of Corey Connors and John Rahm are going to be sitting in there, signing their scorecards, and they'll quite like what's going on at the moment.
Nasty one. Telly here. And he's sitting down in sort of quite lush grass. Patches around his fine links. Still obviously had a lot of rain and catchment areas. This is a real shot to nothing, looking left.
Well, that's excellent. That really is excellent. To have a birdie chance from where he was, excellent. There's so much in your mind when you have a shot like that. You don't want to leave it short. You don't want to be too aggressive with it. That's just excellent shot by Fratelli.
Morikawa coming off that birdie at 13. 3-wood. Arrow straight.
And Spieth's on a full circle, checking this one out. A little bit surprised he didn't just jab the gap wedge into the upslope. Quite a long way off the green, it's quite lush. But he's pretty good at these, such a great touch. An awful lot of movement on it.
Yeah, I agree with you, Anthony, there. That's a surprise choice of shot for somebody who has such a good short game. Look pretty simple and straightforward. Oosthuizen on the tee. That'll do. That's how you do it. Stand up, aim down the left. Just cut it a little bit. And it'll go straight down the middle. Easy.
Third shot for Scheffler at the 15th, down the bank. He's going to pitch it up on top of the green rather than running it up the slope, and very well played.
It has been a very popular spot down there today.
Yeah, but it's nice to see now there's no checking the pitches and the chip shots anymore. There's just a little bit more roll in it. I think they might just have it where they want it for tomorrow.
Such a pristine, quiet part of the golf course. Such a contrast to 16 in 10 or 20 minutes now for Telly. For the up and down of the day. A little bit right to left.
Well, Marcel see him coming off that birdie on 16. He's had a beautiful tee shot here, straight down the middle, all the way down to that crosswalk. There's only a lob wedge, scab wedge in here. Nice and aggressive. There you go, the bouncers are back in these greens, that's for sure.
Spieth for birdie to take the lead on his own. It's really the first weak putt we've seen him hit. 3 from just short of the green with the putter. Unusual for Jordan Spieth.
That is a collector's item this week. Still, Side by side with Oosthuizen. Difficult 15th. Next up for Oosthuizen, I beg your pardon, for Spieth and Fratelli. We'll go up to 18. Paul Casey is finishing up there. Just birdied the 17th. Another chance at 18. Two birdies, two bogeys, and a level past 70. Not quite what Paul Casey was hoping for as he goes in search of a first major title. Runner-up behind Morikawa, wasn't he, at the PGA Championship last year? Had a chance in 2010 when Louis Oosthuizen won.
Justin Harding for birdie on the last. There you go. Beautiful putt. That's also around a 70, 6 under par for the tournament. These both need to have a low one tomorrow to have a chance.
There's the stream that runs through the fairway at 14.
It's going to roll and maybe flies 225.
Right.
Okay.
You good at that?
Yeah.
A little farther back in the stance and you're good.
Perfect. What kind of shot were you hitting? Neutral, straight one?
Very neutral one. Okay. Wind straight behind us.
Kind of the white or?
Yeah, I was thinking in between the tower and the yellow sign back there. Just started on the ground right.
Nice and committed, bud.
Well, he's hit his drive about 284 yards, Morikawa, 254 left. It's playing about 215, 220 from here. Pin front left.
Sublime really is just an exhibition of iron shots at times with this guy.
And Louis, he's just tickled a little fairway wood.
Yeah.
285 yards down here. He's only got 240 left down this breeze. Wow, he's pitch it 15 short, run it in, 5 iron. It's not a shot you want to just caress. You want to hit this shot, draw it into that pin.
Oh, Louis, that was ugly. Don't hit many, but that wasn't not one of his good ones. Not with a 5 iron, that's for sure.
There was that out of bounds lurking to the right. Makes you think. Spieth on 15T. Bunkers right and left.
Oh, sit down. Softly. Real soft. Get right.
That's just about perfect. Smile there from Jordan. He knew bad bounce and it would be in that bunker.
Yeah, another good bounce. He's had some kind ones out there today, that's for sure. And he's in pretty good shape on the hardest hole on the course. Seam. Can he make another one? Birdie at 16. Very nearly another birdie at 17. You know, he was 498th in the world rankings before his victory last week on the Challenge Tour, which got him into this tournament. And that's for a player who's been inside the top 50. It has been a real struggle over the last few years. It's fought back well, though, after that triple bogey at the 14th. Well done him. To 16, Scheffler.
Back left hole location today, guarded by a bunker just behind the hole location. Not often you say guarded by, but there's a downslope this hole's cut on. And he was guarding against. Probably a wise play if you're in between clubs. Take the short one there, not try and fiddle with it.
A tee shot from Dustin Johnson there. He's into about 10 feet for a birdie. Back to 15, Fratelli.
Oh, go right. Damn it. Go. That's in it.
That's the second of the Marmalade bunkers up the right. Not much future there.
Why Marmalade? Is it because you're toast if you go in them?
There were two brothers that played in the Walker Cup that was contested here, and their family was part of a large jam company, hence the Marmalade bunkers. I dare say they visited them a few times.
You read too many books, you.
I just love the history, like learning about the game. I'm a bit of a golf geek. What does it look like down there?
Yeah, you're an historian, Jay. I like the Marmalade reference. This is a sticky lie, this one. Need a sweet touch to get close.
Oh, nicely done, Jamie.
Thank you.
Has he got to jam it into the bank? Or?
Yes, very good. He's got nothing, I'll tell you that. The ball's sitting right down. He can't go aerial if he wanted to. He's going to have to run into the bank. And he's got to go left to the bunker. If he gets his pin high 12 feet, really good, really good. He likes to play these with loft, back foot, and just traps it. So he's going to have to bump it into the bank and just hope for a bounce. Uh-oh. Oh, that stayed there. How did that stay there?
There's just a little shelf there. We can really see it with the sun angle right now. The shadows are starting to show the slopes, and that was a mistake.
It's very nearly 7 o'clock in the evening here in England as we go to Jordan Spieth, his second to 15.
Yeah, this is all about picking your spot. You do not want to be looking at the flag. You're looking at anything on a TV tower, maybe just left of it. Just let it green, release it down there. That's a good shot from Jordan Spieth, right into the heart of the green. That's all you want to do on hole 15.
You take it there every time, no matter where the hole is cut?
Absolutely.
Not an easy putt here for Scheffler. The last 8 feet are downhill. And right there. Didn't really give it enough. Tester coming up for par.
Back to 14.
Not surprised he got the putter out here. Aiming well right. He's going to swing it left off the bank of this bunker.
Well, quite nicely done, but best he can do is 5. Morikawa's got a putt for an eagle, which will give him the outright lead.
Dustin Johnson for birdie. Much needed one for the world #1. Oh, tons of support out there. 2 birdies in the last 3 holes, clawing his way back. At one point in the day, he was 5 over. Now 3 over for the day, 3 under for the championship.
If he can finish birdie, he may just give himself a chance tomorrow. In the meantime, 214 and the eagle putt for Colin Morikawa.
Yeah, the putter's starting to work for Morikawa. I can't quite see where they're aiming at. I've got this pretty straight. If anything, I'm thinking left edge at the hole. This might go to the right. And that's what he's indicating as well. Are you in agreement with me?
Yeah, I think most of the putts, as they're losing pace, are breaking towards the back of the green, Jamie. I agree.
That's what I got. It's subtle though, Jay. You just got to go with your gut, just what you feel.
Is to take the lead on his own, get to 12 under. Probably the right line if it was a dying pace. It's going to be a good birdie.
And Colin Morikawa climbs alongside Jordan Spieth and Louis Oosthuizen in a share of the lead at 11 under par. There's then a 3-shot gap to Connors and Fratelli.
Fratelli splashed out into a good spot, lobbed it on. He's got a putt for par now. Spieth a little bit unlucky after a superb iron shot, just didn't quite go down the slope. This is left to right. It's about that time again, I think, isn't it?
It wasn't far off, Anthony. Another good effort.
You never know, Jay, do you?
You don't with him. Sometimes he's so exciting to watch, but sometimes you just wonder, how did he do it?
Back over to 14 and Oosthuizen for par. They're kind of having a sort of mirror image rounds, aren't they, Morikawa and Oosthuizen? The South African started really steadily, made a couple of birdies. It was a shaky start from Morikawa, but he's moving in the other direction. And Louis struggling slightly to seam at 18.
What a wonderful place to be. Late evening, Open Championship, playing the last. And how about this one from Marcel Siem? Yes, sir. Oh, he's really enjoying every moment. Still after an 8 on 14, he's still going. I love it. Love watching him like this.
No one, but no one is into this championship quite like Marcel Siem. If he can squeak a birdie out there, he may just forgive himself for what happened at 14 and that triple bogey 8. Well, it is 3 tied at the top, all major winners. Did you think the lead would be 11 under par with what? 3-4 holes to play?
No, not with the weather forecast that was there. I thought it was good, but I do think, and I said it yesterday, I thought that the R&A had to go with the pins tough today, and they have done, but I think they've gone tough but fair. And I think that's putting a great test on the golf. You have to hit good golf shot out there, you have to be clever in what you do, build your round of golf. And just anytime you take anything on and you don't pull it off, it's just problems for you.
I totally agree. I think that the golf course is starting to show its teeth as Morikawa splits the fairway at 15. And he does look to be strong right now, Dom, as you pointed out.
He really does, doesn't he? He's warming to his task. 3-wood from the tee for him for safety. Avoid those bunkers. Let's go ahead to 16.
165 for Jordan Spieth here at 16. This sets up just fine. A little bit of breeze down off the right.
Yeah, it's a smidge off the right. Okay, this flag is showing. Okay,
Come down. It still is?
Yep. Get your targets correct.
It's at that camera in the distance, isn't it?
Yes.
Now they've picked out a spot, the camera they're aiming at. I'm going to move it a little right to left. Don't want to get overly aggressive. There's that bunker back there.
Oh, it's a bad swing. Go hard. Get back there.
Bad swing, but good miss.
Andy Solon playing with Marcel Siem. We saw Marcel Siem headed right up next to the hole. Straight into the sun. How are these two playing? How to entertain the crowds on the last.
Oosthuizen with the driver at 15. straight down for the tee. Tony Johnston is back in the booth with Jay Townsend and myself, Dom Hollier. And Thomas Bjorn.
Just trying to pitch on the downslope for Telly, just run it all the way up to the pin.
Okay. Steve wasn't overly enamored with it, but those are two decent shots, sensible shots.
It's the only par 3 on the course that's playing under par. Perhaps not surprising. 2 of them are over 240 yards. Great arena, isn't it, there at 16? Let's go up to 17 and Scheffler.
This is difficult. That upslope is really severe. It's not like this has gone straight up in the air. It's so easy to turn it over. The loft just kind of shuts down on you when you're on the upslope. So always to right hand pin position as well. Almost impossible to hit it at the flag.
Sullivan hit the pin at the last. Yeah, well done. Drop shots at 15 and 16 for the Englishman. But that birdie sees him round in 71, which is 1 over par today. And 5 under is currently 6 back. John Rahmers in a share of 5th place. Not sure he thought he would just be 4 shots behind at this stage, but he is. And a great day for Corey Connors with that 66. Scheffler has a chance to win on debut. Mackenzie Hughes is making his first appearance in the Open as well. Webb Simpson is an experienced campaigner, a major champion. Shane Lowry is defending the title he won 2 years ago at Royal Portrush. Willett, Johnson, Rose, more major champions riding high on the leaderboards. Tough day for Brooks Koepka. Really couldn't get it going out there and had to settle in the end for a round of 72. Good tee shots from Oosthuizen and Morikawa down the 15th.
2 beautiful drives down this difficult 15th hole. It's been one of, if not the most difficult hole all week. This one, not surprising. And the wind's only been across. Normally into the wind this hole, not today. Off the left. 214 for Morikawa. And don't be fooled with this pin back right. You've got to go left to this pin. It all feeds in left to right. You can aim left edge of the green. Way left of the TV tower. It all comes in from there. A lot of players miss it right here all week, and that's a difficult up and down there. So you've got to think he's aiming left edge of the green. Just let it feed round. It's only 190 the front, so pitch it about 195, 196, run it down there.
Might not be on the green, but it's certainly in birdie territory. One of the better shots we've seen all day at 15, really all week at 15.
For Telly, birdie putt at 16. Gets it to the hole this time, but just a little right. Couple of drop shots for Telly, but he's still in the top 5.
And what a glorious evening. Just after 7 o'clock here, southern England. Long summer evenings, 2:03 for Oosthuizen. Can he follow Morikawa?
Oh, not another bad one. What's he done?
It's going way right. There's some poor swings on the last 2 holes there from Louis.
Yeah, Thomas, you know, he was a couple ahead, but what he's got to tell himself now is, I'm still tied for the lead. Dropped a few, but I'm still tied for the lead.
I think all good players have been there. They're just trying to get in the clubhouse, not feeling quite right. Jordan Spieth. Oh. If he doesn't hold them, they all have a look, don't they?
Just a par. Stays at 11 under alongside Morikawa and Oosthuizen.
You can tell by his reaction walking back to Michael Greller that he hit a really good putt. He was surprised it didn't go in. He just continues to hit good putts, and as Thomas was saying, they all look like they're going in.
His pace is exceptional, isn't it, Joe? Just exceptional.
I think better than anybody else now that you mention it.
Well, here's a glorious shot in on the last from Marcel Sim.
I'm worried he's going to explode if this one goes in.
Well, you know what? That's excellently done from him, making that 8 and then birdie 16 and 18 to shoot level apart. You've got to say 17 great played holes and then just one that we just write off. Well played, Marcel Sim.
Slightly disappointed now, somewhat muted celebration, but I think it's the relief, isn't it? And actually managing to make amends for what happened at 14. Well done, Marcel Sim.
Jordan Spieth with the big gun on 17. That's perfect. Just perfect. There's a lot of belief in this golf swing at the moment. And that's straight down the middle, down over the crosswalk. Very nice.
I think he's a guy that's very comfortable with being in front. When he hits the head of the pack or tied for it, he just thrives.
Up on the green.
Scheffler came off of that weird lie on the upslope at 17, pulled it long. It's a slow putt, as we've seen all day. That putt at the end is going uphill. Such a tendency to leave it short, but good putt from distance.
Okay, Thomas Bjorn, he's going aerial here after that last one. This is a tough shot. Talk me through it.
You just gotta, if he's got a good lie, you know, it's all about just throwing that right hand in under it, get it up. Sometimes on links courses they bounce. That's an excellent shot. Sometimes you get a little bit of bounce. He didn't there. The rough grabbed it, and then you get the control. But yeah, it was a tough shot no matter which way he was going to go. Get that right hand right in under, throw it under, keep the loft open, throw it straight up in the air.
Fratelli. He's been a little bit wayward off the tee today on occasion. And this one's heading left as well. Needs a break.
Back to 15.
Yeah, he didn't have much there, Oosthuizen. I think he probably played the right shot. It was just so hard to get close. However, Morikawa to take the lead, I wouldn't have thought that about an hour and a half ago. Touch of right to left. Totally different mindsets of both these players now. It's sort of turned totally on its head from the first 5-6 holes. The course is biting back today.
It's definitely been an interesting day, Jamie, the way the players have toed and froed. 3 atop the lead is to take the lead on his own to get to 12. Wow, that broke to the right. Good effort.
Nicely done. Yeah, it's a great fight back. 2 over after 5 holes. And for a guy that's chopping and changing between the claw grip and orthodox putting grip, you know, it sort of tends to hint that he's not altogether happy with the putter, but look what he's doing with it. Fantastic stuff.
Now, there are moments in a round and moments in a championship, and this is one of them.
Yeah, you're right there, Dom. He's been stumbling a bit, Louis Oosthuizen, over the last few holes. He's just trying to get in the clubhouse, really. Regroup for tomorrow. Can't leave any shots out there.
Huge putt for Louis Oosthuizen. Oh, he's going to be so much better after that, Thomas.
Yeah, he doesn't look like he thinks much of it, but I'm telling you, inside right now, he knows how good a putt that was and how important it was for. There was a couple of fairly easy holes coming up.
Needed to make that, didn't he? Really did. A couple of very uncharacteristic iron shots.
Another look at that one, and we had a good look down the line from the airplane. It was trying to leak out to the right. It was trying to miss, but lipped in. And it lips in on the low side. You're a little bit lucky as it's working its way away from the hole for Telly. Second at 17.
And on the walkway, Jay, in the rough, so good lie for Telly. 91 looking left, just trying to bump it up over the slope.
Will it climb all the way up the bank? No, it won't.
.77 for Spieth. Only hit 7 fairways today, so he's been good, but not quite on it. Trying to bump it also. This will definitely kick to his right.
This is a huge mistake.
Landed way too short for the loft he had on the club. There was always going to be a little bit of spin in it. Landed into the bank if you're going to go with that much loft. He knows it.
Yes. Okay.
To the 16th hole.
Yeah. And we're just trying to finish it like in the middle of this bunker. Right?
Well, 165, 16th.
Yeah.
Playing about 150 down breeze.
Start right out of it. Yep.
Big wedge. I don't think a big wedge would get all the way there. It's a little 9 to the pin, I think, but oh, that's dangerous for that left-hand bunker. Wouldn't surprise me. Pin eye right's a good shot here, about 15, 20 feet.
Yeah, definitely, Jamie. If you're in between, you take the short one there, go ahead and hit it extra hard. Hope you get it up to the hole. Well played shot.
Dustin Johnson has found the fairway at 18. Hasn't been a great day for the big American. Oh. Nearly finishes in style. It's 5 over after 11. He's managed to grab a couple of birdies back. Maybe one more there to ease the pain.
Now another big shot for Oosthuizen. As I mentioned, a couple of poor iron shots from him recently.
And it's the same yardage as the 6th and the same direction as well, so they know that. I've got to think he's just going to smash a wedge.
That's better. It's amazing. A nice little putt going in, dropping in the side, and you stand on the next tee feeling a lot better about yourself. And that's a super shot from Louis Oosthuizen.
What happened there for a couple of holes? It's peculiar, isn't it? Same player, same swing.
Did it yesterday too on 16-17. It was so pure. Maybe just a little loss of concentration. Maybe. Now we talk about his pace. And that was not his best, was it? Quite a bit of fringe, steep slope to go up, and not often you'll see Spieth get it that wrong.
All out attack here for Scotty Scheffler. Straight over that bunker. What do you mean it's got to go? It went.
Just a couple of inches away from an eagle too. What a finish that would have been for Scheffler. As Louis Oosthuizen and Colin Morikawa make their way onto the 16th green.
Well, he's been given a look by Spieth. He knows exactly what to do. He starts it further right and maybe got a little bit scared after seeing Spieth's putt barrel past.
Back up to the 18th.
Yeah, I'm not sure Dustin Johnson thought he was going to be putting first after his second shot, but he is. This is for birdie. Long shadows now. It's been that kind of day. Just not to be for Dustin Johnson today.
Spieth to save his par after driving in a perfect position. Should have a little bit of left to right to it, and lacked the pace. That was a error in judgment on the second shot that caused that bogey.
Uphill, and then just the last bit goes away from him. It's always tricky, these kind of putts. You don't want to be too over aggressive with it. You've got to have the pace to get up that hill. Not quite for Morikawa.
So he stays at 11. Jordan Spieth has slipped back to 10 under par. Oosthuizen with a chance to move clear of that man.
Sort of putting along the ridge here these days, and I got this bit of left to right. It sort of reads right to left, but I'm told the green book says left to right as well, so that'll do for me.
It is a birdie at 16 for Louis Oosthuizen. And he does move back to the top on his own. How important was that up and down at 15 and that par saving putt?
Amazing how the putt at 15 gave him momentum going to 16. It's such a string of events. One shot can have so much of an effect on the shots to come. You can't just say, wow, that was a great birdie here, but what led to this? The putt at 15.
You've got to wonder though, like, he's been in this situation so many times the last couple of years, like going in on Sundays in major championship with a chance to win. Eventually, you'd have to say that he's going to be the one that comes out on top. As we watch Fratelli as well, making bogey on 17. It's not been a good hole for these two.
No, he's fading a little bit over the back nine. South Africa's Dylan Fratelli. That's going to be his third drop shot, having gone to the turn in 2 under. And we will wander back to the tee at number 17 and the championship leader.
Well, he hit driver here yesterday and got it to about 40 yards short of the green here on the 17th. It's a quite incredible drive, and he's being aggressive again here today on 17. Doesn't need this club, but he's feeling it.
He's feeling it all right, Jamie. He's feeling it all right. That is just as straight as it can be.
I have to wonder, though, is that too close to the green?
Could be, you know.
Like
Could
Spieth.
To Spieth at 18.
Driver down the right, Dom. Just got to be careful with the right-hand bunker. 330. Pitching on the downslope, he can reach that if it stays on that fairway.
What is it to that, Michael?
That was headed towards a divot, I think, by the look of it.
Well, different play for Morikawa. 3 wood for him, just getting the ball in play. Easier said than done down here. These humps and hollows. What bounce is it going to get?
Well, we shall see which was the better play there. Morikawa further back.
4 fairways today for Telly. He needs to find one here.
Bunkers down the left-hand side.
Yeah, you can't make a score around here hitting 4 fairways. 5 now. The rough is too devastating.
Well, Scheffler, this is for birdie over the green. The easiest of birdies on the last. That moves him to 8 under par. Right in there with a chance tomorrow. 67, 66, 69. And we'll say around in the mid-60s tomorrow might just be enough to get him right to the top, but that's what he needs.
Very much enjoying his Open debut, Scotty Scheffler. He did come over and play up in Scotland last week, and he played nicely as well. And he is right in there, but it's Oosthuizen 1 ahead. Great little cameos out there today, especially from Marcel Siem. Shane Lowry put in a good finish. McIntyre much earlier today, round in 65. He, Streelman and Kokrak have made big moves up the leaderboard. Well, don't forget, this is the 149th Open, so you know what it means next year. And we're going, of course, to the home of golf and the home of the Open, to St Andrews. And if you'd like to get a ticket, enter the ballot. Register now at theopen.com for your chance to be there at the 150th Open.
Just wondering, Jay, like you, I know, if he's hit that too close to the green, I almost think Morikawa's plan might be better. He can go in with a bit of loft, carry it over that front slope,
pitch it at the flag and get it to grip, whereas Louis might have to think about this as a little bump and run, because there's not enough room to pitch it on top, I wouldn't think.
I don't believe so, not from that short yardage. Unfortunately for Louis, we have the knowledge of what went on in the group in front, where Spieth, obviously, if he thought from this distance he could have landed it up on top and gotten within 10 or 12 feet, he would have played that shot, and he chose not to. So it's going to be a difficult one. It's a little feely shot. You have to hope for the bounce. And Morikawa, he has abilities. He's back there far enough that most likely he can throw it up in the air and spin it and stop it. So two different, that's why I love links golf. Two different ways to do it, Thomas.
Yeah. Well, we'll come back to that when we see the shot, but I mean, I want to watch Jordan Spieth has a perfect angle in here. Not the best of lies. Wally?
It's actually okay, Thomas. It's just at the back of the divot or the front, depending how you look at it. Catches it clean, it'll be just fine for Spieth.
This is not, it's not into the wind, so the upslope doesn't. The one on 14 was into.
I was just thinking to see these flags going a little more right to left.
So it's got to turn a little with it.
Yeah.
And then just try and get it just left of it to the middle of the green, right?
You feel like you got to take too much off that one?
I mean, I got to hold it quite a bit, right? This, I feel like it's a good number.
Yeah. Wrong? Yeah. I mean, as long as you're feeling that help up there, you know?
Yeah. 40 what?
46 is that cover, 56 hole.
They want to pitch it 52?
Yep.
It's saying 47 with a draw?
Yeah, I mean, just good hole.
Yeah.
Helping out the right with 9-iron. Just trying to cut the legs off it and get some spin. Get it under the hole if you can.
Softly, softly, softly.
Pretty good. We've just seen so many great shots in here that we forget that that's actually a pretty good one like that.
Just the perfect angle, 113 for Fratelli. Just a full sand iron, he can get some spin if he doesn't catch that downslope.
Squinting into the evening sunshine, it's a beauty from Dylan Fratelli, and both he and Spieth will have a pretty good chance there to close out with birdies as we go to Morikawa and his second into 17, just under 140 yards.
From the upslope here, so you can send it right up in the air, get it to stop quite quickly. Yeah, lovely shot. Going back to Louis' shot here that's facing him, I think it's quite an easy shot if you don't get too cute. If you're accepting 12, 15 feet, it's quite an easy shot. But it's difficult to force yourself to do that.
That is to come. This is the reception for Fratelli and for the 2017 Open champion, Jordan Spieth.
Here you go. I just think try and land it into the upslope. If it goes 12, 15 feet past the hole, that's okay. He's going the high route.
It just wasn't an easy shot.
Yeah, I just didn't like that shot either, Tony. I mean, he left himself for a good shot going into the bank was 12 to 15 feet, rather than a good shot, you know, where Morikawa was closer than 10 or 15 feet.
Yeah, but then you go back to the drive and you think it's quite a lot easier to hit that fairway with a driver than it is with anything shorter, because it actually flattens out and you get a much easier bounce off the driver. So it's also about a choice from the tee.
I definitely give you that the driving area is more flat, and you're going to get a more, you know, likely bounce, certainly. Could he hold one more? Thomas is quite happy with himself there. I still like the shot from longer distance if you can get it in the fairway, Thomas.
All right, I'm going to step in as the referee because Jordan Spieth and Dylan Fratelli, as we said, have got good chances here.
I'm too small to be a referee. I'll be the cuts man.
Yeah, Thomas and I could take shots at each other right over your head, Anthony.
Now, Spieth. What do you think, Wally? Can he find another one? He's unbelievable.
Great opportunity. Great opportunity. So little in this, Tony. I wouldn't want to call either side. This is a great chance for a 3.
Scared the daylights out of it.
To 17, Louis Oosthuizen with a swinging putt here.
Yeah, this has a big swing left to right, this one. Quite slow, we've seen as well. A lot of people have done that. It's okay.
Spieth to tidy up for par.
He's not any closer to the hole than he was a moment ago.
I honestly can't believe he finished it. I really can't. It's just one of those things. You learn with years, just don't finish it. Just wait your time.
That, I'm afraid, is a bogey finish for Jordan Spieth. And that's a bit of a shocker. So he slides back to 9 under. That's 3 behind Oosthuizen. Oh, what a horrible way to go to dinner and overnight. And
Fratelli. Finish with a birdie. Yes, please. Nice. After 3 bogeys on the back 9, finishes with that birdie and leapfrogs into a tie for 6th. Nicely done.
Yeah, you just wonder the thoughts that go through the head of Jordan Spieth here. He'll be really, really annoyed with himself with those last 2 holes. Just I can't believe he didn't mark it and just wait his turn.
Didn't touch the hole, Thomas. Didn't touch the hole. And I've always been bemused by the fact that he's the best in the world from 25 feet. There's nobody like him, but from 3 feet and in, he can be susceptible.
Well, this is Morikawa. This is to tie the lead. Big putt from there.
Didn't matter where you drove it or how you played your second shot. Same score, Thomas. We had a great discussion, but it was all for naught. It's all good fun, and that's the pleasure of this game. There's so many different ways to do it.
that looked like a misread, didn't it? Like he had it on the line that he thought.
I also think it's difficult when you get all of a sudden you get such a fast putt. When, you know, these screens are not the quickest, they shouldn't be. They're slick screens, they're never that quick. But then all of a sudden you get one that's really fast and you're like, oh, difficult to pick a line.
So he stays at 11 under par, one behind Oosthuizen, and they march over to the 18th tee. Sun setting over the stands there behind 18. Here's Oosthuizen.
Starting right at that bunker up the right side, he can't reach, but curving towards the left bunkers. A hump out there like a turtle's back. Of course, is playing hard and fast. Very difficult to hit this fairway at that distance off the tee.
Just a 3-word for Morikawa, and it's looking good, straight down the middle of the home hole.
Well, they could very well be playing together again tomorrow in the final 2-ball. There they are, just one between them, then a 2-shot gap to Spieth. Who, remember, was alongside Morikawa before that bogey finish.
That was a bit of a shocker, the way Spieth had really played close to the razor's edge all day, messing with fire, hitting in the rough, getting good bounces, making miraculous shots, incredible up and downs to save par, making some birdies when he was in position, and then for the finish, it's almost a capitulation at the end. You know, he played a very uncharacteristic shot for him. He has such great feel. That little, you know, shot that Thomas and I have been discussing from, you know, just short of the 17th green. Clearly, that's the shot he wanted. He hit driver, and you know, everyone sees it differently. But to see a player of Jordan Spieth's caliber bogey the last 2 holes like that, I'm very surprised. And clearly, he was upset with himself the way he kind of jogged through the players' tunnel out of the amphitheater at 18.
There's a lot of good golf that's been played today. There's a couple of Canadians there that hasn't been talked about much. Mackenzie Hughes and Corey Connors, they're sitting right there just behind these leaders. They had wonderful rounds of golf today. So there's a lot of things that can happen tomorrow. I think Louis, he'll look back at his day and think 15, that was an important putt. It just kind of settled him into a way it was all kind of unraveling a little bit. Started believing in his golf swing again. And now you're just looking at one more trusty golf swing and get the day over with.
This young man's been impressive, Thomas, hasn't he? I mean, got off to a lousy start and then, you know, had a pair of back-to-back birdies in 7 and 8 and then 13, 14. Stuck to his guns and just one behind. He's a tough cookie.
Well, I think when he came on and then obviously winning that PGA Championship, I think we all realised, well, here's a guy that's here for the long haul. You know, he's going to stick around in the game of golf for years and years to come. He's going to be in there. He's going to probably at some stage touch about being the world's best player. He's an excellent golfer. And when you have, you know, great iron play is something that's going to give you a lot of birdies. It's going to just continuously over your career, it's just going to put you in positions where you're going to have those rounds where you shoot really, really low. I enjoy watching him play golf. He's not by no means one of these long hitters, but he hits it long enough. And I really, just every time I watch him, he impresses me. He impresses me with attitude. He impresses me with the way he is on the golf course. You know, nothing seems to bother him too much. He's not the greatest putter, but it doesn't bother him. You know, and that's a great way to be. Believes in his good things. He's been excellent these first 3 days. He really has.
59. Perfect.
We're going to finish this on the end?
Correct. On the end.
Just slowly do it?
Yes.
Well, what a scene. This is down 18. Pin tight right over that bunker. Can Morikawa find the right number?
Soft.
Yes, he can.
Great performance from Morikawa. What a comeback. 6 yards closer for Louis Oosthuizen. Much better angle, though, down the left-hand side to attack this flag.
it sounded a little bit, didn't it? Just absolutely perfect from Louis there. Come up a bit short.
And he's right on top of the hump, isn't he? He's fairly swift down there.
Yeah, there's going to have a big break from the right. That is not going to be a fun one, and certainly one you're going to have to putt defensively. Whereas Morikawa, he has one he can go ahead and take a run at.
Yeah, it's been a strange day from Louis. He really was solid on the front nine and then a little bit of a wobble. And the last few holes here, we haven't really known what kind of golf he's been playing the last few holes. He's so popular. He's so popular with the fans. He's so popular with everyone. Everybody's with him this week. And a former champion as well.
Thomas, I think he loved that second shot. You know, he had a smile on his face when it was in the air.
Stayson's ball has just maybe slipped back down that slope. He's got to go up and down. So that'll add to the difficulty.
Isn't it wonderful to hear that stuff again? Just hear those cheers and applause. Oh, we've missed that.
Generous applause for both players, quite rightly. Put on a bit of an exhibition. Tougher day, though. Out here. John Rahm, just looking at the board, 5 behind. He'll fancy it tomorrow, as will plenty of other players. This is... I would want this putt for Louis Oosthuizen. It's just horrible. He's got to hit quite hard to get up to the top of the ridge, and then it just drops down the Eiger, the other side. And a big break from right to left as well. Big mistake from the South African finishing here. Just miss-hit a few iron shots. I think he'll be going straight to the range after this.
Yeah, this is a tough one. He's just going to go straight up to that right-hand side of the green and then let it kind of release down towards the hole. Pick a spot and believe in it.
What a fantastic putt that is. Absolutely brilliant. It was about as tough as you're going to find out there, that putt.
Max's par. And it is a third round 69 for Louis Oosthuizen. Will he lead on his own, or will he have company?
Well, this is certainly a makeable putt, you would think. Got it in good position. We've seen putts from this position already. They tend to want to fall just a little to his left to right. This will be to tie the lead, and I think as importantly as anything, this is to join the lead, but have 3 shots in hand over their nearest challenger, Jordan Spieth. Far from match play, but it's always nice to have a cushion.
Looked a little baffled by that one. Par also for Colin Morikawa. And a 68 for the American debutant. Last year's PGA champion will go into the final round of the 149th Open, one behind that man, South Africa's Louis Oosthuizen.
Looked like Louis had a chance to kind of put some space between himself and the rest of the field through the first 10 holes. Hit those hiccups early in the back 9 at 11 and 12. Great save at 15, and then a formidable finish for the South African and former Open champion. But it's going to be a tough battle tomorrow. Morikawa's not going to go away. All three guys at the top of the leaderboard, all major champions already. One of them, Spieth, 3 back, is a 3-time major champion.
Yeah, and especially with the forecast, an awful lot of players will have been thinking, well, yeah, the minimum he's going to get to the way he's playing is probably 14 under par, 13, 14 under par, something like that. So it just gives them that little bit of hope.
John Rahm has hope right now. The last 45 minutes, he's thought, since he's been done, he's like, whoa, here. Let's rearrange our thoughts for tomorrow.
Ten to 8 in the evening, and that just about wraps up round 3 of the Open. Here we are, we're a year late. It's been a real roller coaster out there today, hasn't it? There's the two Canadians, Connors and Hughes. A couple of South Africans behind Louis Oosthuizen, Fratelli and Harding. It was all go for Marcel Siem until the 14th when he made that triple, and then the 2 late birdies, including the one at 18, got him back on track. Dustin Johnson, I guess, was the big surprise out there. 5 over par through the first 11 holes. Made a couple of late birdies, but too little too late. And Brooks Koepka as well. .69 today for Rory McIlroy. He was among the earlier starters. Got it going on the front 9, didn't he? 4 under to the turn, and then gave a few back coming home. No Open this year for Sergio Garcia. Adam Scott, 66 yesterday, 7 shots worse today. DeChambeau apparently drove the water down the 14th.
Oh, we saw some great stuff out there from Jordan Spieth. Second out of the rough. This was just foreshadowing of what was to come for the former Open champion. Running it up there, just narrowly missing the bank to the left that feeds it off, but that led to a birdie. First of many for Spieth in this 3rd round.
He did have some fortunate bounces out there today, but he was also taking advantage. He was pouring them in from everywhere. Look at that, a 4 from probably 35, 40 feet or so.
Here, let's go to 18. He missed his birdie. That was for par. And that was really one given away for Spieth.
And it was a bogey finish for him to Colin Morikawa. Slow start for him, 2 over through the first 6.
And then at 7, the par 5. Absolutely nails this. Fabulous second shot. Gave himself an eagle opportunity. Didn't make it, but a good birdie.
Following on the birdie at 7, very unlikely here at 8, really just trying to get down in 2, but he did better than that. Right in the middle And that was when things turned around for Colin Morikawa. Back-to-back birdies at 7 and 8.
3 pars to start the homeward journey for Morikawa. And then at 13, an all-round good putt. Crept in the left side. Birdied the 14th for good measure, and a round of 68 for Morikawa.
Oosthuizen birdied 7, and then at 9, in she goes, out in 33, 2 under.
This was a putt that I think we all agreed on was a huge putt. This was for par after an errant second shot right of the green. Huge momentum putt, and that led to this.
We saw during the day what a difficult flag this was at 16. Takes dead aim and straight at it. Beautiful. Knocks that in for a birdie.
Pars the last 2 for a round of 69. And Louis Oosthuizen trying to win a major championship after all those close calls for the first time in 11 years since becoming the champion golfer of the year at St Andrews back in 2010. It's been too long for a player of his caliber. Straight out to the putting green for Jordan Spieth.
Well, as we've talked about throughout the day, Jordan Spieth is unquestionably the best mid-range putter in the world. But it's the short one, shorter than this one right here, where he sometimes gets a little suspect. Tony, a lot of times the putts he misses, he moves his head right about impact, and you can't do that.
No, you can't. And yeah, it's the sort of 2-footers that I think trouble him. First time I ever saw him at when he won the Masters. You know, he got the greens reading book out from 2 feet, got his caddy in to read the putts from 2 feet when he had knocked it from the other side of the hole, and they seemed to be the only ones that worried him, and he was looking at the hole when he putted, which is an indicator that somebody's had a problem. And when I said it to guys, I said, oh rubbish, he's a great putter, but I don't know.
Well, you can catch up with everything on the website theopen.com, beg your pardon, as well as registering for the ballot for the 150th Open at St Andrews next year. What an occasion, what a celebration of golf that's going to be.